I don't know. It was so funny.
It was super degenerate. Yeah, it was super degenerate.
Well,
That's
funnel
exactly
was,
what it
but
sounds
a lot of the games, they fixed funnel in like 2 weeks, like 3 weeks.
Yeah, it wasn't that long. It
was like 3 weeks of regular season. I remember of the funnel being a real thing. I mean, apparently G2 ended up doing it in 2019 as well. But that wasn't really a thing normally. But AP carry bot lane still was a real thing, which is actually really funny because as a footnote for that era of League of Legends, I always told everyone in my team that the hardest matchups for Swain, Vladimir, and these champions were AD carries.
Oh my gosh.
Anytime I played against like Lucian, I remember Lucian and Varus, I was like, these champs are so much stronger than mages. I don't know why these AD carries are coping. Like, I don't know what's wrong with them. They're so much stronger. It's not even that they were weak at one item, because that was always the cope, you know? It's like, but at one item, like the Swain and Vlad are so OP. And it's like, yeah, they are, but Varus and Lucian were not weak at one item.
Yeah.
So
this is really fun for me, doing a trip down memory lane. I know you might have been a little bit lost or confused, especially about the 2018 World Stories. What has been, like, we're talking about funnel. You've experienced a little bit of lane swapping. Like, what do you feel like the most degenerate thing you've experienced as like a high-level League player?
Degenerate?
Like, basically, if you project yourself 5 years in the future and you're reminiscing about the good old days, like, what are you saying about these last year or two at LCS?
It would definitely be lane swaps, I think. Like, I was completely new to lane swaps. I had no idea what I was doing, especially like when we were in Korea, just boot camping. I was like completely clueless. I died to like every single lane swap, and it just wasn't a fun time for me, you know? So it would definitely be the lane swaps. That's what it would be for me.
What have you learned about the lane swaps? I mean, a lot, obviously, but like, what was the biggest mistake you would make?
I think just dying on, or like they just always be stacking a wave on me, and then I just die on the third wave, like every single time. I didn't know what to do, you know? Like, I didn't know that I could have just helped my jungler clear his camps. I could have just sat in like the middle bush of like the tier 2 tower, tier 2 top tower. I didn't know any of this, you know? I just kept on dying on the third wave, third/fourth.
And then you end up 2 levels down on the enemy top laner, and then
Yeah, and then
that's usually what happens when you mess up your lane swap.
Yeah, it happened to me every single game. Like when I was in Korea, you know, like
pain.
Oh my gosh, I was so tilted. It was
At least it's a little different than when lane swaps were super meta, because the top laner would actually just jungle with the jungler because the jungle camp shared experience.
Oh,
wait, so
that was so long.
just double jungle. That was like 2013,
that was
2014.
So
holy crap.
Yeah.
I can't believe I still remember that. Like,
it's
wow.
League of Legends has gone through some wild changes. I want to bring us back a little bit towards playoffs. You guys are all in playoffs. Blabber, you have a bye. You're playing NRG week 1. You're playing Dignitas week 1. What do you expect, or what can fans expect from you or your team as they tune into next week's matchups? It's a scripted question.
Scripted question? Got you. Well, expect us to win the series for sure. I feel like our team matches up against Dignitas very well. And especially me, I think I match up against Licorice like really good as well. So we're definitely going to at least, well, it might not be a 3-0, but I definitely think we'll like 3-1 them. 3-1 them for sure next week.
All right. Whippo, what about NRG?
honestly, like, I don't know, man. Like they seem donezo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Am I crazy for saying that? They seem
Like yesterday,
Two or three of them weren't even here. They were sick. Though.
Okay, they were sick yesterday, but I don't know. Like watching their games, like even just
Maybe
like the one fight where like they're just so not on the same page. Contracts flashes ult the Ezreal. It's actually not bad, but then Yoan ults someone else, and then they're like all calling different targets. It feels like, well, like I don't know. It's like so crazy to me. Like they're just so.
They just seem tilted.
Yeah,
no?
they're so. I don't know if they're tilted, but like they're so. I mean, maybe they are, but they're so not on the same page. It feels like, and I don't know. It's
That's why I get that vibe. Like they're like far gone. I feel like
downfall of the greats. I don't know.
I'm not sure. They won last split in summer. They didn't look good in the regular season. I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna
And
talk
you played
shit.
them. You played them too.
You weren't
so-
playing them. You weren't playing NRG.
I wasn't
last
playing.
Year, no?
Yeah,
So-
last year I wasn't playing.
You weren't playing. That's true. Actually.
Yeah, I wasn't playing, but they beat you guys.
They did beat us. That was.
And that
depressing, by the way.
was not
Like,
expected.
oh my god! Like I can't believe we lost to them. I mean, I can believe it, but like,
Yeah, you can.
Basically, that I don't want to be.
you don't
I don't
wanna
want to
be
be
in
him.
that
Yeah, I don't want to be him back then. So, yeah, I don't know. They look like they're completely out of juice. I feel like the whole year and kind of the expectations of them, winning a summer split into
Yeah, just
the whole year. Like that's the best sound I can make
tough,
to describe
yeah.
their year. It's going to be hard to believe that they can create anything other than more of that.
it's going to be wild because they had such a peak it was like such a short peak too. Because even in summer, they were the 5th or 6th seed.
It's like the peak of all peaks. You know, it's like summer regular split,
beat G2.
Playoffs, straight into Worlds, beat G2. Like, it doesn't get better than that. Like, I don't know. It's crazy.
I don't know.
What's on deck for you? Because you don't play for 2 weeks. You have a bye.
Yeah, I mean, we will. It's a new patch going playoffs, so we will definitely be scrimming a lot. We're not going to be taking more than, I think, 1 day off. I mean, I think we might take like another day off after the week, but like not more than 1 day off at a time. We fully expect to play FlyQuest, but you never know. But yeah, we'll have a good time adapting, I hope, to the new patch, and we'll be able to watch Fly's games or NRG's games and try to learn from it and learn how to beat them.
I don't want to spend too long on it if you guys haven't dove into the new patch yet, but are you familiar with patch 14.16? The look you're giving me says no, so we're moving on.
Just ask them the question. Just
a little bit. I read it a little bit.
Anything that is jumping out to you that could disrupt things?
I mean, I think Azir buff is pretty good, and I think D-Blade nerf could be big, but I don't know enough. That's mid lane for me.
What's the nerf?
D-Blade is down 20 HP and 5.5% omni-vamp or 1%, something like that. Azir has 3 more armor. And some other stuff.
Just like a little bit of help against
And I thought they were going to nerf AP jungle items, like Faded Ashes, but I don't think they ended up doing that. The thing is, I don't have the patch notes yet. I just have what's posted by Freak on Twitter. But sometimes they change that from Twitter to the actual patch notes, and they do it without telling you either sometimes. So we'll see like what happens, but I don't know if the meta will change like that much. Yeah.
Who's the guy that posted normally? Flox, right?
Froxon.
Yeah.
Froxon?
Yeah, Froxon.
Flox.
Yeah.
There's Flox?
There's a Flox, yeah.
Dude, he needs to change his name. His name's
Froxon?
his name's Matt.
Yeah.
Like it's a very simple name.
Okay. Anyway, he's the GOAT because he posts, but now Freak's the GOAT because he posted when.
Yeah,
Like the 1 week
he's like off or something. He's like off or something. Yeah. So
anyway,
Freak posted.
Absolute GOATs. Keep doing it. I love it. And I didn't read them. I usually do read them quite quickly, but I didn't read this one. I just saw Azir getting buffed, and I was like, all right, this is like, I turned off the page.
You're like, I'm done.
All right, whatever. Like, I mean, I get it. It's a game. It's professional, and there's casual play. I get it. He needs a buffer. The casuals makes sense. I'm huge on League of Legends because I love champions individually. I only play a specific role because that's my job description. Right.
Very true.
But
you're pretty good at jungle.
But that's why I was pretty good at jungle. It's because I
spent
spent so much time playing any role. I would play champions, not roles, when I used to play a lot. So fundamentally, I believe like everyone has some history as League, and that defines them as a player to an extent, in my opinion. For example, I know what direction his career is going. You know what I mean?
Which direction is that?
And it does not include Sion.
Okay, I might just switch up my champion.
We're back to the sad debate again.
You can prove me wrong. All I'm trying to say is I fundamentally believe that. You come from solo queue, you have a certain habit. You're going to be, how do I say this? You may be good at a champion or decent at a champion like Sion in the future, but it's never going to be a preference.
I kind of want to hear this discussion. So we're basically done pros, but I want to give you guys a chance to talk about kind of whatever you want if you have something. But I'm just personally curious. You two were talking for at least 20 minutes before the show.
Yeah.
I didn't get to hear the conversation. So what were you talking about? I want in.
We were talking about a lot of things, to be honest.
Okay.
I don't even think I remember everything that we spoke about, but mainly it was just about like.
I remember.
Oh, you remember literally everything that we were talking
of course,
about? Well, okay. I can
I
name
wanted
a
to
couple
talk
things.
to you about these things.
Yeah, of course.
Because I wanted to help you out because you mentioned that you had
that's
bad,
nice of you.
You were struggling mentally, and I've always given you a hard time on broadcast, so I felt bad, and I wanted to, help you out because like I said, I do think you have a bright future ahead of you.
Thank you. Appreciate
even
that.
if it doesn't include Sion.
Of course, yes, of course. I appreciate that a lot. But
That's cool.
I mean,
you don't need to disclose everything, but it's cool to know. But
I don't mind.
keep going.
I mean, some of the things that we were talking about were just like, just communicating to your teammates and kind of just like talking with each other about what's important, and just like some things that happen in your games or like your game one.
Yeah, use an
at
example.
least.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he was like showing me like an example of it, and yeah, he was basically just like trying to teach me what he learned throughout his career as well, and I do appreciate that a lot. By the way, Bippo, thank you for that.
Of course.
And yeah, I mean, those are like the two main things that we were speaking to each other about. So yeah, I'm very grateful for that, for sure.
So when are you going to play Sion? Now I want to know when's the first sniper Sion.
Hey, he plays Cassante at least.
Thing?
But Cassante's
That's close.
Cassante's not like Sion.
Yeah.
Cassante's like just broken.
Yeah, he is very broken. He can be anything, literally anything you want. I mean, I might bust it out next week.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hope he never does.
For
That's the
sure,
thing. I hope he
for
never
sure.
does.
No, okay.
If he would, then he wouldn't have listened to my advice very well.
Oh.
Well, okay, that's
One of
very
the pieces
fair.
of advice that I gave him was that I personally believe that individual players have a tendency to gravitate towards a certain style. And that's just the way it is. Like that's what you're best at. And you can spend a lot of conscious effort to break that so that you can be more well-rounded as a player or have something up your sleeve. But fundamentally, everyone has a comfort.
Of course.
That's what you played your whole life growing up.
Yeah.
So
Definitely.
that's what I believe you should bring out on stage. And Sion was an argument is because I asked Sniper, I was telling Snipers off-meta picks. He asked me, oh, even off-meta? And I'm like, okay, why do you think C9 banned Sion against me? Do you think Sion's good right now?
Not necessarily, no, but you're decent at it, you know?
I
And
know
it
how to make
works.
the champion succeed. I do specific things in the game to make a champion succeed, right? Like Blabber, when he plays a certain jungle pick, will know how to do certain things to make something that other players can't succeed, consistently succeed. And I'm a big believer in that. I'm a huge fan of it. It's why you've seen me play so many different champions over the course of my career, because I believe in fitting the niche of the meta more than this champion is meta because it specifically does that. So for example, K'Sante is so powerful in the meta is because you can't really swap into him. You will almost always fall behind, right? That plus he still scales really well.
Yeah.
So if you pick a tank that is hard to swap into that still scales well, maybe you can mimic some of the things K'Sante is trying to do.
Yeah, Sion.
And obviously K'Sante has certain elements that make him more desirable. But that can bring you to the conclusion of why I think there's a place for Sion in competitive play and why you've seen me use him on stage.
It's if this is true, what else is true?
And I'm a big believer that if you have past experience playing a certain champion or a certain set of champions that can fit that bill, you should play it. You know, Evelyn's a good example, isn't it?
We saw an Evelyn.
Yeah, it was against us as well, you know, so.
It won.
And it worked out, yeah. They did win.
Yeah.
Jungle diff, river diff. I'm just gonna call it river. Straight up, like straight up jungle diff. You know, he got solo killed by Evelyn. River. I know you're watching this right now. It was a jungle diff, okay? Like you gotta carry me next week if you wanna make up for it. Yeah.
There we go. Okay, thanks, River. Thanks, you guys, for joining us. Blabber, Bwippo, Sniper. Good luck next week and good luck in the rest of playoffs.
Thank you.
Thank you
You
so
know,
much.
if I could send you all the worlds, I definitely would. But then we also wouldn't be sending Team Liquid. So someone's gonna fall. Someone's gonna fall. Team
one of you
Liquid
guys,
is so
okay?
well.
Oh, one of us? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you gotta beat TL, bro. You could just beat TL.
True.
True,
You could
actually.
just, bro, you could just beat TL.
And then it's gonna be the three
Fair
of you.
enough, yeah. Then it'll be
And
us
there'll be the
three.
three of us, exactly.
Yeah. No TL?
Well, not really, because if you beat TL, one of us is going to beat TL, no?
Yeah, then,
Oh,
then,
okay,
then
that
one
is
of
true.
us will beat
It's
TL.
one of you guys.
Then one of
Let's
us
go.
will beat
So
TL.
you got to beat them first.
I don't know about. No, I'm just joking.
Hey, whoa.
No, we're
Hey,
gonna beat them. We're
dude.
gonna beat TL. We
Show
will
us the
beat
way.
them.
Show us how to do it.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
And then we'll learn from you. We'll learn from you.
There you have it.
Exactly.
That's how it's
Thank
going
you,
to work. Okay, that's it from this episode of Pros. You can also check us out on Spotify as well as weekly on the LCS YouTube channel. See you in playoffs.
Bye-bye.
I really randomly enjoyed the 2018 Worlds discussion out of nowhere. I hope you're okay with it, but just like
I love it.
yeah.
Bro, like we were getting shit on by Canyon and Tarzan, and we were just like, what is?
Same. I'm
It is so
surprised that you
funny.
guys
We're
got
like, man, we
tilted.
can't even beat
Dude,
these
yeah, we were
academy
like,
teams.
what is
Really?
happening?
You guys got tilted? Dude, we were playing them and we were like, holy shit, this team's better than IG. Like, we're fucked.
How would you even decide how to break the tie? Because they all have cons.
I work very simply. I do it the other way around. So it's definitely not licorice. He's not going there.
That is very fair.
Who was top lane on
Fake God.
Immortals? Castle? No, thank you.
Yeah, fake God.
Fake odd. I mean, I'm considering him right now because I'm biased because
He had some good NAR games
He
against
had
you.
some very good NAR games
yeah.
against me, and just in general. And
You got the 100 Thieves
then we
top
got
lane as
snipes,
well.
so it's like I'm looking at like what Fake God snipes.
Okay, I'll
Who
take
else is
that,
there?
you know?
Wait, there's one
Dokla?
more. Dokla.
Dokla.
Yeah, I mean,
Exactly my point. Flip a coin, throw it on the table.
bro.
I don't give a shit. Like.
Welcome back to Pros. End of Week 7 LCS regular season. Got a really exciting group of pros. Blabber, Bwippo, Sniper. Have to mention, though, a lot of people have been asking for it. Pros is available on Spotify for now, so if you want the podcast-only version, you can find that over on Spotify. But let's talk about C9 versus FlyQuest right off the bat. You two played earlier today. Blabber, congratulations on the victory. What were some of your thoughts on the match?
I think that it was pretty close match, honestly, in general.
Yeah.
I think they had some good swaps. I think swapping against Nyla was actually pretty annoying because she was able to get a huge XP lead, and then with what ended up happening, Nautilus was also like pretty far ahead. So I basically had no prio anywhere, and I'm playing Brand, who can't go anywhere by himself. So I got a bit lucky that they had a bad fight topside, but if they didn't fight there, my game was like pretty much over because I was able to get all my camps. And then I was like, oh, this is so, like I was telling my team, this is so good for me. Like, but because of that, I was actually fine in the game. But yeah, it was pretty hard to play game 2. And then game 1, I think, I don't remember what happened in game 1. What even happened in game 1?
It was the closest 2-0 series maybe we've had because both games were super close. What do you feel like about the series, Popo? What happened game 1?
Game 1, it's a good question. I remember swapping, and we showed us on a bit too early when she recalled, so an RTP top and got a bit more than he should have, but I didn't mind. I just remember distinctly the game got decided when, or like we were in a really bad spot when we had a 2v2 top, and like it looked really good, so I initiated more, but I misunderstood the comms and.
Oh, I remember.
Yeah, we were looking over it.
Is this the game 2?
No,
game 1.
It's game 1.
game
I was
1.
playing Cassandra and I flashed in, and like me and Quad flashed in trying to like clean up because we thought like, oh, Zeri's first, but no one communicated about Braum, so we lost track of Braum, and then like, oh, Braum's here too.
And then Leona Eden afterwards to like try to salvage a 2v4, and then we killed everyone.
We got aced, and that game went south after that.
I remember
and then
that,
game
actually.
2 was, I think it was pretty free. Like, especially that moment, I realized like if that's a normal wave, I can proxy it, but because it was a cannon wave, I can't do it in time. So I ended up baiting Inspired into a really bad fight because we would have got both Brand's top camps there, and there was like no counterplay for them. And basically the game would have been done from that point onwards because I already had a huge gold lead from like getting a kill and getting like 3 plates. I was farming plates. I was smurfing on them.
There was we saw the interview, or I don't know if you saw, but we had Busio in here during the commercial break interview, and he was mentioning the like game 2 draft was a little bit almost like YOLO, like you were saying, pick me Nautilus no matter what, and then you just kind of play Nyla. We were very confused when you originally saw the draft, or at least the casters were, because it was Nautilus and Rakan. They were speculating whether we'd see some like Nyla or Neela. How do you say it?
I think it's supposed to be Neela.
Yeah, I say Nyla, but
no.
It's supposed to be
I don't
Neela.
know. Yeah.
Someone on YouTube's
As
gonna
far
tell
as
us.
I understand.
Yeah, that AD champ Neela. Thought there was going to be some shenanigans moving between like mid and bot lane. Was that like a looser draft because you feel like you're going to be playing C9 in playoffs in round 2 anyway?
I don't want to get into it too much. I think.
What do you mean, anyways? They had to play NRG
this
first.
is kind of what Busio said. He's like, well, yeah, if we just need NRG, we're going to play C9 again.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to get into like all the reasons why I think it was good. I know I called for Nautilus because. Yeah, I don't know. I'm good at tanks, so I can blind pick any tank against pretty much anyone in this region, and they're not going to carry the game, so I might as well. And Nautilus is just another tank.
Besides me, of course. You know? I got my
Good
exactly.
thing you're on the opposite side of the bracket.
No. We'll get there. We'll play against one of you guys soon.
Yeah, we were worried about them doing the. We weren't worried, but like there was a strat in Vietnam where they were flashing over the wall level 1 and double proxying waves.
Yeah.
And we watched a video about it like 2 weeks ago, and we were talking about it, so we were like, dude, I hope they don't flash over our walls, but...
Oh my gosh, what the heck?
Yeah, if you watch the game, I'm like running around in my jungle, checking every bush.
Wait, did it actually work out though?
No, it was terrible what they did.
Oh,
they ended up winning the game, but they got double killed.
Oh, I see. Okay. Wait, so like it wasn't even good, you know? Like why even try that in the first place?
Well, it wasn't that bad because you get level 2 off 1 wave. Because of the way it works with Nyla passive. So they took 2 waves, and then it's good for your
Then
solo.
everyone's level 2.
Gotcha.
No, the two people who go over the wall hit level 2.
Level 2 first. Okay, I see what you mean.
And they took both waves, and then they just died at the tower or something.
Oh, wow.
You got a lot of tempo, I guess.
Yeah. Guess it works out
We
for
weren't cooking that much.
Yeah, Sniper, what did you think of the Fly C9 series?
I mean, it was just like another off day for me. I was just chilling, and then I just randomly saw that C9 2-0 at FlyQuest. So I just looked at the games, and it was kind of close, you know? Like, you guys were just perma-fighting each other, and, I mean, it's a game I would also want to play.
Who do you think was going to win? Because you saw the result, but just like yesterday, you're just like, oh yeah, who's going to be the number 2 seed?
I mean, we did get 0-2'd by Cloud9 when we played against you guys, and we did 1-2 you guys. So I expected C9 to win, you know?
That's how we judged it. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's how
Simple
I
maths.
makes
It adds up.
Yeah, I mean, just from like what happened on stage, you know? I thought you guys were going to win, for sure. But I didn't expect 2-0.
Yeah, you thought it'd be 2-1?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
2-1 C9. That's what I thought.
How's your anxiety now that you've actually won a few series? Because you guys were probably pretty stressed after I think started 1-4, and you ended 3-4.
Exactly, yeah.
So how much better do you feel now?
I mean, I'm slowly starting to feel good again. I feel like it's still not as good as like where I wanted to be when I was like playing last split. So it's definitely gotten better now that we're winning, but I'm like not satisfied whatsoever with how I'm playing and how my teammates are, or I guess with how I'm playing at least. But I'll get there eventually.
Yeah. How do you feel going into playoffs?
Well, I feel very confident in the first round because we're playing versus Dignitas, I think, and I feel like I match up against Licorice like really well. So I just can't wait to play against Dignitas and destroy them. 3-0.
So since it's the other side of the bracket, you can probably speak freely on your Dignitas Hunter Thieves thoughts.
I mean, I think Dignitas are pretty bad.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. Like, they're like they meme a lot about how like their scrims and stuff. But, like, I think it's like they're really bad in scrims. Like really bad.
Like we're even beating them, you know? Like 5-0 sometimes, 6-0. Like
So
it's not.
I don't
hard.
think they will beat 100, but I mean, they sometimes show up on stage. You know, they took a game off us. They took a game off TL, I believe. So maybe they'll show up.
I mean, Dignitas is do nothing and hope you don't lose team. So they just draft champions that are good in the game, like just good League of Legends champions, and then they hope they don't lose because of their individual mistakes. Which, I mean, basically, if you squeeze their players, they're going to make mistakes. If you don't squeeze, they will farm and scale, and they're experienced players, so they're not going to like throw the game later, you know. So I really think that if you feel confident and you can play your early game and you actually like squeeze where you're supposed to squeeze in your draft, you know, like usually a draft has some counter pick or whatever, you know, going on for you, some advantage somewhere. As long as you squeeze there, that player on Dignitas is going to int. So just make sure you squeeze. If you do nothing and just like farm and scale, then obviously like they pick good champions mid and late game and their players are experienced, so they're not going to make mistakes at that point of the game. But I think that there's a lot of holes in their laning phases and a lot of holes in their macro gameplay.
Well, who's that person or who's that player that you're
That's what I'm
talking
saying.
about?
Like, it doesn't matter. Every single lane they have. Every single lane is vulnerable. Every single player on that team and every single lane is vulnerable if you squeeze. So just, you know, pick where you want to squeeze and do it together. And I think the rest comes naturally. I don't think they're terrible early game in the sense you get a free win. But if you manage to keep the game on your pace and then you go into mid game, they have no hope. Mid game.
They're terrible.
I mean, I agree with them. They don't do very much. They do almost nothing, and they pick like decent scaling team comps almost every game, and then they pray that you're bad.
Okay.
That's what I think. Like, too.
They had a roughie today. They did win the series against Immortals.
I mean, they should have lost game 2 if Tidal didn't get hooked.
Yeah.
Or if IMT just played a bit better on their Baron push. I don't know like what was happening there. There were 4 people standing in one lane. Renekton's TPing from the Wolf.
Yeah, that was crazy to watch.
I don't know what was going on there. Like
what the heck?
Maybe they're too nervous.
It's probably the story of Immortals.
Yeah, probably story of Worlds. Like.
Yeah, you guys were talking earlier about Shopify and how they actually got a little more scary once they were eliminated. You played against them this weekend. So that was a strange series, man.
It was, yeah.
That was a strange series because they lost game 1, which eliminated them. And then I do want to know, I feel bad for Spooks because he's head coach for the week. And then you guys are playing Kane in game 3 in the series. How loose did you take the last 2 games of that Shopify series?
I mean, Sam or Spooks, sorry, just said like, we can just kind of have fun with it. Like, we're already in playoffs. It doesn't really matter anymore. So we kind of just picked whatever champions we wanted to play on the given day. And it didn't necessarily work out. Like, we almost somehow lost. Or we did lose game 2, actually, which was like very strange. But then we just took it back during game 3 because I was obviously on like a very OP pick. And yeah, like, we just got the series win, you know? So, like, take those.
Okay. What was your OP pick?
Cassante. I think Cassante, like, bro, the champion's just always been broken, you know? Like,
Since release?
And it's since release, since release. So, yeah, I was on Cassante, can never lose, you know? I'm the go on the champion. Well, yeah.
You're going,
I mean,
You did beat me when I was playing Cassante, so you could say that. You played Darius into my Cassante.
Oh yeah, you forgot that I could not press recall.
Yeah. No, I just like.
You got a solo kill that game, I remember actually.
Oh, I should have.
Like that's why, I can't really call it a solo kill. You know, it's just like, I'm pretty sure he's gonna greed. And I'm just sitting there like.
It worked out, you know, like it worked out for you. So it made sense.
You sure did.
Yeah.
I remember dying to that one in the early stages of my career as well.
It's an experience thing.
It really is, honestly. Like just thinking about like actually taking a moment to just like think about like what if he didn't recall, you know? Like, that's something you need to happen. I think a big thing about experience is actually having presence of mind in the moment. That's what experience allows you, you know, is to see the whole picture. And it goes to a lot of situations. I'll give you an example. I hadn't played it internationally in a while, so at MSI, for example, I was making mistakes on stage that I would never have past like my first year of playing in professional league. So at MSI 2018, for example, I got like a huge amount of experience, right? Where I would be thinking about things that you don't see happen regionally. Like people only squeeze that out of you in an international setting when it comes to like how you use your TP, how you lane, how you include your jungler, how they include their jungler. Like these things, the best teams in the world are just better than your average regional team. So experience allows you to kind of have that perspective of like, oh, the picture was bigger than I thought it was. And that's like a small example where, if you just base TP there, I can't do anything. But if you don't, and you try to push,
you
may be in big trouble, you know, exactly. Like then it's like a huge lead for me. Whereas if you base TP, I can still lane afterwards because I was fine conditioned, but I wouldn't be able to squeeze anything for the rest of the lane. So if you came to that conclusion and came to that outcome, then me standing in that bush is actually somewhat of a negative for me. Whereas I got on the winning side of the flip, and that's like the fun thing about a competitive game, where it's like I'm taking a small risk. It's not a huge risk, but it makes it so that I can get a guaranteed lead. So I wouldn't get any CS lead or anything if I make that play, because now I have to play to get a recall. I can't play to bully my lane opponent. That's the risk I'm taking. But the reward is a potential kill or getting summoners and then blowing open the whole laning phase. And that's just something you need to be thinking about when you're playing on the defensive side of that kind of lane.
A little bit of a follow-up for you, Sniper. So you're talking about the almost increased pressure of international play, where you lose your presence of mind with the opponents that you're playing against in international play?
Well, not only that, but they're also a bit more like creative when it comes to how to win the game and like how to squeeze advantages out of you. They're not only more creative, but they're just like they're just better.
They're just better,
But that's a part of it. The stress is a huge, like it is a part of it, but also more so like they're just, you know how like on any given wave, on any given time on the map, you can have your support there if you wanted to. Like that's almost the way it can be, right? If you're creative enough, you can include as like up to maybe 5 players in a single play, right? You need to have priority and you can be creative enough.
I was just going to ask you about now that we're going into playoffs again. 100 Thieves was really, you guys were good right away, and then that almost raised the expectations really high, and then playoffs was a struggle. Was there any particular reason for that you're reflecting on now in terms of pressure, and that maybe you would be more ready for the second time around?
That's a pretty good question. I think I was actually talking to Bufo about it earlier, where I felt like during the regular season of last split, I had like a really good process. I like stuck with the process, and it got me to where I was, which was like I was one of the best top laners.
What was your process?
It was, well, I don't really want to get too deep into like what I was doing, but then just all of a sudden it stopped working for me. Then I just completely collapsed when I played against you guys, when I played against C9.
When did we play? Week 3?
It was, it was last split, like during playoffs.
Last
split.
I think you played against like TF Top in game 1 or something.
I remember that.
Yeah, exactly. So I kind of had to just adjust how I was playing, and it took me a series to get to that point, but I mean, it was just unfortunate, and it was like a very big learning experience for me. So I definitely made the best out of it.
Awesome. I want to do a quick hit on TL as well, because I think there's some nuance here in their like undefeated split, because they are the undefeated team. It's never been done before, but we've also never played 7 matches in a whole year. I did like a whole little bit on it. There was, I think, like 2016 TSM started 14-0 when they were double round robin best of 3s before losing. You guys in 2020 went 17-1 overall. Original C9 went like 25-3 when we were doing like double round robin. Or quadruple round robin, 8 teams back in 2013. You would have been like
7 years old, yeah.
But anyway, I was just trying to like put into context, and it's fine because they are the competition in future weeks. But just how do you guys feel like that accomplishment should rank in terms of like greatest seasons in LCS history?
I mean, what do you guys think? Because I've only been playing LCS for
How long have you been watching LCS?
I guess I've been watching LCS ever since 2015 or 2016.
Okay, so you saw Immortals go 17-1?
Well, I was only watching C9 actually. I was just watching C9 and like TSM, like those are the only games that I cared about. But I mean, it's definitely impressive, where TL is at right now. So you got to give them like the benefit of the doubt, you know. So, yeah, I mean, we're gonna beat them when we play against them in playoffs.
Okay.
So I don't know if it's gonna matter. Their regular season score is gonna matter.
It doesn't matter because you're gonna beat them.
Exactly. Yeah. But what do you guys think?
I mean, I don't think. I mean, I think it's impressive to go 7-0. Like, but I don't think it ranks near like any of the teams that have been at the top. Like, not even just including mine. It's like if they went 14-0, I wouldn't care how many losses they had. I would be like, okay, they beat every team twice. Like, that's pretty impactful. And it's like, I feel like, I don't know, they're 14-3 this split. I feel like there's been a lot of teams that have done something like that. And I don't feel like it's, I mean, it's an undefeated series split, I guess, but it's definitely not an undefeated split, right? They lost, and
I agree.
I think it's harder to judge. It's also like, I don't know, for me, like the single round is like really weird because like for us, we didn't have side select versus Fly and TL. Like, it doesn't really matter, but it's like, you don't get to choose who you have side select against. Like, we unluckily flipped the coin and didn't get side select versus our two toughest opponents. Like, I don't think it like matters that much, but it is like, it will play into how well you do for like a whole split if you have double round robin.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think international success is what like kind of holds more weight.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You mentioned Immortals 2017. Like, who talks about that? 17.
Yeah, 2016, they didn't even make it. Yeah.
No one talks about it because like they didn't make it to international competition, so no one cares. Fnatic made their undefeated split in 2015. Everyone talks about that one because not only is it undefeated, but they were also a great team at Worlds.
They made
So my point is, yeah, they did. So my point is a regular split has to have like a great like regular split has to have a follow up for people to care about the fact that it happened.
Right. So if TL happened to win the split, but then also made World semifinals, then maybe in retrospect people would say like, man, undefeated split.
I mean, even if they win the split, I think people will definitely talk about it. Not just like, I mean, I think international performance will be really important to their split. But like, if they win the split, I think people will talk about it a lot
I do think
more.
winning a split, like winning a split is sufficient. But I think if you don't win the whole split, then you need some international competition to keep the relevance going.
Yeah.
Like some international performance, which by the way, I think both are very possible for TL. I think they're a great team. They're definitely the best team in the LCS in my book. I'm not sold that we can't beat them. I definitely feel like we can be great competition. Same for C9 for that matter. So that's exciting for me. But they are very good.
Yeah, I mean, you both 2-1, pretty close series. You at the first series of the split, you guys in week 6. And yeah, I think I agree with you, Blabber, in terms of if they'd gone 14-0. Also, if they had gone like 14-0 in games, I think then also it's a bit of the conversation. But with the 3-game drop, they did everything they needed to do, which is still very impressive. But the overall ranking is probably still below the other teams that are mentioned: 2020 C9, 2016 Immortals, probably 2016 TSM. So yeah, still a really good split. I don't want to like de-hype it, but I don't want to overhype it either. You know?
Definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they're definitely one of the best, or they're probably the best team in the league right now too. So makes sense that they're 7-0, I guess. Yeah.
Do you guys think about All Pro at all in your weekly lives, or only when you have to fill out the ballots? Do you do the ballot for C9?
I'm doing the ballot this year, but I haven't thought about it until an hour ago when I got the email.
We just got the email, so I haven't filled it out yet.
Wait, email for what?
So All Pro voting. Who does the All Pro voting on 100 Thieves?
I think it's our coaches actually that do it.
Okay, so the coaches.
Just one player does it?
There's a coach vote and then a player vote for each team.
Yeah.
And then the only rules are you can't vote for your own team in the ballot.
Yeah, I got you.
So
I have no idea then. I have no idea who's doing it.
It's not you then.
Yeah, so it's not you.
Probably isn't me, unfortunately.
Well,
but
people just pick one guy. We always sat down together when I was doing it in Fnatic. Like we'd all sit down together and like yell at the screen, you know. Like, this g's first. Like, no, that guy's trash. No way, that guy picked this into the. I destroyed him. No way, we're putting him first.
we were doing that last split actually.
Yeah, that always.
That's probably the ballot.
Pure content.
It was only last split though. I don't know. We'll probably do it.
We'll probably do it together because we have until the 14th to do it. Yeah. At least for us on C9, it's like we kind of let the person who plays the role kind of choose it.
Yeah.
More so, obviously, like since I'm doing it, I'll have final say. If they give me some really troll answers, I'm not gonna put it down. But like usually we just talk to each other, and then we let the person who plays that role decide. Because
Can you do your jungle one?
Not including myself, right?
Yeah, because you can't.
It would probably be Inspired, Umti, and then probably Boogie. I would put on my ballot.
Right.
I haven't thought about it too much, but that's probably what I would put.
Not final. Do you have any quick thoughts of who you'd put for top lane?
I mean, pretty easy, no? Like, it's just like Impact, put C9 top laner, Thanatos up there, and then like, I don't know, I don't know. Who cares?
Bro, I'm right here, bro. I'm the other top laner that you could also choose from, you know?
Yeah,
well,
that's what I'm saying. Like, what I'm trying to say is, like, I think third here is like.
If you had to say, you know,
I mean, like, my point is like, well, that's what I'm saying. Is I think, like, if I remove myself from the equation, I think you can make an argument for everyone, and that's not in a good way.
Yeah, of course, you know, like
you've got Thanatos, you've got Impact, and then like if you like, then you got me, right? And I don't mind which order you put them in, but I think that should be the All-Pro vote for top lane, at least my opinion. I don't think any top laner stood out on any other team. Like, for example, you did when you were in spring, you stood out.
Of course.
So it made sense to put you, even if, you know, C9 or TL had a better regular season or whatever it was. I don't actually remember what you guys' score was at the end.
we were top 2.
They were second. They were
actually
second,
You guys are just goated.
Yeah, no, we were, you know.
They were tied with you guys.
So you guys were just goated. So that makes sense. But like, this regular split, it's like, if you try to think of the top 3 teams, and it's like, okay, like, you want to put me fourth and put like whoever you want third, like, sure. But I definitely think it's Thanatos and Impact 1-2. And then, like I said, if you want to put me third, because why not, then go ahead. If you don't, I don't mind.
But if you're doing a battle, just because I think Sniper really wants to know, because you can't put yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
And you
like,
need to put a third top laner in.
Yeah, if you had to say, you know,
how would you even decide how to break the tie? Because they all have cons.
I work very simply. I do it the other way around. So it's definitely not Licorice. He's not going there.
that is very fair.
Who was top lane on Immortals? Castle? No, thank you.
Yeah, Fake God.
Fake God. I mean, I'm considering him right now because I'm biased because
he had some good NAR games against you.
He had some very good NAR games against me, and just in general in scrims, like when he plays meta matchups, he doesn't like he plays like really disciplined. So it's good practice for me. So I like him for that.
You got Snipes.
You got the 100 Thieves.
Then we got Snipes, so it's like I'm looking at like what Fake God, Snipes.
Okay, I'll
Who
take
else is
that.
there?
You know?
Wait, there's one more.
Dokla. Yeah, I mean.
Exactly my point. Flip a coin, throw it on the table. I don't give a shit. Like,
Oh my god.
like, let's be real. Like,
Yeah.
don't get me wrong. I think all of them can play some good League of Legends. Like, I'm going to be playing Dokla in the best of 5. Like, I don't think he's bad at the game or anything, but it's just like, you know, like, was his performance or the performance of their teams, like, were the top laners relevant in their teams'
victories and stuff.
Success, basically. Not just victories, but like as a team, like as a brand on the split, during the split, right? Like Team Liquid, you think Impact, would that team be as good if you put an equally, like a similarly skilled player in that team? Would the dynamic still work if you had a carry top laner? No, it wouldn't. That means he's playing a big part in that team, right? That's what I think about. Like, you put a different NAR or Necton player in C9 and you'd probably have similar results. If he lane just as good as he did, that's what I believe.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't put him second. That's where I'm at, you know? I'm big on personal and like individual achievements as like, not achievements, but I'm big on like an individual marking their flavor on a team. You know what I mean? Like when a player makes me go like, that team is different if he's not playing on it. And you mentioned Boogie, and I think that's why everyone like has him up there, is because Shopify with, Shopify without, it's a night and day.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, yeah, for my third is like, there's like kind of the same with why I don't really know who I would put at third. So Boogie's done the most to turn his team around, I feel like.
Yeah, definitely.
What about River? What about River? Do you think he's still like?
I mean, River was getting kind of shit on by Boogie yesterday, I'm not gonna lie.
Like, he was playing like Kayn and stuff, you know? He was playing just like random junglers.
He got
like,
solo killed in the Sejuani Evelyn matchup.
Okay, well, okay, it's because I trolled him. It's actually because I trolled him. I didn't 3F crash and then like.
No, I remember him in multiple games. This split he's been running it.
Standing up for his jungler.
Yeah, I don't think he hasn't been playing that good. In my opinion, he hasn't been playing that good this split.
I agree.
Compared to what I would expect from River,
That's true too.
Yeah.
Got you. Okay, I see. Yeah. All right, I was just curious, you know. I was just curious what you thought.
I think that's big as well, and like when you consider a player and like his competition is a lot of people like they look at a player and they have like a certain notion of how good the player is, and when he doesn't live up to that level, even though he still may be better than his competition, you're automatically going to put him lower because he wasn't significantly better than everyone else when you expected him to be.
Of course.
Yeah, that's true too.
I'm going to be really interested looking at the coach and player ballots more so than the caster or media ballots, because I think this, I'm a great pitch person for awards, is going to be maybe the most disappointing All-Pro we see, only because, like, if I think about it holistically, the whole split, the storyline has been FlyQuest, C9, TL, these three way above the rest. So I go to like every single team, and I'm like, I think we might only have 3 teams on all 3 All-Pro teams. It's so hard for Boogie to move up, for you to move up above Whippo, or Thanatos or Impact. And like on paper, I understand that that's why that's probably going to happen, because it's so hard to justify a case for one of the players on the other 5 teams to make it into an All-Pro team. But I also think it's a little bit ludicrous to think that the 15 best players in the entire LCS are all concentrated on 3 teams. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to say because it's like it's never really happened before, but like not a single team below us won a game against us, like won a series versus us. You know, like Fly, TL, C9. I mean, TL didn't drop a game, but C9 and Fly didn't drop a single game to anyone, not C9 or TL.
The 3 of you beat everybody below.
So it's like I don't think that's ever happened before. Maybe it has, but it's like it's really hard, and also like it's kind of hard to do All Pro in a single round robin split. Like you don't see the meta changing enough, in my opinion, to like Inspired, for example, spent the whole split playing farming junglers, right? Like Fly are definitely really good at that style, right? But like in a double round robin, the meta might shift, and it might not be farming jungles, and maybe Fly will do worse. I don't know. They did good last split, right, without farming jungles, but that's just like my take on single round robin. It's like it's really hard because if you're just also specifically in farming jungle meta, the better team will always win. Like you can't really make that many plays when you're playing farming junglers, and if the enemy laners are just beating your laners, it's not easy to make impact in the game.
Yeah, it's weird to me as well, because I agree that the single round robin makes it difficult to judge the variance in teams. Even though we technically played more games this split than we did last split, because double round robin best of 1 was just guaranteed 2 games, and we played a little extra. But even if it doesn't happen in this round of voting, I'm kind of curious how you would evaluate. This is a question I always struggle with when I'm doing All Pro votes. But how would you guys evaluate, like, a good player on a bad team and how you can tell? Because sometimes it's about, oh, this person's consistently ahead in lane, but then, like, their jungler's running it down, so they're never going to look good. And it ends up being the result of the games, and a lot of times just like the quick cursory glance of their stats ends up making your All-Pro or maybe a few highlight plays. But how do you, I'm actually just kind of curious, like, from the bottom 5 teams, you guys have already mentioned Boogie and Fake God. Like, who stands out? Sniper, obviously.
Yeah,
everybody on
I was waiting for my name there, but
obviously
it's
Sniper,
chill, you know.
But so for you 2 players on the bottom 5 teams, for you players on the other 4 teams that are down there, like, who would stand out to you as, like, could be deserving of all Pro votes if they're in a slightly better situation?
I mean, that is kind of hard to decide, I feel like, because there wasn't like necessarily anyone, you know, that like stood out when I played against them in scrims or like even on stage, you know. So last split, it was Castle for me because I thought he was really good in lane, but then he was like probably the worst top laner outside of lane, I actually thought. But this split, yeah, there's not necessarily anyone. Yeah, I just like thought you knew because.
I don't know. I don't remember. I mean, laning against him, I don't know. Nothing pops up out of lane.
Even
He was that unmemorable?
No, in lane he was like not bad, you know. Like he was pretty good, but
I guess.
Not bad, pretty good.
that's just what I thought.
Yeah, sure. I don't mind. Yeah, you can think of that. I don't mind. I don't have an opinion.
Approval or?
I don't know. I
mean,
I put it this way. His laning phase didn't make me go like, whoa, this guy's good.
Yeah.
But like, you know, I have a lot of different perspective. You know, like there's a literal handful of players that made me do that. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got you. Okay.
I have a different background.
Fair enough. Okay. Fair enough. No,
I can name you the players that made me go like that. I can name them.
I saw you do an interview talking about Bin's Jax.
Yeah, Bin, laning against Bin, I was like, whoa, this guy's cracked. I laning against Deshai in 2018, and I was
that guy was crazy, by the way.
He was insane in 2018.
I remember watching scrims against IG, like when C9 played against IG, it was...
Well, I played like 50 scrims, and I took him out a few times. I'm serious about it. I will say this, and I've said this before, but they didn't ban Victor top because they thought it was weak, okay?
Okay.
I was making some movies on him.
Cleaned him.
Was it on stage when you? Like,
yeah, when I went on stage, Victor had to be removed from the game. Just saying.
Oh,
I was not allowed. See, Fnatic could not lock in Victor.
You took us out.
I did take you out as well.
I mean, I didn't play, but I was watching, and you know, we didn't scrim. We didn't scrim that week.
True.
We didn't scrim that week because we got like 0-16 or 0-18 by At the time, I think it was Damwon and Griffin. We were like,
my.
oh,
Mental boom because of that?
yeah, we were like these challenger teams. I mean, turned out to be Chovy and
That's why we knew. Like when we played against them, we were like, fuck.
we could not like scrim versus them. Like we were getting shit on so hard. It was like unplayable. And we were like, oh, it's just the fatigue, the world's fatigue. And then we were like, after we got shut up by the LCK challenger teams, we're like, we're not scrimming anymore. We played a whole week of flex queue.
Oh gosh.
And then we didn't know what to pick against Victor. So Eric was like, I'm just gonna first time Echo on stage. Like I don't know what to pick.
You know what's really funny about that? I asked Caps on stage.
Yeah.
Isn't this matchup really good for Victor mid?
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, I thought so too. Because I was like a Victor player. I would play Victor always mid lane. I would just play Victor mid every game. I was autofilled mid. And I was like, I'm pretty sure I shit on every Echo I ever played against. And when we looked at Echo, I'm like, yo, this guy, I'm gonna like, it's not gonna be pretty.
We had no idea what to pick versus Victor, and we didn't have bans either because Akali or Aurelia were completely broken and we couldn't play them. So we had to ban it the whole tournament. Worked against Afrika. They played Victor, and he was doing really well.
Giga
But
far ahead
he
in
was
that game.
super far ahead, but they couldn't win the games. So
I'm just gonna say, like, I haven't seen a top laner get dog walked that hard for 3 games straight, and then still 3-0. Like, holy, like,
I mean,
Keen was absolutely dog walking.
Dennis was going crazy at the Grays, by the way. He was like, I don't know, he was smurfing so hard that
True, yeah.
the whole series, I think.
I literally don't know what you
Yeah.
guys are talking about.
Just good old days. What I'm trying to say is,
That was 2018 Worlds,
people,
basically.
yes,
That was a fun experience.
Okay, got you.
people saw my 0-6 Circle game and thought, like, I'm a noob.
I was.
I'm not a noob because I went 0-6, okay? I was
I
not
remember that game.
outclassed.
Game 1. That was game 1.
The game 2.
That was game 2?
Yeah, game 1 I was going dead even against Silent.
Wait, against who? Who were you?
The Shy.
But Sam was
Shy,
so
it was
OP with
against
Iceborne
Gotcha.
but that Worlds no? Like it was like Iceborne
Yeah,
Sound?
no, I know. I told my coaches about it. I'm like, if you guys pick this, he's going to pick Silent on 3. They're like, nah, it's the Shy. He won't pick Silent.
And you just picked it.
He did pick Silent.
Wait, was it in the finals?
It was
You guys
finals,
were
yeah.
playing?
We played one finals, yeah.
Got you. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
this
well.
is just quick history. 2018, things were looking up for NA because C9.
We made semis.
C9.
Oh, semis, you guys
3-0'd.
What the heck?
We made
They
semis.
Well, that's
3-0'd
top
the
four.
last
I mean,
Korean team.
I didn't play.
Oh, you okay?
Yeah,
got
so
you.
he was on the team, but he
I was
was
on the
he was
team,
a
yeah.
6 man. They had Sven Skernis or jungler. Bwippo was on Fnatic as well.
Yeah.
Also 6-man, I guess.
Yeah.
But
Oh, you're also 6-man.
But he ended up starting. He ended up
You guys
starting.
got top 2 in the freaking World
Yeah,
Championship.
you got
That
finals.
is correct.
Wow.
Why do you
quite
think a lot of
insane.
people like think I have
was-
some respect for me?
Yeah, no,
I was considered a pretty big deal.
got you. Okay.
Because he played bot lane and top lane that year.
He was telling me actually
Yeah.
that he was playing ADC before.
I remember watching
Wow.
that. I remember watching
Yeah,
that.
Reckless retired fakely
Fake.
It wasn't- it was a break.
to
No,
peer
no,
pressure Riot into buffing 80 carries, and it worked.
I mean, in our team, it was never a retirement. It was just like, all right, we're just gonna we just came to a simple. I don't know why, like the public maybe speculate on that, but like from our perspective, it was just like,
Because he said he retired. That's why they speculated.
did he make like a
interview
I don't
saying he's
remember.
retired.
Oh my gosh.
oh, maybe.
Wow.
He retired for only a couple weeks.
No,
No,
basically, I remember now. He said that he wasn't going to play until they buffed 80 carries again because there's no point. Because that's the conclusion he came. It was just like, dude, so I was playing mages in Spring Split, right?
Yeah.
And I was a big mage player.
Yeah.
Mage top laner. Like I played Swain, Vladimir, and that's mostly what I played. But anyway, I was known for playing those bad boys, and then that was the meta. Literally, Swain and Vladimir were number 1 and 2 80 carries
Yeah, I
in bot
remember,
lane.
I
They were the
remember.
best blind pick 80 carries in the game.
Yeah.
Like, well, AP carries, I guess. And
Well-
everyone across the world was playing them, and then Reckless was just looking at me, and he was like looking at our staff, and he's like, "Dude, like this guy plays this shit, like, literally." And my coaches were like, "All right, bet."
Holy
It
crap.
was also
wow.
funnel meta at the time, so it was like a lot better to have mages in bottom because you just needed like someone sufficiently good enough to lane to just play mages bot while your ADC went mid and
Do
just
you remember
funneled.
funnel? Do you even know what
crap.
that is?
I remember the Tarek Master Yi thing, like in solo queue.
was this, but with
that's the only
yeah,
thing
but
I-
it wasn't
that's the only thing I
Tarek. It wasn't Tarek.
remember.
Like,
It was Sona Tarek actually, right?
No, it was
No,
like
no,
it was
that-
like
that was the year
Bra-
after.
It was
That
like
was the year after.
Braum
Yeah.
in the jungle,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
jungle,
Yeah.
and he
It was
just
Braum, Kaisa running each. Like Kaisa would farm 300 CS 20 minutes.
Or
and
Zyra
Braum-
Khan.
Yeah, Zyra Khan.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Oh my gosh.
Nunu Karthus was a good
I know.
one.
I played Nunu Kale on stage, or Nunu Kaisa. I played Nunu Kaisa in Academy. It was so broken.
because they didn't have
Holy
reduced
crap.
experience on jungle camps back then.
I lost
so
to
mid laners were
Wadid
just super
Yanko
level.
spot lane. Like,
I see, okay.
oh my god.
Wait, what the heck?
It's
I cannot imagine League of Legends like that right now.
It was
Like,
pretty
that
fun.
does
I'm not gonna
feel-
lie. I mean, it's fun for me, like as a jungler. I mean, I think some people might have hated it. Like ADCs might have hated it, or mid laners might have hated it. But like for me, like
it was fun.
It was peak. Like I was playing Nunu, farming 0 camps, like pressing. It was old Nunu, so I would just press Blood Boil on my Kai'Sa. I would like. I remember I played one game against Insanity on Karthus, and I would just run around mid lane with Blood Boil on. He was trying to crush the wave, so my teammate couldn't, or so Sneaky couldn't farm camps and catch the mid wave. And I would just Blood Boil. I just run around in a circle so he couldn't Q me. He just went trying to stop me from freezing, and I don't know. It was so funny.
It was super degenerate. Yeah, it was super degenerate.
Well,
That's
funnel
exactly
was,
what
but
it sounds
like a lot of the games, like they fixed funnel in like 2 weeks, like 3 weeks.
Yeah, it wasn't that long. It wasn't that
It
long.
was like 3 weeks of regular season. I remember of the funnel being a real thing. I mean, apparently like, G2 ended up doing it in 2019 as well.
I don't know,
But that wasn't really a thing normally. But AP carry bot lane still was a real thing, which is actually really funny because as a footnote for that era of League of Legends, I always told everyone in my team that the hardest matchups for Swain, Vladimir, and these champions were AD carries.
Oh my gosh.
Anytime I played against like Lucian, I remember Lucian and Varus, I was like, these champs are so much stronger than mages. I don't know why these AD carries are coping. Like, I don't know what's wrong with them. They're so much stronger. And it's not even that they were weak at one item, because that was always the cope, you know? It's like, but at one item, like the Swain and Vlad are so OP. And it's like, yeah, they are, but Varus and Lucian were not weak at one item.
Yeah.
So
this is really fun for me, doing a trip down memory lane. I know you might have been a little bit lost or confused, especially about the 2018 World Stories. What has been, like, we're talking about funnel. You've experienced a little bit of lane swapping. Like, what do you feel like the most degenerate thing you've experienced as like a high-level League player?
Degenerate?
Like, basically, if you project yourself 5 years in the future and you're reminiscing about the good old days, like, what are you saying about these last year or two
Yeah.
at LCS?
It would definitely be lane swaps, I think. Like, I was completely new to lane swaps. I had no idea what I was doing, especially like when we were in Korea, just boot camping. I was like completely clueless. I died to like every single lane swap, and it just wasn't a fun time for me, you know? So it would definitely be the lane swaps. That's what it would be for me.
What have you learned about the lane swaps? I mean, a lot, obviously, but like, what was the biggest mistake you would make?
I think just dying on, or like they just always be stacking a wave on me, and then I just die on the third wave, like every single time. I didn't know what to do, you know? Like, I didn't know that I could have just helped my jungler clear his camps. I could have just sat in like the middle bush of like the tier 2 tower, tier 2 top tower. I didn't know any of this, you know? I just kept on dying on the third wave, third/fourth.
And then you end up 2 levels down the enemy top laner, and then
Yeah, and then
that's usually what happens when you mess up your lane swap.
Yeah.
Yeah, it happened to me every single game. Like when I was in Korea,
Pain.
you know, like
Pain.
Oh my gosh, I was so tilted. It was
At least it's a little different than when lane swaps were super meta, because the top laner would actually just jungle with the jungler because the jungle camp shared experience.
Oh, wait,
So
that,
you would,
that was so
you would
awesome.
just
I remember
double
that.
jungle. That was like
that was-
2013,
that was so
2014.
long.
holy crap!
Yeah,
I can't believe I still remember that. Like,
it's
wow.
League of Legends has gone through some wild changes. I want to bring us back a little bit though, towards playoffs. You guys are all in playoffs. Blabber, you have a bye. You're playing NRG week 1. You're playing Dignitas week 1. What do you expect, or what can fans expect from you or your team as they tune into next week's matchups? It's a scripted question.
Scripted question, got you. Well, expect us to win the series for sure. I feel like our team matches up against Dignitas very well, and especially me, I think I match up against Licorice like really good as well. So we're definitely gonna at least, well, it might not be a 3-0, but I definitely think we'll like 3-1 them, 3-1 them for sure next week.
All right, Whippo, what about NRG?
honestly, like, I don't know, man. Like they seem donezo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Am I crazy for saying that?
No,
They
you're
seem
not
like,
crazy.
Like
You're not
yesterday,
crazy at all.
okay,
Two or
yesterday,
three of them weren't even here. They were sick, though.
Okay, they were sick yesterday, but I don't know. Like I'm watching their games, like even just
Maybe
like
that was it.
the one fight where like they're just so not on the same page. Contracts flashes ult the Ezreal. It's actually not bad, but then Yoan ults someone else, and then they're like all calling different targets. It feels like, well, like I don't know. It's like so crazy to me. Like they're just so.
They just seem tilted.
Yeah,
no?
they're so. I don't know if they're tilted, but like they're so. I mean, maybe they are, but they're so not on the same page. It feels like, and I don't know. It's
that's why I get that vibe. Of like they're like far gone. I feel like
downfall of the greats. I don't know.
I'm not sure. They won last split in summer. They didn't look good in regular season. I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna
And you
talk
played
shit.
them. You played
No,
them too.
you weren't
so-
playing them. You weren't playing NRG.
I wasn't
last
playing.
Year, no,
Yeah,
so.
last year I wasn't playing.
You weren't playing.
Doesn't matter.
That's true. Actually.
Yeah, I wasn't playing, but they beat you guys.
They did beat us. That was.
And that
depressing,
was
by the way.
that was not
Like,
expected.
oh my god! Like I can't believe we lost to them. I mean, I can believe it, but like,
Yeah, you can.
Basically, I don't want to be. I don't want to be him right now. Yeah, I don't want to be him back then. So, yeah, I don't know. They look like they're completely out of juice. I feel like the whole year and kind of the expectations of them, winning a summer split into
just
the whole year. That's the best sound I can make to describe their year. It's going to be hard to believe that they can create anything other than more of that.
It's going to be wild because they had such a peak it was like such a short peak too. Because even in summer they were the 5th or 6th seed.
It's like the peak of all peaks. It's like summer regular split,
beat G2
playoffs, straight into Worlds, beat G2. Like it doesn't get better than that. Like I don't know. It's crazy.
I don't know.
What's on deck for you? Because you don't play for 2 weeks. You have a bye.
Yeah, I mean, we will. It's a new patch going playoffs, so we will definitely be scrimming a lot. We're not going to be taking more than, I think, 1 day off. I mean, I think we might take another day off after the week, but not more than 1 day off at a time. We fully expect to play FlyQuest, but you never know. But yeah, we'll have a good time adapting, I hope, to the new patch, and we'll be able to watch Fly's games or NRG's games and try to learn from it and learn how to beat them.
I don't want to spend too long on it if you guys haven't dove into the new patch yet, but are you familiar with patch 14.16? The look you're giving me says no, so we're moving on.
Just ask them the question. Just
a little bit. I read it a little bit.
Anything that is jumping out to you that could disrupt things?
I mean, I think Azir buff is pretty good, and I think D-Blade nerf could be big, but I don't know enough. That's mid lane for me.
What's the nerf?
D-Blade is down 20 HP and 5.5% Omni Vamp or 1%, something like that. Azir has 3 more armor. And some other stuff.
Just like a little bit of help against
And I thought they were going to nerf AP jungle items, like Faded Ashes, but I don't think they ended up doing that. The thing is, I don't have the patch notes yet. I just have what's posted by Freak on Twitter. But sometimes they change that from Twitter to the actual patch notes, and they do it without telling you either sometimes. So we'll see what happens, but I don't know if the meta will change that much.
Yeah.
Who's the guy that posted normally? Flox, right?
Froxon.
Yeah.
Froxon?
Yeah, Froxon.
Flox.
Yeah.
There's Flox?
There's a Flox, yeah.
Dude, he needs to change his name. His name's
Froxon?
his name's Matt.
Yeah.
Like it's a very simple name.
Okay. Anyway, he's the GOAT because he posts, but now Freak's the GOAT because he posted when.
Yeah,
Frox, the 1 week.
He's off or something. He's off or something. Yeah. So
anyway,
Freak posted.
Absolute GOATs. Keep doing it. I love it.
Yeah.
And I didn't read them. I usually do read them quite quickly, but I didn't read this one. I just saw Azir getting buffed, and I was like, oh, all right, this is I turned off the page.
You're like, I'm done.
All right, whatever. I mean, I get it. It's a game. It's professional, and there's casual play. I get it. He needs a buffer. The casuals makes sense. I'm huge on League of Legends because I love champions individually. I only play a specific role because that's my job description. Right.
Very true.
But
you're pretty good at jungle.
But that's why I was pretty good at jungle, because I
spent
spend so much time playing any role. I would play champions, not roles, when I used to play a lot. So fundamentally, I believe everyone has some history as League, and that defines them as a player to an extent, in my opinion.
Yeah.
For example, I know what direction his career is going. You know what I mean?
Which direction is that?
And it does not include Sion.
Okay, I might just switch up my champion.
We're back to the sad debate again.
You can prove me wrong. All I'm trying to say is I fundamentally believe that. You come from solo queue, you have a certain habit. You're going to be, how do I say this? You may be good at a champion or decent at a champion like Sion in the future, but it's never going to be a preference.
I kind of want to hear this discussion. So we're basically done pros, but I want to give you guys a chance to talk about kind of whatever you want if you have something. But I'm just personally curious. You two were talking for at least 20 minutes before the show.
Yeah.
I didn't get to hear the conversation. So what were you talking about? I want in.
We were talking about a lot of things, to be honest.
Okay.
I don't even think I remember everything that we spoke about, but mainly it was just about
I remember.
Oh, you remember literally everything that we were talking
course,
about? Well, okay. I can
I
name
wanted
a
to
couple
talk to you about these things.
Yeah, of course.
Because I wanted to help you out because you mentioned that you had
that's
bad,
nice of
you were struggling mentally, and I've always given you a hard time on broadcast, so I felt bad and I wanted to, help you out because like I said, I do think you have a bright future ahead of you.
Thank you. Appreciate
even
that.
if it doesn't include Sion.
Of course, yes, of course. I appreciate that a lot. But,
That's cool. You don't need to disclose everything, but it's cool to know. But
I don't mind.
keep going.
Some of the things that we were talking about were just communicating to your teammates and kind of just talking with each other about what's important, and just some things that happen in your games or your game one.
Yeah, use an example.
Least. Yeah. So he was showing me an example of it, and he was basically just trying to teach me what he learned throughout his career as well. And I do appreciate that a lot. By the way, Bippo, thank you for that.
Of course.
And yeah, I mean, those are like the two main things that we were speaking to each other about. So yeah, I'm very grateful for that, for sure.
So when are you going to play Scion? Yeah, now I want to know when's the first Sniper Scion.
Hey, he plays Cassante at least. But
That's close.
Cassante's not like Scion. Cassante's like just broken.
Yeah, he is very broken. He can be anything, literally anything you want. I mean, I might bust it out next week.
Okay.
I hope he never does. That's the thing. I hope he never does. If he would, then he wouldn't have listened to my advice very well.
Oh.
Well, okay, that's
one of
very
the pieces
fair.
of advice that I gave him was that I personally believe that individual players have a tendency to gravitate towards a certain style. And that's just the way it is. Like that's what you're best at. And you can spend a lot of conscious effort to break that so that you can be more well-rounded as a player or have something up your sleeve. But fundamentally, everyone has a comfort.
Of course.
That's what you played your whole life, growing up.
Yeah.
So
Definitely.
that's what I believe you should bring out on stage. And Scion was an argument is because I asked Sniper, I was telling Snipers off-meta picks. He asked me, even off-meta? And I'm like, okay, why do you think C9 banned Scion against me? Do you think Sion's good right now?
Not necessarily, no, but you're decent at it, you know?
I know how to make the champion succeed. Yeah. I do specific things in the game to make a champion succeed, right? Like Blabber, when he plays a certain jungle pick, will know how to do certain things to make something that other players can't succeed, consistently succeed. And I'm a big believer in that. I'm a huge fan of it. It's why you've seen me play so many different champions over the course of my career, because I believe in fitting the niche of the meta more than this champion is meta because it specifically does that. So for example, Cassante is so powerful in the meta is because you can't really swap into him. You will almost always fall behind, right? That plus he still scales really well.
Yeah.
So if you pick a tank that is hard to swap into that still scales well, maybe you can mimic some of the things Cassante is trying to do.
Yeah, Scion.
And obviously Cassante has certain elements that make him more desirable. But that can bring you to the conclusion of why I think there's a place for Scion in competitive play and why you've seen me use him on stage.
It's if this is true, what else is true?
And I'm a big believer that if you have past experience playing a certain champion or a certain set of champions that can fit that bill, you should play it. You know, Evelyn's a good example, isn't it?
We saw an Evelyn.
Yeah, it was against us as well, you know, so.
It won.
And it worked out, yeah. They did win.
Yeah.
Jungle diff, river diff. I'm just gonna call it river. Straight up, like straight up jungle diff, you know? He got solo killed by Evelyn. River, I know you're watching this right now. It was a jungle diff, okay? Like, you gotta carry me next week if you wanna make up for it. Yeah.
There we go. Okay, thanks, River. Thanks, you guys, for joining us. Blabber, Bwippo, Sniper, good luck next week and good luck in the rest of playoffs.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
If I could send you all the worlds, I definitely would. But then we also wouldn't be sending Team Liquid. So someone's going to fall. Someone's going to fall. Team
one of you
Liquid
guys,
so
okay?
well.
One of us? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you gotta beat TL, bro. You could just beat TL.
True,
You could
actually.
you could just beat TL.
And then it's going to be the three
Fair
of you.
enough, yeah. Then it'll be
And
us
there'll be the
three.
three of us, exactly.
Yeah. No TL?
Well, not really, because if you beat TL, one of us is going to beat TL, no?
Yeah, then,
Oh,
then,
okay,
then
that
one
is
of
true.
us will beat
It's
TL.
one of you guys.
One of
Let's
us
go.
will beat
So
TL.
you got to beat them first.
I don't know about. No, I'm just joking.
Hey, whoa.
No, we're
Hey,
gonna beat them. We're
dude.
gonna beat TL. We
Show
will
us the
beat
way.
TL.
Show us how to do it.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
And then we'll learn from you.
There you have it.
Exactly.
That's how it's
Thank
going to
you, guys.
work. Okay, that's it from this episode of Pros. You can also check us out on Spotify as well as weekly on the LCS YouTube channel. See you in playoffs.
Bye bye.
Okay, keep playing.
One shot.
I'm TVing behind.
Go, look at me.
Just send it. You guys can go.
I got them.
Yeah, keep going. I give you look.
Don't be scared. Keep going.
Cassante.
I can look Cassante.
I have ulti here. I'm just gonna sleep him. Okay, look.
Okay.
Look.
Has no watch. Has no watch.
Nice. Can we go Nash?
I'm coming.
Yo.
Nice. This
We
quick
go
out
Baron,
flash.
guys. We go Baron. Take the...
We can still win this.
Okay.
We still win. I gotta play for 10 CS per minute. Oh, you guys are too good, bro.
Nice.
We got carried. Actually got carried. Good job.
Check out.
You're next to me.
Yeah.
Nice.
I think top guys. Run away.
I'm fine, I think. He slapped me?
You might flash
Swallow
over.
him.
Yeah,
Spot
flash.
is looking. Liz looking too.
It looks really bad. I'm here, but
Look here. It's not bad.
it's really bad.
Okay.
Just go.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna
Go.
go.
Just go.
Yeah, you can go whenever, Bill.
I got
I'm
them.
coming.
Start Baron.
I'm looking serious.
Still winning.
Come Jax.
Winning.
Yep.
Just
I'm
fight.
killing the entire back.
Just fight. Go mid.
You guys can end mid, I
Can we
think.
I'm base.
Oh,
Okay.
Tomo.
I'm thinking you can kill me.
Yo, okay, bro, miss now. Oh, bro, bot.
Oh, frick my life.
I have ulti.
I
I
want to
got
keep
him.
saying.
No
Nice.
flash.
Wow.
I want to keep
You just
saying.
scared. This reminds me of the
One
C9 series,
more.
no?
Kill him. Nice.
I don't know that.
You need to do it. Freaking zero dots. Yeah, guys. Freaking good job.
Frick my life.
Frick my
I think
life.
that's just such a great saying
That's
to bring into our everyday lives as someone who's accidentally sworn on broadcast.
my greatest takeaway from this. Frick my life.
There we go. Welcome to Waiting Room, day 2 of the LCS playoffs here. Day 1 kicked off with a bang if you're a 100 Thieves fan, because 100
What did it
Thieves...
kick off with if you're a Dig fan?
It hasn't
kicked off.
It kicked off with an oof.
It didn't even kick off yet. Yeah, day 1, man, that was a massacre. It still feels brutal thinking about day 1 of playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, they got absolutely crushed. We can check in on the bracket and see where we are set up with that now. Dignitas, of course, got 3-0'd. It wasn't even close. Each game was more one-sided, it felt like, than the final game was just a little bit over 20 minutes, it felt like. They got obliterated.
Yeah, they had to scrape him off the floor. It was actually just quick that day. I remember leaving the studio, bright as hell. The sun was shining in my eyes, 3 p.m. That never happens.
It was about 2 hours from when the first game started to when the series ended.
That's insane.
That's how fast.
I say thank you to 100 Thieves, because 100 Thieves are looking really good, delivering us some hype for their next matchup. They're in the upper bracket versus TL next.
True.
That looks very, very scary for them, but now I'm more hyped for that matchup than I was going to be.
Yeah, you have to give them more
expecting to
of
be.
a chance, absolutely, right? Because no one would come in giving either of the teams, regardless of who won, a chance. But if you look this dominant, hey, maybe you could be a little bit more competitive. Maybe we're underestimating you.
That's true.
You also have to remember that next week we are going to be on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So we are going to be having that additional third playoff series next week. Don't miss it out.
A small thing, a takeaway from yesterday. At least there was something that we can glean from. I know that I saw a glimmer in your eye, Azale, when you saw Senna get picked. Echoes and Black Cleaver both being built, and probably the most insane. Just if you were to tell anybody, get them out of a cryo freezer off of just for 2 years, and they're like, yeah, so Support Senna is now building both Echoes of Helia and Black Cleaver. What was your viewpoint? Just, of course, you were casting the game.
I mean, Black Cleaver is really, really strong. I think full Enchanter builds can be really good also. Black Cleaver Rush probably made more sense because he had so much early gold. Like, he got 2 early kills, then he got even more kills, was absolutely way, way ahead.
And the one drawback that people have been talking about when they're going the full Enchanter build is that they are still squishy, and Senna is prone to getting picked and stuff like that, so Black Cleaver Rush alleviates a little bit of that. But just because you can apply the stacks instantly now, stack it up really nicely, it is a supportive item, okay?
Yeah.
It's a support item. It's an all-around item.
Supporting them by killing them.
Supporting them by killing them, and your AD teammates get the benefit from the armor shred.
Exactly, and now that we are in playoffs, Fantasy LCS has ended. So congratulations to all of you at home who topped your leagues on Sleeper, and a big thank you for playing along throughout the split.
Let's talk about some brackets.
Let's talk about brackets.
Talk about brackets.
Oh yeah. Are we moving up?
Yes,
'Cause,
I think we
I'm
are.
like the designated drawer now.
Yeah, you are,
And I
because we
think
can't trust our handwriting.
It's just because I have neat handwriting. All right, so Rez, obviously the first thing we have to bring up.
Let's bring it out.
So.
Can I kick this now?
Oh, mine's not here, but
Message to producer,
I also had Dig winning down in the lower bracket, and we're gonna see NRG again today.
I mean, there's an earlier dig win I see here. Azel's
I don't
got
see
him.
that.
Are you gonna let Azel
I didn't
Wait,
even see that one. You had dig winning yesterday.
Who changed their bracket? Because on the analyst desk, you guys did your predictions at the end of waiting room, and you were split on who was predicting.
Look,
So who changed their bracket?
I went 100
Who's the
Thieves.
flip flopper here?
I didn't flip, all right? I didn't flip, but I will flip. I don't think it's going to be close.
Let me draw your eyes to down here, where I have them losing in the lower bracket.
Yeah.
I will be flipping this one. This is not accurate, guys. I will tell you right now, that part where Dignitas is beating 100 Thieves, I don't believe that.
So Razna, you and I both had Dig winning the rematch. We had 100 Thieves winning in the top side here, and then Dig winning the rematch. I also believe I'm going to flip on that.
Yeah.
And that's provided that Dig get through NRG, right? Because we haven't seen them yet today. They also had a rough end, but
mine looks good so far with the Dignitas immediately out.
Yeah, wait a minute. When did you make yours, Kobe?
What do you mean, when did I make it?
Before, at the same time
you made
everyone else?
it, when Emin sent out the request.
yeah, he knew.
Oh my God.
He just knew.
I will point
Kobe
out
the
that
prophet.
you are a bit of a coward not placing any series score on any of them.
Yeah, everyone else, we got some.
Yeah.
Not everyone. Jack didn't put series
Oh,
score
true.
either.
We roasted him yesterday
Yeah.
too. You're not going to be exempt.
Okay.
True.
Fair roasting. I think the other big difference, at least to me, stand out was that Emily had FlyQuest.
Hers isn't
Yep.
up here, but she did have.
Mine
FlyQuest
isn't up
being
here,
C9.
but if it is, basically here, I'll just cross off Jats.
Yeah.
I had essentially, his is weird as well, because I have TL. I have TL going all the way through the upper bracket, and then in the C9 Fly, I basically have Fly. I have C9 winning up here, and then I have Fly winning here.
Yeah, you
and
have
going
Fly
to
in the
finals.
finals.
And we'll see them today. I actually do think that Fly's macro is somewhat underrated. I know a lot of the mistakes they make are really visually obvious, and they look a lot shakier in their wins than both C9 and TL. But I actually think there's a lot of small things to really like about Fly. I think they're really good in the lane swap, which I know no one wants to hear. But yeah, that's why maybe I'll flip-flop on that if C9 come out and are like insanely dominant and show a slightly better mid-game.
Does it make anyone nervous that everyone thinks TL is going to win?
A little bit.
Because I
Yes.
think back to Spring Split, and the split, well, it was earlier, right? It was before the playoff season started, but everyone was saying Cloud9 is going to win, right? At the beginning of the year.
I'm just shocked that Jat, who's been Cloud9's stan all season long, gave up on them. And
Well, he
didn't-
does have them win in the
Yeah.
upper bracket at least. He has TL good knocked to the lower bracket, but then they lose the rematch.
Yeah, he has them tripping at the finish line.
Yeah. That is. It is kind of interesting. He really did not believe in TL going into the. He put C9 first in his power rankings.
I don't feel too nervous about Team Liquid though. I feel like they have shown to be the most
They've
reliable.
shown enough.
Yeah,
Yes.
they've shown enough. They're the most reliable, the most consistent, and I think the meta only gets better for a team like Team Liquid with the way that the balanced team is going. They're going to be engaged tanks for Core JJ to play. There's no way they're taking those out of the meta, and they're just adding more of those types of junglers for Umpty to play. They've looked better when Umpty is on Sejuani and Maokai. Now he's got Vi buffs. They also have Skarner buffs. There's more utility tank jungles for them to play, and that's the style that everybody knows Team Liquid are best with.
Yeah, absolutely. So everyone coming in today, I think, has FlyQuest as the heavy favorite. So let's talk a little bit about what it is that sets them up as those big favorites.
Yeah, for me, with FlyQuest, you kind of alluded to it, Emily, coming into this, is just like their lane swaps are one thing, their objective control is another. I also just think that their players are playing at a much higher level. And so you can say all about that about FlyQuest. I'm also just a little bit of a hater on NRG. I think NRG's has been having a lot of troubles. And in my assessment, it's a surprise that they're even in playoffs just because of how like Shopify Rebellion, the whole conversation around with like Boogie and his resurgence and how they were doing. So they have a lot to work on to make this a competitive series.
Yeah, I mean, FlyQuest as well, I feel like some of the errors that they have had that have caused them to drop some of their games, I think that they'll be able to correct these. Like a lot of the little mistakes that you've seen Whippo make and stuff like that don't seem like those are mistakes that he should be making.
Yeah, and I think it's time to talk about lane swaps, which I
Let's
know
do it.
no one wants to talk about, but FlyQuest had a really cool composition that I would like to talk about. It's the Neela comp. I know that this is...
Professor Emily is here to educate us.
You know what's kind of cool is this actually like whips out into almost an entire sword. I would love to use it here, but I'm not going to.
Oh.
Basically, the setup for this swap is they're going to invade here. They clear the ward out here. They're eventually going to wrap around and get onto Thanatos, while Mathu is going to be pushing up this wave. Pretty standard as it goes. The other important thing to note just throughout this game is that Quad ends up having push and prio on JoJo for a lot of this time. The big thing about this composition, as we talk through kind of how it's supposed to happen, and I know Busio talked about it after the game. He's like, we kind of just felt like playing it. We haven't really practiced it. But because they are so practiced in swap conditions like this, they are able to immediately get this kill onto Thanatos. And this essentially sets up the rest of the map for FlyQuest going forward. We'll fast forward through this. This is pretty standard first blood from them. I'm gonna pause. This is later in the game. The most important thing that's happened here is that they just blew JoJo's flash. Once again, have complete mid prio. And the thing that we're gonna highlight as this plays out is that Bwipo is actually going to die down here, right? But it's not gonna matter because of the pressure that FlyQuest ends up getting. Mathu is gonna end up taking this turret and this turret up here. I'm getting trolled by this. Yeah, he's gonna push all the way in. Inspired is gonna end up getting on the grubs, and Quad actually TPs back to get this wave. Bwipo is gonna be able, once he respawns, to TP in and get this. All in all, this play took them from 600 gold ahead to 2.7k ahead in the entire run of play. And this is all set up just by their map understanding, how they want to play this composition, because Neela does take turrets that quickly. And these are the kind of small things that I like to see from FlyQuest, especially when piloting a composition that shows you need to have confidence in your bot laner to be able to do this, right? And they've shown a lot more confidence in Mathu throughout this split.
And I think that's been the trend, right? Because when you think back to FlyQuest in spring, the previous iteration with Jensen, people talk so much about this is a team that's built around Inspired and Bwipo. They're the ones that are going to carry. They're the ones that the focus is going to be on. But coming into summer, it's felt like it's been a kind of a passing of the torch to Mathu and Quad, who are really what the team is focused on now.
Yes, and I think that really helps them a lot because with how their team composition is supposed to go, a great example is honestly when FlyQuest used their lane swap against Shopify Rebellion in Game 3 to have a Scion, right? You want to be, I think Bwipo's at his best when he's playing beefy frontline tanks. I think he's incredible at that. Or even if he's playing something like Olaf, and the pressure is going to be on bot side and Mathu and Quad. I made the mistake. If that's the dingers out there, that's the dinger. To be able to carry out those games. And they've been performing really well. And we're actually seeing also Inspired play more Ivern as well to be able to support that. So I think they're now a more complete team because of the point that you've just made.
I agree with all of these points, but I do want to point out that we glossed over one of the critical parts of that game where the Nautilus top, where they had this beautiful lane swap, and they threw the entire game by Bwipo, level 5 versus level 6, going past tower and then trading with this Ornn until he's almost dead, and throwing the second clear for Inspired where he was about to take away Blabber's red buff and Krugs, which completely nullified most of this big advantage that they got in their lane swap. And so those are the mistakes I'm talking about are still there for FlyQuest that I don't think should be there. And they should be able to iron those out and be, one of our top S-tier teams. But that was a big mistake.
I remember when we were coming in to record the dive, Kobe talking about this. He's like, just like last night in my solo queue game, my top laner was trading and I was taking grubs. And it was like...
Because people have ruined Kobe's clears.
He's like, I was jungle capping this guy.
Oh my God.
I don't disagree because it's really frustrating, right? And I think that's why people get frustrated with this FlyQuest team or think that I've seen people being like, FlyQuest are super fraudulent. They're actually not as good as people think. And it's because a lot of the mistakes they make like that are really obvious, And especially with this composition, it did end up being really punishing, even with the positive play that I just pointed out that happened later in the game.
I'm going to ask you to pass the baton because I'm going
Let's
to talk a little bit
Dueling
about
Telestrators.
some NRG stuff, as this was almost falling off me. One of the things NRG obviously had their incredible run last summer. You know, were able to win in summer, go to Worlds, and then beat G2, which was one of the biggest talking points around that. So I'm going to press play on this. We're just going to watch this because one of the biggest strengths that people always talked about NRG, you know, especially this NRG at Worlds, was how coordinated they were, how they're always on the same page. They have the same idea. They all commit to the play. This was really their greatest strength. And when you look at this turn off the Baron, everyone peeling at the exact same time here, trying to come in, trying to attack all at the same time, you know, looking for these plays, it always felt like it was 5 players controlled by one mind, right? They're always on the same page. They're always looking for these same plays. And it really allowed them to become so much greater, I think, than the sum of their parts, right? Individually, people were not saying that this was, you know, the best players from the region. They weren't the guys who were all winning all pro and so on. And the problem is, now when you contrast that to how they're looking this split, this is a team that is looking very, very fractured, right? And this is something that they've kind of fallen away from, and it's something I really want to see them get back to. So this was really, really obvious, I think, when we were watching the series last week, even just from one game. I pulled a couple different clips where they're clearly on different pages. They're playing Sejuani, Yone, and Rumble. You have to be really coordinated on the top side. It's all about pulling off dives. It's all about being on the same target when you're going in the back line. But whether it's a difference in how you want to play the game or a difference in, you know, ideas or targets or a lack of communication, this was really something that was problematic. So we see here, this is TL looking for the initial engage here over onto Huhi. Palafox is looking to come down and collapse, and we see that Contracts, he's in the Lilting Lullaby, but he wants to come up and they want to look to collapse as well. The problem comes in, you know, who are we actually selecting as the target? No one really here is communicating, it seems like, on NRG. So as we see it, Palafox is actually going to go in. He's ulting over on one target. At the same time, Contracts, not only is he ulting in towards Yon, he's actually used his flash to do this as well. So he's flashing over onto the AD carry while Palafox is committing onto a different target. And watch how much damage initially is done over onto Yon. So Yon loses about half his health. Then Contract says, okay, my mid laner is going over on Umpty. Now I have to actually peel off and try to get over on Umpty. So they're going to try to get in onto him. As we roll the clip forward, they do try to kind of bail this out, but look how low he actually gets. Umpty is down incredibly low. Imagine if that 50% damage that was done to Yon were both on Yon, he instantly dies, or Umpty instantly dies, how different this fight can actually look. So this is again one of these situations, and tragically, Umpty actually ends up living. He doesn't even go down. It's multiple kills given over to APA. Here's another situation. This one I thought was maybe even kind of more egregious as far as like the communication. We had Palafox, he was down in bot lane. So Palafox is down here, he's shown on the wave. He clearly wants to finish up this wave, he wants the base, he has a lot of gold to spend. You can see he's just sitting on components where most people are already kind of done their first items. NRG is over on grubs. And again, it's one of these things where they need to be talking about what the plan is gonna be. They need to be on the same page because they're trying to pull off this composition where they're looking for dive in towards the backline. They're looking for these plays. You'll notice he's still basing. He's not actually going to look to TP, so he wants to base and buy. Impact, meanwhile, is running up the river, looking to go, and they're going to look for a fight, and they're going to look for it onto APA. So APA, obviously, you know, is a fairly vulnerable carry there. You know, he doesn't have one item completed. He's playing TP, so it's not like he has cleanse or heal or anything like that. So it does make sense, but they need to be saying either you need to TP straight from bot lane, Palafox, or we need to actually delay the play and wait for you. Instead, neither really happens. They drop the equalizer right onto APA. You can see the Sejuani ult coming over the top. But again, meanwhile, Palafox still hasn't even started his TP. So they drop the bullet time, they drop everything in on him. But as you can see, APA, not quite enough damage. He ends up surviving the fight. They don't have any more tools to get into the backline. Impact has actually already arrived to the fight first. You can see the Ornn ult just going out right down the middle to be able to start that up. Just now, the TP is actually starting to arrive. So Palafox arrives just now, but all your tools have been expended. APA is safe in the backline. You have an Ivern there, which makes it even more important that you're coordinated on these plays. And again, as a result, APA is going to be free firing in the backline. They run over the fight. And to make matters worse, I think Palafox tries to get something out of what is already kind of a doomed fight. He goes back in, he ends up getting locked down, he dies for free as well. And this has just been something that has been pretty consistent for NRG throughout this split, unfortunately. You know, they really need to make sure that they're on the same page, that they're committing to the same plays. This is something that I think they've kind of lost in, you know, this split compared to last year. So I really want to see them get back to that peak that we saw from the Worlds and we saw from them last summer. We know how good these players can be, but they have to be on the same page. They have to be committing to the same plays, especially when you're going up as a big underdog.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, it's especially important when you're picking compositions like this as well, right? Because especially with the second one, the MF comp, like everything really, really needs to be synced. Otherwise, as you can see from TL's comp, they can just kite back and then like kill you with damage. Like their carries are completely protected. It happened several times in that game where Ivern would come in with like a clutch shield and either Yon or APA would survive. And they were so out of sync. It was, like you said, it was just really frustrating and kind of sad to see given what we know these players are capable of.
Yeah, it's really perplexing because like last split, their entire, and I mean last year mostly, last year going into that G2 series, what we kind of praised this team on was their constructive feedback system. They were like the whole meme about them arguing and like having long reviews and all these things, but they would all ultimately be constructive because so they can make those fights happen. They were a team that can have chaotic elements of their games, and a lot of it was based off the fact that they were on the same page. And the fact that that's not happening anymore is really weird.
Yeah, I think NRG were at their peak when Contract's ganks were insane. You remember them at Worlds? And he was just popping off, looked like the best jungler in the world, ganking top, successful kills for Dokla, ganking all over for Palafox, constantly camping mid lane, getting them these early leads. And then he also put so much pressure on side lanes once they opened up the map and got the first towers. And so you'll see a big difference in these two types of junglers. I think NRG will be at their best if Contracts gets to do something with ganks, with like buy buffs and stuff like that. Whereas Inspired, you know him, he is going to be heavy farming. He is going to be looking to carry those team fights for FlyQuest.
And we'll see if Contracts can get back to that. But in case you missed it, you can now subscribe to the LCS Twitch channel, unlocking emotes and other features like access to a vote on exclusive pro view VODs throughout Discord. So if you're a sub, make sure to get in on that vote now. But before that, I caught up with both coaches ahead of today's series. Let's take a look.
Hey everyone, Azale here with ThinkArt and NukeDuck ahead of today's playoff series. NukeDuck, I'm going to come to you first. You guys coming into playoffs as one of the favorites. Obviously, didn't end up getting the bye, but how are you feeling about your chances in playoffs?
I'm feeling pretty good. I think we had a bit rough series against C9, but we played like an early game team comp and we kind of failed to snowball, but we still didn't get blown out. So I'm not feeling too bad about it, but we have to play good now. So yeah, I can't make too many more mistakes.
Absolutely. So obviously not the split I think that you guys maybe wanted to have, but when people think of NRG, they think back to last summer and the miracle run that you guys had there, winning the title and the incredible performance that you had at Worlds. Is that something that you guys can kind of like draw inspiration from, or something that you can learn from, to take into this playoff run?
It's definitely a fact that it doesn't matter at this point whether you're 3rd seed or 6th seed. Like, we're in the same spot right now. Whether FlyQuest or us win, like, it is what it is. Normal split doesn't matter anymore. So we're definitely just feeling like the past doesn't matter anymore. It's all about being confident, playing well, and whichever team shows up today, that's just who's moving on, and that's it.
Is there anything that you think you really are trying to focus on changing from the regular season into playoffs? Something that in particular that you've been focusing on as far as improving?
In general, it's just being more connected. I think overall we have a lot of creative players and a lot of talent in regards to how we want to play skirmishes, but the most important thing is understanding like which zone we actually want to fight in, which zone we're contesting and at what time. So for us, that's kind of the main thing, is just getting on the same page with stuff like that.
Awesome. So for you, obviously you guys were in the finals in Spring Split, didn't end up winning there. Is there anything that you take from that playoff run, that you would want to change, maybe coming into Summer Split?
Yeah. So I think we improved a lot during the last playoffs, and then we were like okay facing against TL. I think we kind of crumbled. So like our goal is mainly to like keep our like creative play style and stuff like that, even when the pressure is high, and not like just default yeah, just to play too scared and then like not play our game, and then we usually lose against good teams if that happens.
Absolutely. So new patch for playoffs. Obviously, we've seen one series so far. Is there anything that you think, is kind of exciting about the new patch, or is it kind of more business as usual?
Still kind of business as usual, but I just think always new patches are good because now we get to kind of set a new kind of meta in terms of what works for us, and we are always more confident with certain styles and certain picks, and whenever there's a new patch, we're pretty excited to be able to try out if we can kind of emulate certain styles that fit us a little bit better.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much to both of you, and good luck today in the series.
All right, well, we're getting down to it. It's time for predictions ahead of the series.
Are there any surprises?
Raz, you're rubbing your hands over there. Raz is looking like he's chomping at the bit.
Usually I do this when there's going to be a surprise happening. There's none. There's no surprise. I'm praying for a competitive series. I really am. Like, the problem is I just feel like FlyQuest right now are battling to be a top 3 seeded team, like as in a top 2. They're battling to be a top 2, and I think they can very easily be in the finals, whereas NRG are really struggling at some of the fundamentals, and they need to show something beautiful today.
Okay, then do you think this series will be more or less one-sided than yesterday?
Less.
Actually, less, yeah.
How could it be more?
Yes.
Yesterday was extreme.
Yes, actually, it's going to be less.
Yesterday is difficult to come close to that game 3 in particular.
But you're all 3 zeros.
Yeah, but well, what are you? Yours is
Where
up
the
there.
hell are you, buddy?
Well. I think we need to consider a few factors when considering some predictions.
Here comes the faithful pitch.
Factor number 1, it is a new patch. New NRG in playoffs. Palafox has mages to play in the mid lane. He has been abysmal, I'll give you that. But not today.
The genius midfielder.
Today is going to be big improvements. Also, Contracts got some buffs too. Plus, Contracts, as we said earlier, when NRG were at their best, he was a gank machine. At Worlds versus G2, masterclass from him. Ganks in mid lane, absolutely dumpstering them, getting them leads, and then once they get into the side lanes, also pressuring them there, and NRG.
Did you prepare all this?
The most important factor is actually not this. It is actually when you doubt them the most is when they are at their strongest. They upset Cloud9 to win in Summer.
That's true.
And
I did not
the
bet
doubt
on
is
them
at
to
an
beat
all-time
Cloud9.
high right now. The doubt is at an all-time high. Nobody believes in NRG.
So, do you think they're going to win?
Of course not. FlyQuest 3-0. Take it away, casters.
Boom! Boom! Stop.
This season, we've heard a lot of talk in the LCS. Anyone can say they've got what it takes to step onto this stage and put their opponents in the dirt. But only the best can back it up when it really matters. And it really matters now in the LCS Playoffs. It's a chance to show that your greatest achievement wasn't just a fluke. That you're not washed. That you're the heroes, not the villains. That the lights aren't too bright. That you deserve to be called Super Team. That you just might be the LCS GOATs. Watch it out, baby. Like what you're getting with a full team engagement.
I will not back down. If you hit me, I'll hit you back.
What season is it right now? Big season.
We're gonna 2-0 them very easily.
Oh, he kind of like stole my whole flow.
Welcome back to the Summer 2024 LCS Playoffs. Today, a FlyQuest hungry for international redemption will start their journey towards Worlds. Their opponents? None other than the NRG team who defied all expectations just 1 year ago to make the run themselves. Only one goes on in the upper bracket. FlyQuest versus NRG starts right now. I'm Captain Flowers here to bring you the action today, joined by some guests from the lounge. I got Jat and Emily Rand here today for the full best of 5. How y'all doing?
Let's go. I'm thinking that we could have more games than everybody just predicted, because every time you see 3-0 across the board could be when NRG is most dangerous, and it's this weird series where NRG did win the split just a year ago, but they're the lowest seed in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So the recency tells you that they're not a threat, but the history tells you that they are. So wrapping your head around that possibility can be difficult for FlyQuest.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious, what was your prediction today, Jet? You said we might have more games, so I want to know if you predicted a 3.
I didn't put numbers in my eventual thing, but if I were to send a prediction
that
right
is
now,
a cop-out.
It would actually be FlyQuest 3-1.
Okay.
Just because I think that the level of volatility that FlyQuest has shown throughout the entire year means that they're, like, especially Whippo, he tries to push limits every single time. We were having this discussion earlier about Whippo and what level we think he's at this year. I actually think he's been quite good because all of his most visible screw-ups and ints have been from winning positions. So he's getting these leads because he's good, and then he's throwing them because of the bad things about his game. But that just means overall, I think he's still playing at a very high level. It just means that he has the ability to have those whoopsies.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I mean, as we take a look at draft, I think it's interesting that FlyQuest have removed the Yone. NRG was playing a few Yone comps last week. Azael pointed out how they really weren't able to coordinate on those team fights, but still off the table. And then the Ivern against Contracts and the MF. Most notably, Sejuani is still up for Contracts if FlyQuest decide not to pick it. And that's just been a power pick for him, even though he did lose on it to TL last week. And then Senna and Lilia are the big two that I see removed from NRG that are pretty interesting, as well as the Renekton. So we won't see an LPL B1 Renekton that is
the classic
terrorizing China right now.
All right, well, no Renekton's. The Yone, the Ivern, the Misfortune, all banned out by FlyQuest. We've got NRG taking out the Lilia, the Senna, and that Renekton. Let's see, the Ezreal locked in first for FlyQuest and Masu.
And to Emily's point, I would hope to see the Sejuani come out fairly early. I think because of FlyQuest's priority on the other 3 bans, it's just something that they're willing to let through. I don't expect FlyQuest to necessarily take it just because of how fully committed they've been to the style of Inspired getting to farm as much as he wants.
Yeah.
Not just fully committed, but also super comfortable, right? Like, Inspired has looked so good on these picks. And instead, we see the Azir Ashe coming out. Ashe has also been something that has been successful for NRG previously. And then the Azir coming back for Palafox is the big one. You're taking that away from Quad, who's also really good at it, and nice shout out to Flowers. But
hell yeah, dude. I always appreciate
we talked about Palafox and how he has really, really struggled this year. He has looked good on his ear in the past.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting because if we remember yesterday's series with Dignitas and 100 Thieves kind of went back to mages now that they've been buffed as opposed to the 80 carry mid meta that has plagued all of summer, and they looked a lot better on it. I'm curious if NRG will be able to cast a similar sort of spell here with the Azir back in mid. The Ashe you also mentioned. Over on FlyQuest, though, it's Inspired on the Vive.
Yeah.
And he, as much as we joke around, okay, CEO, full clear, Inspired has looked so good on these AP jungle. He is also a very good Vive player. And the Orianna coming in for Quad is also a really good combination there. Now we see the Wukong coming out of NRG.
Yeah, I mean, I will say this is a playoff pivot. I want to focus on FlyQuest first, only because if I look at the champions that they themselves have actually played in the summer split, Quad played 20 of his 21 mid-games on 80 carries. 10 Corki, 6 Trist, 4 Lucian, and 1 Aurelion Souls. This is only the second mage he's actually played in summer, and then it will be the first Vi pick for Inspired in summer as well, even if he's got a long history with the champion in prior seasons.
Yeah, and I mean, Quad played Azir back when he was in LCK as well.
And
he played it a ton on FlyQuest Challengers.
Probably more known as a mage player before this exact split, so it should be comfortable for him. It just hasn't been what we've seen from him this split.
Okay, so we have what we would assume to be marksmen, mid laners, and junglers for both sides. Means I need to see top laners, I need to see supports, and I'm going to see a lot of both here in the second half of the bans, with Rumble banned out by FlyQuest, Leona banned out by NRG. Do they want to double target the support role here? Yep, looks like they do. The Bard, final ban for NRG.
And I'm curious to see where this goes depending on FlyQuest's final ban here, because NRG could also go with something like a Kalista Ashe if they want to do a really strong 2v2 bot pivot. We know that FBI and Huhi have also really liked running those lanes together as well, not just on NRG, but in the past on 100 Thieves, as we see the Renata coming out.
Definitely trying to block whatever the most bully partner would be for Ashe. And looking through the list, Nautilus would be up, but I don't think that Nautilus Ashe is necessarily the combo you'd want. If they wanted to go really defensive, they'd go Braum. But I do like the engage option for them as they're long hovering this, which usually means they'll lock it in.
Okay, Rakan locked in for NRG. So now you've got a big potential Wombo combo engage with Rakan on the grand entrance, right? Going in with the quickness. You've got the Wukong for the Cyclone. You've got the Azir that can be able to start it off with a shuffle. There's a lot of go buttons here on NRG.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see what they are going to save for Dokla as R5, as we see the hover over the Poppy, potentially for Bwipo, but Cassante is kind of the classic blind for so many of our top players, including Bwipo, and that's what he's going to go with here.
I would have really liked to see that Poppy, though. Like, Poppy into Wukong, Rakan, Azir just feels downright dirty, but the Cassante, I can't really fault you for it. He's been overpowered since he was released. It's a really strong champion in pro, so that's for Bwipo. Last pick of the draft, though, coming up here. What do they want to pair with that Ezreal for Masu down there? Busio's going to lock the Karma, so a lot of poke here in the bottom lane for FlyQuest.
Yep, it is a classic lane, the Karma Ezreal, because it can get shove against almost everything, so they're using that to try and counter the immediate laning power of the Ashe. So even though NRG has the Ashe, it should be FlyQuest who's able to get pushed in the bot lane.
Yeah, and it also sets up a really easy, good lane for Inspired to play around immediately early. I am wondering if we see a shift from him. As we see the Scion locked in from Dokla, I am wondering if NRG are going to go for a swap, especially since Scion is so good in those. But with this pushing lane, I do want to point out Inspired has something really easy that he can play on. They stack that wave. They do an early dive on bot side. I'll be curious to see if FlyQuest go for it.
I will as well. I think even if NRG isn't expecting to swap, the Scion would put them in a good situation if the swap happens. I also do think it's a little bit funny that a long conversation was had between Bwipo and Sniper about Scion prior to Pro's recording last week, and now he's having it played against him by Dokla, who has not played Scion yet this split on stage.
What was that conversation like?
It was a lot about Bwipo saying he will play Scion because of the strengths that the Scion brings and because it can, you know, build on his strengths as a player and how certain players need to play to their strengths, and Sniper shouldn't be playing Scion. You could have something similar to that on Dokla, who's actually been pretty strong at either range tops or bruiser tops or more carry tops actually playing Scion. It'll be very interesting to see how this Scion works out for Dokla.
Well, I was going to say, we've seen those in solo queue. I'm not sure if we've necessarily seen as many from Dokla on the LCS stage, but I know he has been practicing them.
I'm ready for this, man. FlyQuest versus NRG, number 3 from the regular split, going up against number 6, the lowest spot to make it into playoffs. NRG have a lot to prove if they want to have a chance here in summer 2024 on that quest to Worlds. FlyQuest want to come in, start this one hot. Remember that our first series in playoffs just yesterday was a 3-0. Either one of these teams would love to repeat it. A lot of people are expecting FlyQuest to be able to do just that, but let's see what they've been cooking here for the past week. Just taking a look at what everything's set up with. You do see your standard teleports for all of our solo laners. Cleanse for Masu does want to be able to get away from those arrows should they ever connect, and the Rakan engages going forward. So a little bit more combat power for the summoner spells for NRG's bottom lane duo.
Yeah, and we see This ward here being placed down, that's kind of the one that spotted out FlyQuest last time when they were going for the swap. On top side, we saw he put down his ward, but now it looks like he's going down towards bot side where FBI already is, so swap probably not coming through.
No one's committed completely to top lane yet, though, with Dokla waiting in case there is some type of late invade. A lot of mind games going on here. Moving. Well, they saw Bwipo's Cassante on that ward. You can see the pings moving out, and FBI is slow walking up to the top lane, so the swap engaged.
All right, and we'll see how this works for NRG. This gives me a chance to talk about lane swaps as like the only person in the LCS apparently that likes talking about them.
Don't be modest, Emily. You're like the only person in the world that enjoys.
I can't be because Kelsey also exists. But I think the big thing for me when you're looking at, okay, how do teams deal with a lane swap? Yes, it's about keeping laners down, especially top laners, but it's also about mitigating mid pressure depending on where you want to send your top, about getting out of certain laning matchups, and we'll see how NRG handle this. They haven't always looked super comfortable in some of their swaps, whereas FlyQuest are, I would say them and TL are the two teams that are most comfortable with it.
One of the big things I always check at the start of lane swaps is how much experience the top laners can actually get. So when I'm looking at this, Bwipo has actually been able to get about half a level, and Dokla's only now at about 2/3 of a level while still at full health. So currently I'd say it's advantage Sion, but it will depend also on how big this wave stack can get and whether or not the top laner feels comfortable letting the wave crash or if they have to abandon it. So they've both gotten level 2 now. That's important for them.
They both have level 2, but look at Inspired. Devi is down here in the bottom lane, looking to set up for the dive. Cannon Minion's going to soak most of the shots. Dokla's still hanging around for now. They lock him up, beat him down. First blood over to Busio, and FlyQuest got that done easy.
But he is going to hit level 3 off these minions, and this is why we see Sion do pretty well in these lane swap situations, is because he still can get XP after death. And he'll be able to TP back and also get this wave that Masu and Busio are pushing into turret.
Seeing waves being pushed into turret up here in the top side. Bwipo is facing no sort of threat, similar to what his opponent did. Yeah, FBI and Hu here are still going to be annoying, poking at him underneath this turret, but he'll farm up as much as he can. Still doesn't have quite as much farm compared to the Sion there. As you can see, Contracts making his way into the top side river. Might just go for the full jungle invade here, but the control ward placed down by FlyQuest's side on the brush of their own blue is going to let them know what Contracts is up to. And you can see some pings coming out from NRG.
And this is the other trade. Like, Contracts is a full clear and now counter jungling because Inspired spent the time to kill that Sion. So he's still not quite having Smite. Can Inspire get in and steal it?
Well, not when Huhi's around. I like the rotation here from NRG support, recognizing that there might be a challenge for this, wanting to make sure that NRG gets the maximum amount of punish for that bot lane dive.
Yeah, and NRG are not doing so bad in this swap. I actually expected FlyQuest to be able to take advantage of them more, especially since Quad's lane has been relatively untouched, right? He's kind of had push in this lane up until now. And that's kind of another underrated thing on lane swaps is like how much you are able to harass and get a good lane for your mid laner.
And I think they might be going for more down bottom. Inspire doesn't have anything to do other than dive to Sion once again.
Here we go. Busio with another root. Gonna tank the maximum amount of turret shots, gets out of the way in time, and Masu gets the last bullet. Inspired ain't gonna die to the counter attack while NRG gets one back here on the top lane, tier 1 dive. It's a 2-to-1 overall, a 1-for-1 play as the top laners just have bullseyes on their foreheads here in his lane swap.
And then also a small note that the early game death timers are slightly higher, so Bwipo's gonna lose a little bit more before teleporting back, but just trying to actually take stock of who's winning this lane swap. Emily, what do you think?
I mean, I think NRG have actually done a pretty good job. Dokla is in a good spot where he should be able to get level 6 ahead of Bwipo. Actually, no, Bwipo's catching up now.
They're both just level 5. They have the same level of experience. Let's watch this dive one more time because there's no Sion here, but Bwipo has held his TP this entire time, so he thinks it's not the end of the world if he dies, but it's just a very clean dive there from NRG. FBI is the range champion in no danger of dying to the turret.
Yeah, and as we see in live, Dokla is still getting harassed off here. The big thing for me, honestly, coming out of this swap, is that Bwipo is now slightly ahead in experience, but then also the mid lane has remained untouched, and quad is looking quite good, which has given Inspired a pretty good idea of where everyone has been on the map, right? And that's also another underrated thing. As we see, Contracts, because they have Prio on this, or they have control over this top side, he'll be able to pick up these grubs looking uncontested, while Inspired will go for the first straight.
Exactly. The contest isn't direct. They're just saying, all right, we'll handshake these. I'll take Dragon, you take Grubs. No problem there. Dokla still just trying to enjoy the sights, sounds, and smells of the Rift here in his lane swap game as he walks around and knows that he is on the wrong side of the map. FlyQuest has total control, but NRG might just look to make another dive here on the top side. That is a level 6 Cassante. It makes things very, very dangerous. So it looks like FBI and Who here just going to continue mining plates away from the turret while Contract steals the jungle.
And this is really where FlyQuest are pulling ahead, right? Because Masu and Busio have been dirty farming this entire time. Bwipo has already hit level 6. NRG was not able to dive him. And once again, FlyQuest still have complete mid prio from Quad continuously pushing Palafox in this mid lane. And they're going to get first turret off of it, too.
Right, yeah, remember the bottom lane turrets are so much squishier than the top lane turrets, specifically to try to dissuade these types of plays, these types of strategies. And FlyQuest are getting so much punishment on these structures for NRG. This bottom lane tier 1 nearly almost killed already. We're only 7.5 minutes into the game, and Masu will be left to take care of that, while Inspired and Busio still both hang around. Inspired just continuing to clean out this enemy jungle quadrant, while Busio guarantees nobody else from NRG is going to make an appearance. And it's first turret, 7 minutes and 45 seconds into the game for FlyQuest.
And this generally means that's the big win of the swap. It was an interesting swap to me because of how long they stayed in it. There was no swap back around the level 5 or 6 point for the top laners. And as Emily's showing right now, it's grown to a 2-level advantage for Bwipo. The only thing that this cost FlyQuest was Inspired's farm and level in comparison to Contracts. He's 10 CS down, not the end of the world. He also just hit level 6. It's not the position Inspired is used to being in, but he's going to take it for a 2,000 gold advantage for his team.
Yeah, and if you look at the lanes across the board too, right? Like, they're almost all blue except for that jungle matchup that you pointed out, Jat. And FlyQuest have had such a better idea of, again, where to be on the map in this swap. They've known where Contracts is going to be, more importantly. So he hasn't been able to...
Oh man, Dokla
might be dead again.
One more hit might just kill him. Masu, look at the cooldown on True Shot Barrage. It's not quite there.
There it is.
There it is. One more second, might be able to find that one. Okay, he's not going to take the shot. I thought for sure he would just go fishing with it. But
yeah, at the very least, he could have interrupted a recall. But he didn't think Dokla was going to die to that one, and he's fine just sending him back to base and maybe getting his teleport out, which comes right now. Watch out mid. He dodged that? Yes, he did.
All right. 2,000 gold lead, not feeling too bad at all. 9 minutes into the game here for FlyQuest. You already mentioned that, you know, the only person ahead in gold is Contracts there in the jungle, but remember that he was the one who got the 1 kill that NRG picked up, and that gold lead that he has is just barely more than the total gold for the kill, so it's not like this extra farm has really given him an economic advantage. Maybe they can get something off of a crazy Wukong play, but it just feels like FlyQuest are the clear winners here in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, and I know we talk about Inspired, CEO, full clear, all of that. We talk about Contracts as jungler and what we want to see from him, which is him interacting with his lanes, right? But outside of that top lane dive, he went in, he was able to get a few camps. There was a point in time where I thought he might wrap around onto Quad because Quad was so far pushed up. Didn't end up going for that either. And it's been Inspired, actually, who's been able to help out his team a lot more on the map.
They're playing really well, and Inspired throughout this entire split, as he's actually just led all junglers in CS at 14 by a pretty wide margin, he just says he wants to play the correct and best way to play the game. And we are on a new patch here in 14-16, so I'm going to be really curious to the rest of this game, the rest of the series, and the rest of this playoffs, if FlyQuest is going to change their read on the meta, because they were the most consistent in being 80 carry mid, AP farming Inspired, and this different style is working quite well for them for the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, and I mean, I'd say they already have, right? Like both of these teams seem to have fully embraced the patch. I can't reiterate enough as we see if FlyQuest are going to contest for these grubs or not.
Yeah, NRG got the first pot of grubs now. They've got the first one in the second pot as well, so they're guaranteed to have the grubling spawns. Arrow flies out. They find the connect onto Inspire, but he gets himself back away. Now Dokla's going to be taking some damage. His Contracts needs to disengage here with the decoy. They wanted to try to get in for the flank attack, but it ain't going to work out because Palafox is picked off and shut down before he can do a damn thing. FlyQuest dismantled him, and they'll take the last couple of grubs.
And that fight was all about the angles. Palafox tried to approach for the flank, but he got collapsed on first. The other side of the fight wasn't actually going incredibly for FlyQuest. Quad Shockwave, as you'll see, only hits the Scion, but let's watch the angle with which Palafox actually comes into the fight.
Yeah, and I think the big thing here is that Palafox is coming in. Bwipo is already there.
So fast.
He's already on top of him, right? So he completely cannot do anything, removes him entirely from the fight. And meanwhile, Busio and Masu are actually putting on quite a good amount of poke damage.
Yeah.
Again, when you're looking at what they can do, they can just fight back.
Good job.
They need to go bot 1%.
Good call for the TP.
Any flashes?
Oh,
Quad.
Right back to live though, and a pick on Quad is desperately needed for NRG after that river fight. I think y'all called it perfectly, man. There was just no way for Palafox to even play it from that TP position.
Yeah, and I also like that the team called Bwipo to teleport in, because Bwipo was happy just taking that wave. Would love to see how Quad got picked off there. Flash and teleport up, probably a little bit greedy since everything had been going so well for FlyQuest. They were getting free turret plates up top there, but that pick is going to lead to this Drake for NRG and definitely slow the FlyQuest snowball.
Yeah, I mean, it's a slight window for NRG, right?
Yeah, he just got caught hand in the cookie jar at Raptors there.
Hey, I said maybe the Wukong with his little 300 gold lead could find something. I guess they found Orianna.
And they will get the Drake off of this, which does stop like FlyQuest early Drake stacking, right? And they were able to get 4 grubs with Fly taking the other 2 off of that team fight. But then you see only 1 turret plate on that top tier 1 for FlyQuest. They just have a much better map state right now. And additionally, I mean, Bwipo is so far ahead of Dokla coming out of this swap, and that has not evened out since.
Yeah, and I will say, we mentioned this last week with FlyQuest as well, and we talked about Bwipo. When he is ahead, the team does extremely well. When he is behind, they're actually quite poor. We checked these stats. This is ahead at 14 minutes for all their players, and the one that is most determinant of a FlyQuest victory defeat is Bwipo. So the fact that the result of this swap has put him in a 2-level advantage and a pretty big goal lead over Dokla means he really has a vision of how to play the rest of the game out. You can see just 1v1 taking this turret and extending his lead.
Yeah, and now he's even going to get the plate and the turret before plating falls, right? Yeah. Too. So again, one of the reasons why I did not only favor FlyQuest in this matchup, but was looking ahead at how they could potentially really contest TL and C9 is because they are good in these swap situations. Yeah. And you can see how thoughtful they are about where they need to be on the map.
Ooh.
Okay, that was quite a big hit onto FBI, and unfortunately it hits right as everybody is squaring up for the stare down around the Rift Herald pit. Now, NRG, yeah, they've done a pretty good job coming out slightly ahead on neutral objectives so far, but it's about the only thing that they can really claim has gone their way so far in this game, down 3,500 gold. They can't really afford to keep slipping further and further behind because FlyQuest is tightening their grip on this game, and it looks like Quad and Inspired are just going to go ahead, start up the Herald. They don't even care about this ward in the pit. They don't even need to sweep out to check it. It looks like NRG's going no contest on this one.
And I can see why, because if you think about how they would actually try and contest, sure, they'd walk up one of these corridors, but who would do it that doesn't just die? Because the Ezreal is extremely fed off to the races. I drew that line poorly. Even the Tyon, the Scion tank, just armor, so very easy for a QW from the Orianna to poke him out. Just the people that would need, like the Scion actually really needs gold for this comp to function at all. Otherwise, they're going to get poked out extremely easily.
Yeah, and it's not like we're talking about armor of, oh, he's just got a Sunfire cape. You know, it's shoes and a chain vest. The rest of it is starter item junk that you can buy when you spawn into the game.
At 15 minutes.
He's not feeling super tanky on this pick right now.
He may as well be a support Scion at this point.
Yeah, it's not feeling great there for Big Dokes up in the top lane as the Herald is summoned in mid. There's still plenty of HP left in the tier 1 turret. But Masu is going to drive this thing straight into it, spawn a couple of little extra grub babies. Not enough damage from the charge to force this thing down immediately. Masu gets hit by the arrow, but not too worried about that one. Dokla wanted to engage for the follow-up here with the ulti, but the threat of the shockwave forces the Scion to flash out or face certain doom.
And that's another thing we've kind of been talking about with NRG not necessarily being on the same page. If, as soon as that arrow hits, Dokla should already be coming in if they want to go for that play, right? But then, as Jad already pointed out, FlyQuest are so far ahead, especially Masu in this bot lane can do so much poke damage, and he and Busio can just kite back out while dealing damage to you. It's going to be really hard to get in on them.
I mean, look at the itemization difference, right? You got tier 2 boots on both, but Trinity Force and a 3/4 stacked Manamune, which will be Muramana here in a minute or two, right? Versus Static Shiv Ashe. One of these is going to do a lot more damage over the course of a team fight than the other is. And if you're NRG, it's hard to even figure out an angle where you can make up for that gap.
Especially because the angle there was land the Ashe arrow perfectly onto the carry, but you don't even get a summoner spell because Busio already has Mikhail's. Yep. So good luck getting the right engage. It's basically who he has to land some 3 or 4 man with the Wukong coming in. But if the vision gets set up properly by FlyQuest, they're not going to let that happen. Let's see how this dragon plays out, because the way when you are a team that gets poked out like this, the way you generate fights is around objectives. But with no lanes being pushed in, it then gets even harder. So FlyQuest are in a very strong winning position here in NRG. They have to get a little bit frisky.
Can I just say, I'm having a lot of fun, like drawing minion waves out and like
great.
talking about lane swaps. I don't know if anyone else
is your kind of series,
fun,
Emily.
I'm having a great time, guys.
We're there. I'm happy for your happy. I'm not happy for a lane swap, but I'm happy that my friend is happy. We can have some wholesome happiness sharing here. But
I think you're going to be happy. There's going to be a fight.
This does make me happy. We got some PvP coming up next here on the menu as Bwipo has found the angle if NRG tries to commit to this Drake to make that pincer happen. NRG knows it, though. They don't want to walk up into this. They know how far behind they are. They know that if they take a fight, it has got to be decidedly in their favor. Quad and Inspire taking the chance, going after the tier 1 here in the mid lane instead as Busio tries to get away. The engage from NRG ain't doing a whole lot here just yet. Who he might just die instead as Bwipo continues kiting and fighting right on back. Contract on the front line is going to be killed off first. Masu goes on a killing spree, and the cavalry has arrived. NRG are dropping like flies, and FlyQuest got the fly swatter all day. Inspired takes out FBI, and he goes straight back in for the objective. Quad is still ready to keep this one going, and he's ready to go to hell home. He's trying to get away to the safety of the lane, the safety of the minions, but there's no safety left, man. Busio sped up. He is going all in. Alcove Gaming will not save you. Run, little Rakan, run. Just think about Xayah. Think about home. Try to think about something happy because the fight ain't that. 9-2, 7,000 gold lead FlyQuest.
And that is what we've been waiting for, Flowers. But this is the fight that started it. The 2-man in the mid lane, bursting the turret and immediately killing Palafox. You cannot flash a Vi or a Vi Orianna. They get the kill while the rest of the team was winning and holding off into the 3v4.
Yeah, the big thing here is, again, while this play is happening mid and they're getting that kill onto Palafox, when Contracts goes in, again, Masu untouched. He just escapes out here. Even when Huhi goes in, he takes way too much damage. They're able to burn down Contracts first. Quad and Inspired are now coming off around the back of this fight. They get Dokla. It's so difficult to get onto FlyQuest carries, and they're able to just mop up this fight afterwards. I should clear out my random scribble there. Sorry about that.
That guy on screen right now with the big smile, he played that fight so well. The 3v4 as the Cassante, he blocked the Scion ult, he tanked all the damage, he didn't even die by the end of it. So he's got 1-1-3 on the scoreline, lowest CS of any of the carries on his team, but he's playing his style of game, which is extremely successful in game 1 for FlyQuest.
And you know, you're kind of making the case for the point that you argued earlier, Jat, in that yes, Bwipo has had a couple of pants on head moments so far in Summer Split, but they only happen because he earned those pants in the first place, winning his lanes and having good plays to be in that position. So far in this one, it's all coming up Whippo, it's all coming up FlyQuest, and I feel like if you're NRG, we're past the point of strategy. It's a religious matter at this point. You're just praying that they mess up.
I just like that analogy they're using where he earned the pants that he could then put on his head and not wear correctly. But I do think, again, when you're looking at like, okay, are FlyQuest going to be able to adapt to this meta? Well, we've already seen Inspired be super successful on the Vi.
Yeah.
Quad, back when he was in LCK, when he was Solka, and also on FlyQuest Challengers, played mages. He was primarily a mage player. He's very comfortable in this meta. And Masu and Busio are playing something that we've kind of already seen them be successful with, right? So they look completely comfortable, even with most of their success this summer coming from 80 mid AP jungle.
I agree. There's a very small victory here for NRG getting that one objective bounty, whereas FlyQuest doesn't trade it back for anything meaningful at the moment. So little bits of guerrilla warfare like that from NRG would keep this game a little bit open, but it's that fine line, Flowers, where NRG is wondering how much they want to come back in this game versus think about and discuss game 2. Because
you have to...
it is not in a good state at the moment.
Thought economy is what we're talking
Whippo's
about.
pants!
But Whippo might have found himself caught. He wants to go all out. He's got a little bit of Omni-Vamp. He's got his jungler right next to him. And NRG's got no hope of taking down the widest Whippo here in the top lane, here on Cassante, here to kick off the playoffs. The dude won't die.
Just Cassante things, no problem. He's almost 2K ahead now of the Scion. They'll easily get mid-turret off of this. I did think that was going to be a moment where we're like, oh no, he's gone too far in, or he's been caught out on the Cassante. We've seen it before in some of their more recent games. Not this time.
Nope, pants
he's
on
too
properly.
far ahead.
Pants still properly on.
Buttoned up, belt fastened to the right loop.
Everything's good.
Having a great time here in this first game.
They're not falling off this time.
Nope, those pants are securely fastened. So is this 8,500 gold lead. Not even 23 minutes into the game for FlyQuest. I feel like it's all just about how fast they can wrap this one up now. FBI lands an arrow to interrupt a recall on Masu, but I mean, plus 200 damage to your champ damage stat at the end of the game. That's about all you're getting from that one.
Very true. Just delays the recall. Still a control word in the pit for FlyQuest, so the risk of a Baron rush by NRG is not there. Let's think about this NRG team as a whole, though, and after this fight here, where Palafox again thinks he might have something going, but Inspired and Whippo just absolutely demolish the mid and top lane. Whippo's
oh! Just, hey, mods, we have subscriber emotes now. Go back and screenshot that. That is an emote.
That is
we need that.
Emote.
That is perfect. Whippo thinking. Whippo, all sorts of ways we could turn that one into some content right there. As Palafox and contracts do not want to be turned into content from FlyQuest social media channels, but I don't know if they're going to be able to stop it. Here comes a TP from Dokla. The Scion ain't tanky. Inspired's here in the front line. They finally might be able to burst him down, but a 4-man shockwave into the follow-up for the Atofo strikes. FlyQuest might have lost one, but they're gonna make NRG rue the day they came to fight in this mid lane. FlyQuest with a 4-man push straight into the heart of the base.
trying to keep the minions alive here, Quad, with the questionable teleport. They can't end off of this one because Palafox could clear that wave, but they'll just move back for the Drake.
So they'll probably just go for Drake. But yeah, wow, what a combination from Quad and Whippo, right? It ended up looking a little dicey, although another thing to point out is they do immediately turn onto Dokla as soon as, Inspired backs off immediately. They turn onto Dokla coming in to the TP. NRG members get grouped, which sets up the shockwave for Quad coming, and then Whippo.
FBI catching the very end of that shockwave into the third strike from Whippo there for the full knockback. At least the Mountain Drake, and now the setup for Baron. Inspired would be the only person they might try and pick again, but Steric's Gauge completed. Orianna, Karma Shields flying in. It takes a bit of a miracle to actually get a kill on him here.
Yeah.
Oh, look out.
I don't think
Look
this is
out.
going to take an entire miracle to get the kill on Dokla, though. The Scion flashing back over the wall. He will stay alive for now. Vault Breaker ready from Inspired. A little bit more damage here under the big man in top lane. Might get a double Whippo over the wall again with a massive engage. FBI is the first to die. Whippo gets traded back this time, and Palafox has the shutdown. 1 for 1, but NRG's got some seriously injured health bars, and FlyQuest is taking over the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a positive play. I think it could have gone better for FlyQuest. Ideally, they'd want to take Baron off of this. Instead, I think they're just going to go for that Drake that they didn't end up taking earlier. But, you know, if Whippo manages to live there, that's like a Baron and end, and push to end.
Well, instead, you're just going to get your soul point 26 minutes into the game, about 9,000 gold ahead. Why not add another little bonus here on the FlyQuest performance in game number 1? And guys, this is kind of what I think everyone was predicting for this series thus far in this first game, with FlyQuest just dominating.
Yeah, lane swaps, map control, Whippo being Whippo. I feel like we've like checked off all the FlyQuest boxes, right?
And Masu continuing to improve throughout the year. I think Rookie of the Year votes are in for most, but we don't know who's actually won that award yet. I think Masu's definitely the front runner for it.
I voted for Masu. I will spoil my own vote.
Are you allowed to do that? They always tell me I can't.
Well, if I can't, I will get a talking to for it later, but I voted for Masu.
Wow.
It's been done. And this game would just strengthen your voting record, Flowers, because, yes, part of this was the fact that they just had free time on the advantageous side of the lane swap, and because they had the extended lane swap, they could also get the first turret. But turning a 400 gold lead into a 3,800 gold lead isn't just because of the lane swap. It's because they've been playing this game out so incredibly well. The Mikhail's rush is for safety. I don't think Masu's had to use cleanse all game, but he just has it because
I actually can't
extra
remember him
insurance.
using it now, but
The only time he got hit,
may have had.
The only time he got hit by the arrow was the mid lane, where the Mikhail's was used on him instead. That's the wrong base, dude. This is the wrong base. It's not yours. That's not. Okay, the execute at least. That's the biggest prize you can win in a moment like that.
Momentum.
Quad is coming after him like it's a survival horror game, and who he knows the only way out is to reset the console. As NRG, they're just trying to at least step up here a little bit, maybe try to step forward and challenge at the Baron, but the problem is, man, who he is when he remains engages, and he is dead. Contracts will not be allowed anywhere near the pit. He's got 40% HP, and Whippo is just a brick wall to try to get through. Baron secured, 28 minutes in, nice and clean for FlyQuest.
That's so tough because, as we saw from the picture-in-picture, Palafox was trying to get something, anything, right? And then potentially TP in, maybe if they got an advantageous spot. He's not even able to get that bot tier 2 off of cross-mapping. It's a really, really tough situation for NRG.
And that was pretty nice teamwork by FlyQuest. In terms of junglers that you don't want to flip Baron against, Contracts is at the top of the list. I think he's still either tied or one back of all-time LCS record for Baron steals, as Inspired is actually looking to end this game. Okay, backing up. But just the fact that Whippo stood up front, Busio was shielding him and poking the small corridor, and then even Masu came around the top. There was literally no way in for NRG to steal that Baron. It's one of the safest Baron takes you'll ever see.
Yeah, and as we see, mid wave getting pushed in, top wave getting pushed in, bot now pushing up a little bit more, and we're going to see Quad TPing in for this bot side push against all of NRG.
Slight criticism. I haven't loved Quad's last 2 TPs, Flowers.
A damning accusation coming out from chat for the mid laner of FlyQuest here in this first game. This might change everything as Masu, there's the cleanse we were talking about. Summoner spells used to get the FlyQuest AD carry away as Dokla and Contract try to put pressure onto the back line, but Quad is still staying alive and fighting him off. Contract's first to die. Dokla gets away off to the side. Palafox running as the True Shot barrage goes wide, and FBI and Huhi are still just scrambling, backpedaling, trying to clear distance between themselves and FlyQuest because Mystic Shot charges half a health bar per per transaction. FlyQuest are not done pushing. The mid lane inhibitor's about to die to the minions. There it goes. The next wave is ready here in bottom lane. Tier 2, blink and you'll miss it. That thing is gone. Quad has to make the long journey on foot all the way back to the fight, but it looks like FlyQuest is going to take their chance and reset.
They are making sure that the comeback is not possible here. That was the max safety play because Bwipo had a wave of Baron minions in mid lane, free inhibitor, free pressure on the turret. They probably would have won the 4v5, but he teleports anyway, just in case Contracts engaged was going to be bigger. And then the reason they recalled here rather than push for another inhib is that timer you see in the top right, where Mountain Soul is going to be up in 24 seconds because they're going to get that too.
And I was going to say, they have complete control over the spot side of the map.
Yeah, that timer lines up almost perfectly with their Baron buff. They're going to have that buff all the way until the dragon spawns, so it's impossible for NRG to try to get back any ground, try to get back any control over the rift before it happens. Here goes your red buff too, just to add insult to injury. And NRG, they'll at least grab a tier 1 up here in the top lane. Hey. Palafox will pick that up, but it's a drop in the ocean at this point of the game.
Yeah, and the more impressive thing, as we see if Bwipo and Inspired might want to go for Palafox again.
That was a Cassante moment right there.
I mean,
just gonna walk away from the Scion, go all out on him now. Inspired is finishing Gromp. He is more concerned about Gromp than he is about Palafox and Tokla. Masu soloed the dragon.
He's truly become SOFM. I think the most impressive thing, as we see, people probably aren't going to die off this play, is again the setup from FlyQuest on, like you pointed out, Jat, right? They're pushing out mid. They set it up so they are in a situation with these Baron buff minion advantages where when Contracts inevitably comes in, like I tried to draw the arrow to predict his entry. I actually don't know how successful I was in that.
Sequence.
Yeah, like they set up everything so that it makes NRG's choices so tough, even if they see a good angle.
And FlyQuest is absolutely playing with their food this game, I would say. That whole sequence by Bwipo while Inspired was killing the Gromp, and that whole slow chase that Inspired just did, where he just is almost torturing NRG, making them walk back to base, because he was never going to actually fight them, but he was making sure they had to do what he wanted.
Man, if FlyQuest is playing with their food, they're making NRG look chewy right now. These guys are just not standing the test of time as FlyQuest are done toying around. They are done with game 1, and they are looking to end it here. Palafox finally finds a shuffle, but it's far too late for that. Quad goes on a rampage. NRG gets aced. The only cost is just Bwipo there in the top lane, and it's a trade he's happy to make. It was one-sided straight out of the gate, 22-5. 14,000 gold lead, Dragon Soul, Baron, the whole kitchen sink. FlyQuest takes game 1.
And don't let the fact that this game took almost 34 minutes make you think the game was close.
It was
because FlyQuest was, to your point, Flowers, ahead from basically minute 5.
Yeah, and FlyQuest are so good. Again, we talked a lot about Bwipo. We talked about their map movements. We talked about how Inspired looked this game. FlyQuest carries in Quad and Masu. I think only Quad died the one time.
Yep.
Masu went deathless. They both looked really good in this composition. Again, understanding who they need to get the gold on and trusting their young carries to get them there.
Good game 1 from FlyQuest. Now a reminder to all y'all LCS fans out there, next week we will be live on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Playoffs means we got more games some weeks, and next week's one of them. That's a bonus day on Friday, then the regularly scheduled programming returning on Saturday and Sunday. Now it's time to head back over to the LCS Lounge with Azale and Kobe to break that one down.
And Raz.
Yeah.
Little disrespected, guys.
Pipe down, Raz.
Okay.
I want to take you all back to a more uncertain time, because let's be honest, we knew FlyQuest was going to win that game for quite a while. So let's go back to the very beginning of the game when NRG had some hope, because they actually did a good first.
The gold's dead even.
Yeah, I'm taking us back to before Minions. No lead for FlyQuest here, Azale. And this is NRG setting up a lane swap. So they've got their invade wards. They have Huhi already positioning to go up to the top side. And they actually are able to get a jungle lead for contracts due to camps. So first thing they do right here, you can see Dokla helps leash for contracts, speeding up the Wukong clear on the weak side of the map for them. And the bottom side is weak side because they're lane swapping up here to the top side. So that's why we think of these camps kind of as off limits for contracts normally in a lane swap. And Inspired, he just does his normal kind of red quadrant clear, but then he is actually gonna go over to dive Dokla here. They make the call. You see, he was crossing, but then he changes his mind because of the call, clears his Raptors, gets his level 3, dives Dokla. Dokla is Scion though, gets right back up. You can get your gold, you can get your experience with your zombie form. And that allows contracts here on the Wukong now to play off of his duo that had swapped and steal away the blue buff, ends up stealing away the Gromp as well. Inspired here has to get chased down to the other side, and they end up going actually for another dive onto Dokla. Now, at that point, it's actually pretty good for NRG. They've got the camp lead on contracts. Dokla is Scion, so they trade top laner kills here, and they actually have a little bit of an experienced lead because Scion does get back up and is able to get all his minions. Now, it gets a little worse, Raz.
No!
So, they have the opportunity to swap their duo lane back and try to actually defend on the bottom side, but they don't want to do it, so NRG make the call to go back into the lane swap again, keep their duo up there, and let's look at how differently they play this out. Look how FlyQuest do the lane swap from this 5-minute point in order to zone Dokla from experience. This is the key. Zoning him away. This distance here, too far from the minions, Busio, Masu, and Inspired all putting that pressure on Dokla, so he actually doesn't go in. But look at the opposite side. NRG are not putting that pressure on Bwipo. He's soaking experience freely up here, and it's gonna result in the first tower bonus. So Masu gets very rich, lots of gold off this. They also slingshot the experience lead. Now back the other way, it ends up being 2-level lead for top laners here because the extra pressure was not put on Bwipo to push him off. And this is where it just gets even worse. So we'll end it here, but that is how FlyQuest were able to actually take control of this lane swap on that possible break point there around the 5-minute mark. Raz, we also have some further bad news for NRG though. Take us into one of their team fights.
Yeah, take us to 10 minutes and 50 seconds, please, because although this was not looking great for NRG going further post 5 minutes, you could probably just end the game at 5 minutes, NRG would be happy. Okay. This case, actually, I want to hear from you, Azale, because you had already made the critique about NRG's coordination coming into this game, and we see it again.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the TP from Palafox, right? It just feels like he is TPing on that ward, and it only makes sense if he thinks his team is going to be hard engaging at that moment, and the fight is already going to be underway. He's going to arrive, hit a big ulti, and it goes their way. When NRG kites back and he's TPing and arriving, he just 1v5 dies instantly for free.
Yeah, and I would have loved him to TP earlier. I understand that he's trying to match TPs, but he is
going
to
be positioning.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to be out of position because NRG has already been forced off this because they're trying to go on to Vi. So if you're trying to send, the Ashe arrow, the Recon ulti all onto Vi, and you're moving from that area, well, guess what? Azir is going to be left alone. And it kind of reminds me of that Telestration segment you had at the beginning of the day, because by the time he's actually there to join the fight is essentially already over, and all of the tools from NRG has been used.
Yeah.
So I would have expected them to maybe go into Karma or something that's a little bit more closer and achievable. But even if you do it, I feel like Palafox just needs to be there from the jump.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's one of those things that I think has been a consistent issue for them, unfortunately. And again, it is kind of biting them because FlyQuest is a team that you cannot afford to make these mistakes against. They are going to be a really tough opponent. And now let's break down this week's Pagoda moment featuring FlyQuest Busio. This was sick. Catching this live, I was pretty sure what I saw. I went back and watched it again. Look at this, self-McHale's on the Ashe ult as he comes out of the Wukong Cyclone. Perfectly timed. If you press that a split second too early, you waste your Mikhails, you're stunned. If you press it a split second too late, you are stunned. You cannot use your Mikhails. So this was way more impressive than like the Captain Jack type QSS for me. And it's just, again, showing those support mechanics here for Busio was really on point in this game.
I especially love it because people love to meme on support players for their mechanics in a bad way. Usually it's like, oh, man, we are in trouble if we get support players auto-filled to other roles. But Busio really displaying some nice moves here.
And it did feel like it was impactful for the fight. They bought a lot of time while Vi and I'm trying to remember, it was actually a quad that ended up picking off Palafox on the side. Reposition, they take the fight.
Yeah, absolutely. That was the last probably real chance that NRG had to get anything going in that game. It didn't work out. But remember, the Kia fan vote is back. Now through August 18th, you can cast your vote for the Kia Awards, including All-Pro, Rookie of the Year, and MVP at KiaLCSAwards.com. Plus, participating fans can enter for a chance to win a trip to the upcoming 2024 LCS Championship. Terms do apply. Speaking of Rookie of the Year, though, here's what Contracts and Blabber had to say when asked what their own Rookie of the Year wins meant to them.
It always feels like really good to get recognized, either by like the league, your fellow teammates, or even like the fans.
I am here with Rookie of the Split, Blabber.
So winning my Rookie Award was actually really meaningful to me because it proved to myself that like I could compete with these guys.
Just here comes Sun, here comes a flash forward, the slow in as well. Connor's in the mix, gonna find some damage. Blabber gonna hold to stay alive.
I think I was just put into a spot to succeed. They just gave me the space to just play my game.
Contact, trying to turn around. Jensen does not contact. He's not gonna find fun. Kickstarter into the Toro range.
Winning Rookie of the Year definitely boosted my my stocks for a few years and gave me more opportunities to prove myself later.
Been really nice to see Kia being so supportive of esports as a whole.
Kia shows a lot of love for just all of LCS. Seeing all the rookies come into the LCS this year has been really exciting.
I kind of just enjoy playing against new players, playing against new talent and seeing them improve. It's exciting. I can't wait to see who is chosen as the Kia Rookie of the Year.
Oh, look at this. No shot. No, he's got to try again.
You good, dude? They're watching.
Hey, man, chill. I got it.
Yep. Wow. Pulled it off at the end.
Wow.
Not bad.
Not bad, not bad.
Dude, why'd you put your new rig in the basement?
Didn't you hear? Bill's a gagillionaire now.
Basically, my new connection is so strong I can game anywhere. Check it out. We've got Gamer Rocker, Gamer Floaty, Gamer Couch.
Whoa.
It's got wheels.
Gamer Bench, Gamer Throne, and Gamer Mower.
What's that?
It's hard to game while walking downstairs.
I get it.
That's smart.
Live like a gagillionaire with low latency everywhere. AT&T Fiber with All-Fi.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah, they want to fight, looks like.
Yeah. Yep.
I'll just
again, Ori has no flash.
Yeah,
so
Ori's
that's
good
our
target. Yeah. Okay.
You ready?
On right side, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, watch my arrow here.
Yeah, you can't far.
Watch the foot.
Okay, look, Ori.
Okay.
Flash.
Fine, I flash. Ori now ult, guys. Ori now ult.
I have to kite out, guys. Kite out.
Yeah.
Kite out, guys. Kite out. Bad fight.
Are you okay?
Bad fight. Really bad.
Get out.
Wait, but we need you here now if you want to fight.
TPing.
No, I don't know. I will flash.
Looks good. First target. Go on the TP. No flashes here.
Yeah, I'm gonna come.
Go on
I will
the
ult
TP.
him.
Yeah.
Sand ult.
I just blocked them.
He's dead.
They
But I can no ult already.
Nice job, guys. Care for yourselves, guys. Care for yourselves.
Can I get tower, yeah?
I'm fine. Wukong flashed in.
Oh, they're going on Karma?
I pushed the Rakan away.
Come.
The Rakan's ult is down, okay? This is fine. I block.
As it died, we are
Let's
coming.
fight together. Yes, we win here.
Wukong no flash. Wukong no flash. Sand no flash.
Nice job, guys.
Go slow. He has no flash.
IQ 3 them all.
Shield and 2 Bippa.
I'm fine. Thank you.
Kill him.
Nice, well played,
Shield
guys.
and 2.
Oh,
Watch
look
me.
bot. Oriana, can you start walking?
VL start walking.
Going Azir.
Yeah.
VL coming, VL fast.
Nuke is proud of me again.
Go Nash.
Well played. Yeah, that's pretty Nash. I'll base TP.
Yeah.
Just making sure your HP is fine.
You put the engage just right?
Yeah, I'm I have my kills. Did Ash arrow there?
No, she didn't arrow.
We
They will
push
fight,
this
guys.
line
We
in.
don't do Nash. We can't do Nash, okay?
Oh,
don't go too deep. Don't go too deep.
I'm
Don't go
marking
too deep.
Rakan. I'm marking Rakan.
Just hit front.
Rakan's marked.
Big shockwave. They're all dead.
Yeah.
Rakan is ulting now. Nice score.
I want to go on thingy here.
Lakan.
Okay, nice.
Has ulti.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. We look to end here, okay?
Welcome back for game number 2 here between FlyQuest and NRG. NRG looking to battle back, see if they can make this a bit of a closer series. We're gonna be heading on into the draft here. I'm Zil, joined of course by Kobe and Raz. What do you want to see from NRG for game number 2?
Well, going into the series, I didn't want to see a swap from NRG because I thought FlyQuest would just be better. And even though, yes, FlyQuest got the lead from the swap eventually, I was surprised by how good NRG swap for the first 5 minutes was. So maybe they feel confident running it back again. Maybe taking that note from you, Kobe, if they were watching, if they were viewing it.
Do all the good stuff and then not the bad stuff.
Yeah, how about our notes are kill the enemies more often. Kill them more often, and that'll be a lot better game plan. I mean, honestly, let's get into maybe just play some more standard lanes with some winning lanes early. I really do feel like NRG are at their best when they have standard lanes for contracts to go gank heavily. He has been very good at forcing a lot of those ganks. He constantly, as you can see here, does draw these Ivern bans too. He is notorious for being a very, very annoying Ivern, so FlyQuest keeping with that. And even though some of the games they have lost with the Yone mid, they're still also, banning that away from Halifax.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, those are also the times where you think that NRG were able to really take wins off the best teams was with, double melee split pushing solo laners for both Dokla and Palafox.
It's interesting that they ban out the Masu Ezreal. So, maybe looking to go for something a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more dive oriented, try to take out one of these safe AD carries. Poke obviously has become really, really popular. We're seeing a lot of like Ezreal plus Corki and Ezreal plus Jace and Ezreal plus whatever else.
Yeah, I would have expected because I really did like the duo of Rakan and Wukong in game 1. Alongside the Ashe, so they really had a lot of tools to look for engages. Now they're going for the Lilia on B1. A lot of times with Lilia compositions, you do see a little bit more poke-centric compositions like Corki Ezreal. Of course, they did ban the Ezreal. I'm interested in where they're going to go from here on out. But I'm expecting one of the many AD mids that Palafox has been known for, like the Jaces that he's played in the past.
MF is very diveable if you do want to play something that's more aggressive. Though.
Yeah, I was actually going to hope for NRG to be able to get like a Misfortune Rel combination to play with the Lilia. Like that to me sounds like a type of comp where they would be able to have success. Big AoE. Winning one of those big fights, but I think it's a smart steal here by FlyQuest. They grabbed that plus the Azir playmaker for quad.
And Zell, I feel like I've been lied to because the coaches in your interview said that it's business as usual after the patch, but we're seeing a lot more AP mids. Last game was Azir Orianna. Right now we're seeing the Azir, and of course
the coaches lied to us, Raz.
They lied to us.
Oh my.
has never happened before.
Right before a game with the other coach there listening?
That's crazy.
I'm taking a note, never trust coaches again.
Yeah. Well, we got the Croc on the top lane, Corki, so NRG is kind of looking like a last patch draft. Obviously, MF was picking up popularity last patch as well, and Azir was still getting played, but it was lower prio than a lot of those AD mids. We do have double physical plus the AP jungler, so very much previous patch and kind of standard for the course here for NRG. NRG, of course, still need to grab their bot lane. And now the question is just what role does FlyQuest match?
Hell yeah.
The Volibear top
We're not picking that one,
is
buddy.
a Bwipo special. I think it could get locked in.
Oh, hell
yeah.
Hell no.
I think this is volley top for sure. Not going to be volley jungle, right, Cody?
Volibear,
What kind of volley are you looking for? Is it going to be a row of volleys?
I want it to be a Bwipo Volibear top. I don't think that he will actually go the Quick Blades build.
Quick Blades,
That is really fun, but I don't think that is that suited for pro play. It's much more.
But is it suited for Bwipo?
True.
Bwipo play.
It's much more, solo QS. But it is still a flex, and it is definitely playable into jungle. It's just that it is literally Volibear's worst matchup to play Lilia. Lilia versus Volibear. So that's why I'm like, it is a 0.00001% chance that it's a jungle Volibear, because Lilia is actually your worst nightmare as a jungle matchup. She power clears. She goes Leandries, she burns you down, you're a health tank,
You're kited nonstop.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, it is definitely a, hey, I'm gonna play into the Renekton that way, and it is kind of that Bwipo special that we've come to expect. You know, he loves playing more fringe counter picks in the top lane.
I mean, this is something he's been known about forever. Like, he's been known for his Volibear, he's been known for his Rengar in his past. He was talking on pros this week about his Victor top from back in the day.
Unfortunately for him, the jungler can also come top, so he still might have to play
That's not fair.
Until the Lilia, yeah. And so it still might be a Volibear having to deal with annoying Lilia.
You can just say it, top is jungle diff.
Yeah, it certainly is. Meanwhile, towards the bottom side of the map there, I like the respect that people give Masu. You know, banning out the Kalista plus the Ziggs here, since they saw the Corki mid already from the side of, or actually the other side, reverse here, as far as that respect goes.
That's what I'm wondering on both sides, though. Ezreal and Senna obviously banned out towards Masu, too.
Yeah, because that's what I was wondering from NRG side. They were the ones that banned Senna. I was wondering, okay, what's their 4-5 actually going to look like with the range disadvantage they're going to be going up against both MF and Dokla ED challenge. But with both MF and Azir, it's just going to be a tough 4-5. So Jhin and Leona, a little bit more aggressive. They can get to the backline a little easier.
I like Leona a lot against MF as well, because you basically can't use your MF ult until Leona uses her ult. It's really, really annoying actually playing that matchup. You always have to wait out, because anytime you try to find that bullet time, you can just get interrupted by the Leona ult very, very easily. The Viego plus Volley, really strong early duo as far as those skirmishes on the top side as well. It's going to be pretty exciting stuff. Kobe's got an interview to do, so he is heading on over for that. He is running. I think I just heard his microphone break, so maybe he's not doing his interview after all.
No.
But Alistar coming through as that final pick. FlyQuest needed some primary engage. Now they have it. They have a lot of upfront damage to try to get those resets here for the Viego.
Which comp do you prefer between NRGs and FlyQuest?
I think it's NRG, but let's find out what the casters think. Take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. Now, draft or not, I think it's going to be hard for fans to bet on NRG after game one, where it seemed like FlyQuest just had their numbers start to finish. So let me ask you guys. We heard them on the new lounge, the new era lounge, call the Volibear pick a fringe pick. Now, my opinion on that is that the difference between the words fringe and cringe are but a single letter. I don't know how well this is going to work, because to me, Volibear seems very solo queue oriented. I'm curious how this is going to work out here on the pro stage.
I'm curious as to how it's going to work out on the pro stage, too.
Well, no, you can't say that. I was expecting
But I will say, no, so I think the interesting thing is whenever Bwipo does lock in these picks, he does seem really confident in them. Like, he definitely will have an idea of how he wants to play this. And we'll see how it plays out. It's hard to bet on NRG, but I do think their composition is drafted a lot to get onto the MF, right? So at least they have that going into this game. The other interesting thing that they didn't point out on in the lounge that I thought was really crucial is NRG is kind of known as one of our best Senna teams, but they themselves have banned Senna in both of these drafts.
Well, what that says to me is yesterday when we did get to see a little bit of the new age Senna, Azael was talking a lot about how, you know, a lot of those builds that were very popular, things like lethality, are no longer in the game. We'll talk about it here a little bit more later on, but for now we've got Kobe standing by for an interview with Coach ThinkCard.
Thank you, Flowers. We've got the coach here. First question, right off the bat, has to be playing against Whippo. Do you expect Volibear top counter picks?
Honestly, yes. We've played this matchup way too many times in scrims of just Volibear versus Renekton. So we've seen this many, many times. So we weren't that surprised when he picked it up.
So if you've seen it already before, does he usually go the Flicker Blade build or is it more tanky?
It is. He does, and it is a massive coin flip. I'm going to be honest. Like the way he plays this lane is really coin flippy. So half the times he dies and half the times he gets a kill. It's really aggressive.
I love to hear that. We're gonna have an exciting one here. What's the main thing that you told the team after game number 1?
Well, we've been here before. We have a lot of experienced players. Obviously, not the best showing. We tried something, and then we made a very early macro mistake, which put us pretty far behind. So kind of shrug it off. I think FlyQuest, if there's something that we can take away, is they haven't really had a clean series yet on stage this entire split. They'd be 1. So we're still expecting them to make mistakes, play our game, be confident. It's going to be a long series.
All right, good luck. Let's get back to the cast.
A long series is what he's expecting, and I'm sure that's what the NRG faithful are hoping for as well after game number 1 was so one-sided. Down here in bottom, though, Huhi with a nice max-range Zenith Blade onto Masu, but now FBI's got to be a little bit careful because Busio's doing a good job preventing him from following up.
Had to burn that flash early, though. I love the reaction by Busio, seeing that E might have actually been a kill angle or at least forced Masu's summoner spells, and Busio would rather keep the flash and cleanse on his carry than on himself.
Yeah, and as we said, this bot lane is kind of set up for success. Like, they do really want to be able to get on this MF, and they have the tools for it. And when we have seen FBI and Huhi succeed, it is through making these super, super aggressive early bot lane 2v2 trades. But this Volibear versus Renekton setup, ThinkCard did such a good job of like hyping me up for it now, right?
Hey.
Because he said it's really coin flippy. He will end up most likely going that Flicker Blade build, which you and I, Jack, were kind of are like, okay, is he just going to go tankier? Because that is the more popular build on the top lane Volibear.
I've been seeing a lot of top lane. When I looked at the top lane Volibears across the world, it has been played a decent amount, and the Flicker Blade is actually built most of the time, even in Pro. I think Whippo's, at least for 4 levels, are fine. You can see he's already recalling. He didn't get ganked despite his jungler actually moving towards the bottom quadrant of the map. So in terms of the very early coin flips, no one decided to absolutely throw down and just force an all-in. So that would probably be advantage Whippo early. It's hard to say, though, with this matchup.
I like how the NRG fan in chat is already betting on reverse sweep, so he's betting on NRG losing this one too. That is the most non-rational way to cheer for your team. I appreciate it.
And between games, Flowers, you and I were chatting because you asked me what my prediction was before the series, and I said FlyQuest 3-1. And you were saying, you know, that one, and I'm looking unlikely, and I'm saying, I don't know, Flowers, it does only take 1.
Yeah, so, turns out 1 is 1.
But, like, just saying, in terms of
basic math.
ThinkCard is thinking like me in terms of FlyQuest not necessarily playing a completely clean series, even in best of 3s. So we'll really wonder how clean Whippo specifically can play on a less common top lane pick. A lot of buttons that can go in with this pick, not as many buttons that go out, so he really does need to play clean for this to work.
I felt like a John Madden thing.
Yeah.
You got to keep track of your buttons, right? Which buttons are going in, which buttons are going out.
Like Corky.
Right there, he's going in. It's a going in button.
Yeah, the Q is a go in button, not a go out button.
Not a go out. Yeah, he didn't get out. He's now walking away slowly.
Although you can R in any direction.
Yeah.
So was that a lie? Does he have just as many go out as go in buttons?
Well, W doesn't go either direction because he just swipes at something. Q goes in. E can kind of go out because you can shield yourself while you're running away.
It is more go in than go out on Q because it's doubled when you're moving towards the target and half as much when you're going away.
It's not as one-sided as your initial statement may have suggested, but the overall sentiment is still correct. He goes in with more buttons.
well, same buttons, but the buttons are
More
better.
extremely, he heads inward.
Yep.
Okay.
Love it.
Wow.
Today we learned about Volibear.
We've talked about pants and buttons.
The two go together very frequently, Emily.
True.
it's a natural
You could say
duo.
one facilitates
Oh, this could
the
be a
operation
fight.
of the other.
Jokla wants 6.
He got it.
And the junglers arrive.
Whippo's got his 6 as well. Contracts going bowling. There goes the bear, but they don't care. Energy getting the first blood. Meanwhile, bottom lane, it's about to get spicy too, as Busio is down to 100 HP here on the Alistar. Game number 2, Energy strikes first.
And I love the fact that Contracts was up there. Whippo and Inspired took the 2v2 anyway, and Whippo, he had 2 go-out buttons to use, flash and ult, and he didn't even use them to go out. He just accepted his fate, ulted in the same spot, and died.
Yeah, and the big thing for me is on the bot side as well, they are getting pushed, and now they'll be able to reset, and Contracts will be able to mop up these first 3 grubs on top side off of that kill as well.
Yum yum, free grubs, jungler's favorite snack. 1,000 gold lead for Energy, 3 grubs uncontested just 30 seconds after they spawned. This is a great start for Energy. It feels like when the lanes don't swap, Energy has a better time in the early game.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we kind of saw that from last game, right? Is like, it's not even necessarily the initial swap, but it's when you swap back and how you're paying attention to XP and level and your wave state. And in this situation, this gives, again, opportunities for Contracts to visit his lanes early if he wants. Lilia has tools where she can help out in ganks, just like we saw on this top side for the Renekton, which puts him in a better position against this Volibear. And every single one of their lanes, even mid lane, where I have to point out that who he actually did in early roam around 3 minutes to help set that lane up for Palafox really early, are winning on NRG side.
I am a little bit surprised to see the full Merc Treads rush from Dokla first, especially since I know Volibear does mix damage to the passive and whatnot, but it is an AD jungler, and I don't know. I'm not going to pretend like I know the Renekton Volibear matchup super deep, but I would have expected some more raw combat power.
I will say, if they're trying to chain CC with Volibear Q into the Viego, the Merc Treads are going to make that a much tighter timing. So I can understand that. There's a lot of magic damage that does come out from Volibear in the actual matchup, so since he's ahead, keeping the move speed advantage on Volibear is another very crucial thing to be able to just space him in the lane. Let's just see if Stokely can actually build off of this first blood advantage. This wave is actually pushing slightly against Whippo, so he does need to shove it, and that's when Dokla goes in.
Yeah, the empowered Ruthless Predator just busting the shield from the Sky Splitter as Whippo now finally going to try to flash away. Dokla doesn't have the move speed to catch up immediately, and now Whippo is ready to respond. He's not fast enough, though. There's your move speed.
I mean, I thought that was going to give Dokla the kill, actually. When he first got the flash out from Whippo, I thought he'd be able to chase after and finish, but not quite enough damage with the flash through. I think it's mainly because Whippo went defensive early with the early chain vest, so the damage wasn't quite there for Dokla. It still will mean, though, that Whippo loses this wave, most likely 2 plates here to Dokla if he greeds just a little bit, and this lane is flipping on the side of Energy.
Yeah.
Nicely done, man. Top lane, Energy popping off here nice and early. FlyQuest will at least get themselves the first Drake uncontested on the other side of the map in the meantime.
Yeah, and as we see Inspired invading, I was wondering if they were going to set up something with this bot lane pushing in, but it looks like Inspired's looking mid instead, especially with Busio coming up.
Busio just knocking those blast cones around a little bit. Inspired does have chicken control. Busio still seeing maybe, hey, there's an angle here. Perhaps Palafox, he does have his summoner spells. He's very low on mana here in the Corki. If Quack could get a nice shuffle, knock him further away from that turret, there could be a dive angle, but Whippo's about to crash this wave.
No
Contracts
flash,
is about to crash into Whippo. He's going to take a nap, and he's about to take a dirt nap right after. Plenty of damage between these two. I don't see a world where Whippo gets away from it. He cannot drain tank that as Palafox flashes away. Busio's coming in. The cow just tramples him. FlyQuest support, grabbing a kill on that one, but now he can't get away because Contracts is here on the escape angle to cut him off.
And the big difference here is Contracts, right? He is living in this top lane, and after getting that kill on the top side, is able to rotate down and make this mid a 1-for-1. which is, again, really crucial for NRG. And it also, I think, just shows how much more comfortable they are playing in standard lanes, especially if Contracts has something where he can affect his lanes.
Yeah, talking about Contracts affecting the lanes. This whole split, we've been calling Inspired the CEO of Full Clear. Contracts, by contrast, is a day trader in a crypto market, right? He just wants to go into the lanes. He's got a couple of coins that he thinks might be able to pop off, and he's going to invest in those. He's going to look to get a return on those, and he's getting returns in the first couple of plays here in this game.
He absolutely is. So after Contracts got that kill in the top lane, this is the mid lane play. It's fine if FlyQuest have to burn this much, Flash, Ignite, Alistair, his entire person as well, just to get the kill onto the Corki is very worth for NRG.
Yeah, and I mean, they were already sending their bot lane topside, right? So Huhi was in position. Jin was actually kind of in a position where FBI could have come down. And here we see, I love the day trader crypto bro Contracts Photoshop.
Do want to break down the stats here, though. It means Inspired doesn't gank that much, keeping a distance, letting everybody else do the work. Contracts has to ensue a lot of risk himself, so that's why he dies the most in 14 minutes on average, but it pays off with tied for the most first blood kills as junglers. It's weird, though, because at this point, like, he's up at the moment. Like, his stocks are popping this game.
And I want to make sure that we are praising NRG for this early game appropriately, because last time around, FlyQuest had a big lead early on, and it was like, man, this feels suffocating for NRG. This time around, it's a 3,000 gold lead just 12 minutes into the game. They got the second pot of grubs as well. NRG's early game is feeling fantastic, and now we're just going to need to see them play as a team when it comes to these larger fights as we move forward into the mid game to keep this rolling.
Which has been their weakness through a lot of the regular season, is being on the same page in team fights. So FlyQuest is definitely now trying to find their windows, but they will not have strong places to play through. You can see Inspired, he's jobless right now, actually walking through wards, no jungle camps up, just kind of waiting in a bush and just hoping that he gets some type of corporate handout here to bail him out of the issue he's in.
This delved into a critique of CEOs that I did not expect.
Yeah, I mean, if this game goes poorly, you know it's not Inspired who's going to be taking the pay cut. No, I'm done.
As we see, we were curious to see what Bwipo was going to build first. The answer is actually Frozen Fist. So, Jet, we guessed it.
I know.
We guessed it correctly.
We guessed it. I imagine when he's been ahead in scrims, he's gone elsewhere. They're going for Palafox, though.
Oh, Palafox getting caught out here. Needs a little bit more distance to try to escape all the way. Busio needs the last auto attack for the lockdown, but he ain't going to find it. The Heartbreaker from Inspired makes his way into the fight, and he steps into the range of the curtain call. But now a big sleep. Watch out, Eve. Contracts again making so many moves here for this NRG team in game number 2. FBI's going to try to get away as Quad sends his soldiers forward, and Bwipo is ready to chase down FBI, who he gets away underneath the tier 1 as Masu and Quad are working together with Bwipo to take down that Fed jungler. FlyQuest ain't stopping yet. Bwipo eats one more turret shot, and now it's just barely the escape for who he got it. Sky Splitter just barely misses him. FlyQuest got a big fight there, but the entire time, Big Dokes was taking big turrets in top lane.
And that's the thing. This is a 4v5, so the overall gold is still 3,000 in favor of NRG, but that is exactly the type of play that FlyQuest need to be looking for.
Yeah, and it's because they've ended up bringing Bwipo into that fight, right? Like, his TP ended up saving that fight, as we see here. The setup going in, this is the initial catch on to Palafox, where they think they're completely safe. Huhi comes in, is able to stun up both Busio and Quad on the backside, and then Jin starts firing.
Yeah, at this point, when the big sleep was landed by Contracts, I really did think it was going to be in the favor of NRG, but Bwipo makes a substantial impact upon arrival with Masu and Quad that makes NRG kind of full turn and run.
Yeah, and Dokla's TP was...
Hold on, Bwipo in a 1v4. No, he's not. He's just already dead. Dokla taking a killing spree on that one. Hey, guys, NRG is working together as a team. They are setting up plays and following one another into those plays. I am liking this.
Across the map as well. Now FlyQuest trying to get turrets on the backside, but NRG's hunting. Or not.
Yeah.
Hunt's over.
Hunt's over.
Everybody go home.
They're just going to take the tier 2, actually, in top lane.
Yeah. They'll take tier 2 in top, or FlyQuest will take tier 1 in top. NRG will take tier 2 in bot. And they hold mid.
This game is scrappy, man. Okay, so NRG have now claimed 2 tier 2 turrets from their opponents. They have knocked down the tier 2s in both side lanes. Tier 1 still standing for both teams in mid.
And I want to bring this up again from game 1. When Bwipo is ahead, the team is likely to win. When Bwipo is behind, the team is likely to lose. But it's also because he does so much for this team when he is ahead. And now that he's behind, he will have to kind of go for these desperation plays. So of all the players on FlyQuest, whether or not Bwipo is ahead or behind is what correlates strongest to victory or defeat for this team. So really big credit in the early game here with Dokla and Contracts consistently targeting Bwipo and keeping him down.
And now the big thing for NRG, if we see whether FlyQuest will want to go on Dokla.
Uh-oh, re-engage from NRG. Lucio in danger. The Alistar ain't gonna be able to tank that one up. FBI picks up another kill. 1, 1, and 3 here on the Jhin. That is his first personal kill of the game. 7-4 overall for NRG. Over 4,000 gold ahead. Where was this team in game number 1? We are seeing signs of life from NRG that I feel like we haven't seen since last summer.
Well, and it's kind of interesting, right? Because they keep fighting, but I keep trying to talk about how we've seen NRG get these leads before, but in their series this summer, a lot of it has been in game 1, and then it's their games 2 that ends up being really, really tough for them. Here, the big thing for me is they have all of the tools to get onto FlyQuest's carries, right? We talked about how this composition works. We've seen them being able to pick people off already.
Now the fight with SBI in the middle of everybody on FlyQuest. He doesn't get away from those. Quad picks up the kill there. So FlyQuest getting a little bit back while Bwipo is forced away in the bottom lane. Deadly Flourish sidestepped by Huhi, so no additional lockdown. No further follow-up from FlyQuest. The lead shrinks back down to about that 3,500 gold point that it's been for quite a while.
It puts the game in a little bit of a spooky spot, also because FlyQuest have the first 2 Drakes. So if NRG doesn't have a way of snowballing this game open, the game can neutralize a lot because it'll take so long for NRG to actually threaten a soul. That play in particular is a bit worrying because Palafox was clearly on top side, Dokla was clearly on bot side, and there was a large window where FlyQuest actually got to have a 4v3 in the mid lane, which based on the map state, you wouldn't expect to be possible. So I'm actually a little bit curious how FlyQuest got that numbers advantage for the mid fight.
Yeah, and it's these small things that I think NRG has cost NRG, in addition to their team fighting, just FlyQuest being able to recognize when they can make plays, even at a deficit. They're about to lose this mid turret off of the Herald push, which I do like from NRG. But they do still have all 3 outer turrets down. They have room to play with on the map if they can go in and get vision control.
FlyQuest looking a lot more scrambled up in game number 2 than they were in game number 1. And I think it kind of goes back to what ThinkCard was talking about when we heard Kobe interviewing him at the start of the game. They aren't a squad that has these clean games where they just put people in the dirt, go home, and get ready for the next series. Like, FlyQuest has a lot of variance in what we see from them on the Rift here in summer 2024. Let's see. Bottom lane, though, my big concern for NRG, even in this game, where the team as a whole is looking a lot better, is Palafox. Because back when this NRG squad popped off last year, when they won Summer, when they beat G2, a lot of it was because Palafox and Contracts were working together so well. Palafox was finding angles and plays and just really being this big X factor for the team. And I feel like in both spring and summer of this year, we have not seen that same level of performance from him, and I feel like if NRG wants to try to recapture some of that magic, Palafox has to be the rabbit they're pulling out of the hat.
And it's been a very peculiar decline for him. He had a bad game 1 even, and in this game, he is still the only member who is behind his opponent. Might get the Alistar ult out here. Yep. So I'm thinking of the ways that FlyQuest could get back in this game now that the gold deficit has grown to 4,000. A lot of it would be if Quad can build on this. He doesn't quite have his Zonias completed yet, but his arm guard hasn't been used, so he has the ability to set up some really big plays with the Azir into a Masu bullet time, because they kind of need that type of wombo combo where they're landing their AoE abilities on multiple people to overcome this gold deficit in a fight.
Well, you can see how FlyQuest are kind of setting him up for that, right? In bot lane, he's going to soak up a few waves here. And I think FlyQuest have been pretty good in these situations of keeping their carries in it, and then it'll come down to team fight setup and whether NRG, again, can get their coordination on board to win these fights, especially since they should have map control here.
And they do have item control right now for NRG. You can see those second items coming online in a couple of different spots. The Sterix gauge fully completed for the Renekton, for Dokla in top lane at a 3-0-1 score. Still Bwipo trying to put those components together for his second big tank item, excuse me. As the arm guard also available and unused. 4 contracts on the Lilia, and NRG will have total control over the bottom lane. We're talking about stopping that Drake stack for FlyQuest, and they'll stop it right here.
Yeah, I believe that FlyQuest is deciding to fight later. They did have this bot lane pushed, which they might still try and play around with Azir sneaking here, so they could be setting up a bit of a trap for Palafox, but makes a lot of sense that they would not contest that Drake, because if they lose that fight, it would go right into an NRG Baron, and then the gold lead would become unsustainable. And this trap has been set by Bwipo.
Bwipo going in. Palafox tries to leave. Sky Splitter doesn't accomplish a whole lot here, but they'll summon up the Sun Disc. Dokla contracts are coming in. They shuffle the Croc right on back, but he'll continue to slice forward. Bwipo will stand and fight. He has no other choice. Quad is surely going to die to contracts right here. Palafox grabbing the first kill, and NRG's about to make it 2. Easily done. The trap was set, but NRG were the ones who ultimately bamboozle their opponents.
Yeah, and they recognize that they can just TP in, make it more advantageous fight for themselves. And FlyQuest's response is going to get a few jungle camps here, try to get some vision control down, maybe see if someone pushes up in lane before resetting. But good recognition of NRG as to where they can respond, right? Because as soon as that trap came in, Dokla is still in a really good spot. He's 3-0-3 right now, up 2.3K over Bwipo as...
Ooh, who he? Nope, not getting away from that one. Looked like for a second maybe there was some hope. But if we're talking about hope, FlyQuest might have just found their angle to try to make something real crazy happen. They are going to YOLO Baron.
Oh man, it's just the support down. So as long as NRG fights this slow, they can get in there, but that Baron's going down actually pretty fast. Contracts has to get in there.
Yeah, they've got Azir for FlyQuest. He can shred through Barons very effectively. Palafox and Contracts trying to make their approach. The Baron is going to be burned low, down to 2,000 HP, and Contracts isn't anywhere nearby. The Baron falls, and FlyQuest claim it. Bucio's the first one sacrificed, as Bwipo has to flash back over the Baron pit wall to escape. So it's a trade. They lose their support, but they get the Baron. Remember, they killed the enemy support at the very start. Now the backs are going to get interrupted. Contracts wanted to go in here with the Hourglass as Bwipo gets locked up. An extra kill will go the way of NRG here on the very back end of things. As Palafox jumps forward, he'll find a kill and flash back away. That's the Palafox I was waiting to see a little bit more of.
Yeah, and obviously FlyQuest recognize after the pick on Huhi, maybe we just go flip Baron. They actually protect it pretty cleanly, and they almost got away with it. And then NRG are able to stop it with the Lilia. And I mean, I don't hate that call.
I love it.
I really liked it. It almost worked out for them, right? And that is what makes FlyQuest a dangerous team still in a lot of these situations.
I think this could be a very interesting series because of the signs of life we're seeing from NRG. So yes, they got picked off. Yes, FlyQuest made that rushed Baron call. And I think in week 3 of the regular season, that's the backbreaker for NRG. Maybe they int when they're trying to get the Baron buffs off of FlyQuest and suddenly the game's close. But look at this response here. Can they get Inspired?
Inspired's low, but he gets away for now. Quad with the engage here for the shuffle, but there's no follow-up. Bullet time finally arrives over the wall, and Contracts gets traded back jungler for jungler as FBI has to try to escape, and Quad doesn't have enough mana to continue the fight. Dokla's there on the flank, but FlyQuest has already backed away. 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, so the action really not slowing down here. Bwipo and Boostio are constantly looking for picks. No flash on Palafox.
You can get the Valkyrie away in time. Volibear's animation when he catches up to you after that run, he has to throw his arms in the air and then slam down, so you can easily Valkyrie away from that one, even if he gets stunned at the very end of the animation. But now, here's one more look at how the Baron fight went down.
And Inspired actually didn't even have Smite. That's how much they wanted to just flip it. Cannot let contracts in. It means Boostio has to invest everything to peel. Otherwise, maybe they would have had more people escape. And I really do like that NRG continued this chase. They pick up 2 kills. One from Contracts and Dokla zoning out Bwipo. But then Palafox, despite not having a very good game to this point, sees the window and goes in for the execute.
Yeah, and I did like, again, how FlyQuest were able to protect the Baron from Contracts. And then NRG recognizing that they will win this fight, right, on the backside of it. The big thing now, though, is NRG closing out games.
Yeah, Inspired getting caught, has to use Heartbreaker back over the wall. And when you look at the scoreboard, you can see the story of the game pretty numerically.
Yeah.
3 out of 5 of the roles are very close, right? Not even 500 gold separating mid, bot, and support. But over 2,000 gold leads in both the top and jungle roles. It's Dokla and Contracts that are really shining here for NRG in Game 2.
And I think it backs up what Thinkard said at the beginning of the day, right? They are used to seeing this Volibear from scrims. They knew exactly how they wanted to deal with it. Contracts is on one of the best junglers right now, right?
Yeah.
Where he is able to affect lanes. Lilia also just brings so much to this team composition that we've already seen from their fights and how they want to lock people down and pick them off. And recognizing that is classic NRG. That's what I like to see from this team is Contracts playing around his lanes, getting one of his laners ahead, especially when they used to play almost exclusively towards their solo lanes in Palafox and Dokla. And now they are in good control of the game, so it's, can you close this out cleanly?
And that, to me, makes this game, at this point, such a must-win for NRG.
Oh, yeah.
Because so much has gone well for them already. But at the end of the day, this is a 5,000 gold lead. They're 2 Drakes away from Soul. All the inhibitor turrets are up. There's still work to be done. If they are to not convert this lead, I think that's the clean sweep. So I think series-defining sequence here for NRG if they even want a chance of pulling off an upset.
All right, let me ask you guys about this. Since you're both analysts and I'm just a Scorpion guy, I'm still seeing so many people build Lord Dom's Regards after the changes to it, after the removal of like the Giant Slayer passive and everything.
Yeah.
When it's really the reality of difference in stats now is that it has 10 more damage and Mortal Reminder has 40% heal cut for the exact same stats otherwise. You're up against Volibear, Viego, and Bloodthirster Rust Misfortune, as well as Alistar. I just feel like there's definitely maximizations that could be made to guarantee that you have the best possible chance of closing this game out. But where's Mortal Reminder?
It's not there.
Where's it at?
I mean, I think the answer, you're not going to like it.
Yeah.
Okay.
10 damage. That's why they're built.
Longsword.
A lot of it could be habit. Some of it's about target selection.
Okay.
Weirdly enough, and this is going to be a really, really dirty stat, but like as item 3 on Jhin, I do see Lord Doms as higher win rate, which kind of breaks my brain because I would imagine just looking at it, the heal cut is going to be better, but
well, that's my assumption, right?
In that case, I don't hate it as much, but I still think we should be seeing a lot more Mortal Reminder based on what you said.
All right,
I think generally we should be seeing more Mortal Reminder.
I'm just making sure I'm not totally out in left field here. I've seen a couple conversations about this on Twitter, but you never know how much quality those conversations have these days. So I had to do a sanity check here with you guys real fast, but we do have to also check in on something else. The Baron about to spawn here in 5 seconds. Control over the Rift currently belongs to NRG, and FlyQuest have to try to stake some sort of a claim back out here in neutral territory.
Yeah, and NRG have a really good setup. They've pushed in both of their side waves. FlyQuest pushing in through mid, but NRG should be able to push back, have good control over the Drake.
Dokla immediately finds Whippo and just unleashes a can of whoop-ass on him. But now, who's in trouble? Dokla locked up in the middle of 4. He can't find his kill. Big Dokes with a big blunder here in the enemy jungle.
And that's a long death timer. Let's see what they actually burn for it. Just the Azir ultimate. So, and the Viego ultimate is burned, but I think that's because he had a free reset after the kill, so it's still going to be up. FlyQuest is going to try and use his 5v4 to move in on Baron Pit.
Yeah, most importantly, we still have Alistar, MF, ults up for a potential Baron fight as they push in mid.
And Masu just hit level 16. Quad having to use the stasis to make sure that he doesn't end up in any trouble here as the Sun Disc is summoned. Whippo teleports in to rejoin the rest of the squad. The Sun Disc makes enough space for FlyQuest to again fall back. They're heading up towards the Baron Pit, but they don't want to start this. Dokla's going to be alive in 5 seconds, and he has TP.
That's too slow there, actually. If FlyQuest doesn't immediately move and start it, Dokla's going to be able to revive. So it's still going to be a bounty over to Whippo, but the control of the map is now gone.
Dokla is right back in it. He cannot be out of the action. This is a fast-paced game, and NRG is going to keep that pace pushed. They are going straight for the Baron, but they aren't DPSing it very quickly. They're just trying to lure FlyQuest over. They want to try to force the fight instead. Busio leading the charge for FlyQuest on the approach. Has a lot of lockdown on the front line. Destroys Huhi. FlyQuest have found their first pick, and Dokla goes into dominance trying to fight back. Contract into the back line of FlyQuest, but he ain't finding the pressure he needs here just yet. Gonna grab the first kill as Palafox goes on a rampage. Dokla trying to protect FBI as Whipple dives into the back, but it ain't gonna matter. NRG! They found 2, and they need to get more. Quad wants to get out as the Emperor tries to flash it away, but Palafox won't let him. NRG is cleaning up this fight with a bullet time over the wall, maybe, but not enough. A double kill for mid-peeler Palafox.
That wasn't pretty, but it was effective because they killed 4, they only lost 1, and they're going to get the Baron here.
I thought it was a little dicey, mainly because for a while there, they were not able to get onto Quad or Masu. Right? But also Quad and Masu were not necessarily able to get in. As we see this, again, Busio goes in, kicks Huhi back. Huhi goes down pretty quickly, but Inspired is able to take over Leona, and I mean, Dokla is really taking care of Inspired and Whippo here.
I really thought after the original pick that this was going to be an NRG game throw, but Whippo goes continually deep. I think if he had pulled back to the rest of his team, maybe there's a chance. And then the finish by Palafox just ends up being incredibly effective. He continues the chase, he kills Quad, and then Inspired can't quite get Palafox while he's close enough to the bullet time to get the max amount of damage and ends up just giving away another death. And you can see how much this means. How hyped up NRG is right now.
I feel like you can see like a relief just rising off of Croissant's shoulders in the background as he's yelling. And Chat, you said it wasn't pretty. It was not.
It was not.
But it does look like it is going to be effective, and NRG should be able to close this out.
9,000 gold lead. Drake's still tied 2-2, not really a factor on those. That third Mountain Drake has spawned now, so NRG can secure that on their way out. They are taking everything from FlyQuest. As you can see, Masu caught out in a bad spot here. Huhi and Palafox just delete him. Whippo was trying to provide some level of protection, but that ain't gonna work.
As much as this does seem like an NRG victory, I am not counting it until the Nexus falls, because they just, if we just think about this last sequence, the last 2 or 3 minutes, Dokla gets caught split pushing while trying to set up a wave. There's then 50 seconds where NRG have to hold out before Baron happens. Then, when it is a 5v5, they just straight up start it as 5. Because the split pushing and the conventional ways of trying to end the game weren't effective for them, so they kind of just had to hard force, and they out-fought FlyQuest, which is something that NRG hasn't really been doing throughout most of the split, which is encouraging that they can win the outfight. But it also just means that I still think anything can happen. If Quad or Busio find a very clean engage here, I can see them bursting down Palafox or FBI, and that would be enough to change the actual momentum in this game. 85% of the time, 90% of the time even, NRG wins this, but FlyQuest, they're still going to fight to the end.
NRG pushing into top lane now. They have already crushed the inhibitor back in mid. They want to continue to use these last 30 seconds of Baron to some sort of efficacy. They're going to have the next wave about to arrive. 40% HP remaining on the tier 3 turret here in top. Whippo just trying to guard any sort of an angle off to the side here. Dokla is trying to approach from that same angle. Cannon minions doing a lot of work here on the tier 3 turret. That one's gonna collapse. Probably just one more shot from that cannon minion. There it goes.
There we go.
Curtain call opens up. Quad stuck in a stasis, having to flash away now as the bullet time fires back. Busio on the front line, bought a lot of time, and Inspired takes down Huhi. Nice snipe coming out from FBI to make it a 1-for-1 as both supports fall. Inspired has to go back into the fountain and heal up a little bit more. NRG's 4-man squad is not done yet. Their Baron has expired though, and it looks like they're gonna call it on that one.
I think overall an effective push still for NRG. It looked a little tight when Huhi did go down to the bullet time, but you could just see the raw gold lead pushing back Inspired and Whippo at the end of that fight. So 2 inhibitors down, another reset, then set up for the 3rd inhibitor. This whole time, I think FlyQuest is just gonna try and get vision in this area and then just hope that someone isn't grouped when they check. I think that's their last window back in the game.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, I really do want to see NRG close it out, right? Because they've been so shaky in a lot of these situations in the past. I think even at the inhib, it wasn't as dicey as it looked, even with Huhi going down, because they did have range. And additionally, Dokla, prior to that, was doing a really good job of marking Whippo, where Whippo might be able to come around on a flank. As we see contracts going in.
Yeah, contracts also with that verdant barrier makes it a lot easier for him to make these approaches onto Lilia to get in there and set up these fights. Now, once more, the Zonya is being used to stay safe against the bullet time. Yes, Huhi's low, but they don't really care that much. He has Warmogs. The Leona is going to rapidly regenerate. NRG knows they can all pressure this bottom lane because they have free pressure in the other 2 lanes with the super minions they've already earned. Neither one of those is going to be respawning super soon here. So now with their 5v4, they're going for the last lane, the last angle. Deadly Flourish locks up Busio, forcing out the Unbreakable Will before any sort of a fight even starts. That means as soon as Busio goes in, he's dead in the next fight. FlyQuest scrambling to heal up, go for their last defense here at the goal line as NRG keeps the pressure on. Another nice Deadly Flourish from FBI. No way for the rest of the team to follow up there on Masu. Remember, the Misfortune still does have that cleanse if they try to overcommit. First Nexus turret taking a little bit of damage, and the minions are about to arrive to facilitate a little bit more. Got it down below half now. Dokla is on full fury, full dominus mode. Here on the Croc. Busio wanted to make a play, but he ain't gonna find it. Masu with a quick cleanse in case he would have got caught by that solar flare. Dokla wanted to go in and lock up Quad, but the Zonya is going to keep him alive now as the second Nexus turret dies. Whippo going after Palafox, but he ain't going to find the angle to kill him yet. The front line of FlyQuest is down. Quad is down. Everybody on FlyQuest is going home in body bags. NRG just woke up for playoffs. Masu's firing back. He takes out 2, but it ain't going to matter. NRG tie up the series.
And I think this is the best game Palafox has played in quite some time, mainly because of his execution in team fights. Even that very last one, he dodged the flank engage from Whippo and Inspired to secure the victory.
And the big thing for me from NRG is their early gameplay, right? Because we talked about how they initially looked good in the swap, and then FlyQuest totally outplayed them. They out-macroed them completely in game 1. In this game, we saw them really understand about where they wanted to apply pressure. Contracts got involved early, lived in the top lane for a little bit. Bot lane 2v2 went super well, and they were able to play around, and more importantly, close it out, even with a few whoopsies here and there.
Yeah, if I'm NRG, I don't want no lane swaps anymore ever again. I'm me, and I don't want no lane swaps anymore ever again. But hey, single day tickets are officially on sale for the LCS Championship at the YouTube Theater in Los Angeles. You can head on over to riot.com/LCS Championship to claim your spot right now. But we're going to head on over to the LCS Lounge to break it all down.
Thank you, Flowers, and welcome back to the LCS Lounge. We're here for the Mystery Science Theater.
LCS Movie Theater.
LCS Movie Theater, there you go. We're going to be going over some of these clips. NRG tied the series back up, and a lot of it started up here in the top lane.
The bear! This bear right here!
The bear was
oh no, he's already on fire!
It started early, and it started often, man.
So remember in Champ Select, when I was like, Lilia is Volibear's worst matchup, and junglers can go top. Contracts went top a lot. Coming through the lane. Oh man, the fatty question.
The white flag? The white flag already?
Yeah, we need a white flag. But the bowling ball down the middle of the lane comes in, and it definitely got worse. They were hunting bear a lot in this game. The other big storyline, though, was that PalFox did play way better than he has been playing. I mean, even this one where Busio full sent it for the tower dive, guess who's coming to collect? Who's coming to collect on that? The Lilia. Who's letting that goat in? Nice prancing goats up here. And then you see Contract's licking his lips.
Yeah.
He gets these kills, and then he also gets all the jungle camps.
I wonder what the comms sound like. Every time you hear Contracts, it's like. That was the worst.
He's cosplaying Lilia?
Yeah, basically.
I mean, the thing is, like, even when they were getting the kills on PalFox, it was costing them so much, right? It was always FBI coming in. It's always Contracts coming in. It was NRG that was responding very quickly to these plays. And that's what you really love to see, is that they were committing to the same plays. They're backing each other up. You know, they're making things happen. And not just kind of rolling over. Like, they were the ones asserting their will on this game.
It's Lilia diff, baby. Lilia diff. Contracts had one of these god games here, and
if you could pause. For me, the pausing is really important because, like, while we're seeing FlyQuest pick up these much-needed kills,
he literally paused.
Yeah, thank you. Topside, Renekton is picking up a whole lot of gold.
Yeah.
Like, full waves topside, denying it from Volley when he comes back, the turret as well. Like, Renekton is fed.
And then there was no smite, by the way, here. Look at how low this is getting, and look at the rocket over the wall right there. That rocket was in the air.
I was clenching.
20-something health. And then it just felt like they just got lazy with the recalls. Like, they're all stopping to recall right along here. Everyone from NRG is still chasing after them, still piling in. And as a result, they end up having to use summoners.
Look at the PalFaker 2v1 in the back.
Get over here.
Where's Masu? Dead.
Go.
PalFox getting in there, getting aggressive. You know, he came up big for them in that moment. This was one where if they just walk out, though, got all those Baron buffs out, I feel like the game starts to stabilize a lot more for them. They had good scaling. They had their opportunities, but I think, unfortunately, they fell short a little bit at those kind of key moments where they could have maybe come back.
Yeah.
You know, another big one, obviously, was that later fight over around Baron where Contract was able to turn it around. You know, they got the initial first pick onto Huhi. And it looked like, okay, this could actually be a FlyQuest 1 fight, but then Contract got in the back line, got a multi-man sleep. Bwipo was kind of over-chasing, trying to solo out a carry. And meanwhile, PalFox dives into the back line and kills off, you know, multiple people again.
We're just staring the whole time at Inspired. We stared at Inspired for like a minute there.
Stare at him! But no, like, another thing as well.
We have the stare emote.
What's Cagel doing back there? Wait, who's that? Where is he?
Where is he?
Why is Cagel in the shot? Oh, God.
Oh, there it is! We see the rats on that one. But yes, another thing as well, it wasn't in the reel, but there was also a play where Azir was supporting Volibear that's already behind bot side of the map, right?
Yeah.
And then they end up falling behind. To me, Volibear is already dead to rights. He's out of the game at that stage. I would just start really trying to get resources across the other side of the map and start putting it into Masu, who's actually putting in a heaps amount of damage by the end of that game. But they had already made too many mistakes up until that point to try and get Bwipo back in.
And even later on in the game, you know, it did feel like Bwipo, this is something that I think he has had as an issue for him throughout this split, is that, you know, he very frequently kind of makes the game about himself, where he plays like he's in a position of power even when he is not. And I think it allows him to really dominate games when he is playing from ahead, because he really knows those limits. But it feels like when he falls behind, he still plays in that same way, right? He's still playing Volibear to solo dive the backline and solo out the AD. But you're behind and you're a tank volley, you're not really able to do that. In those situations, sometimes I think you just need to stand on your carries and just be stunning them up, right? Like just stunning people up, peel for the Azir, peel for Masu, and, you know, shift your play style to be supportive. You're behind.
All right, this is our opportunity. Does anyone want to invest in NRG at this point in the match?
Wait a minute, why are you asking us? Ask yourself that.
Yeah. I can't invest if I want to also. I'm asking the question to the group.
Okay. I'm not gonna invest.
You're not
in fact,
investing?
I'm gonna hold because other people are investing, and I will be making the fans out there.
I'm not investing in an NRG win. I'm investing in NRG being more competitive than I thought they were going to be. FlyQuest has selected blue side for game number 3, so they are going back. Are you thinking they could win the series now?
I'm investing, okay? I'm investing.
What are you investing in?
Kobe's investing.
I'm dropping my full net worth on NRG.
Okay, we'll see if Kobe's going broke or if NRG are going to take it. Game number 3 is coming up after this short break.
I don't need money.
Contracts. 60 seconds to guess the champ.
Is it a jungler?
No.
Is it a top laner?
No.
Mid laner?
No.
AD carry?
No.
Support?
Yes.
Okay. Is it a hook champ?
Kind of.
Kind of hook?
Is it Pike?
No.
Oh, that's actually a good guess. You did really good there.
You think so? Is it AD?
No.
It's an AP champ.
Yeah.
You're asking all the wrong questions. Oh, man.
Oh, God. Help me.
When I say the champ?
You can guess.
60 seconds.
Yeah.
Give me and does it start with an R?
Yes.
Starts with an R.
A hook champ starts with an R? What is that?
Range?
How did you know? 10 seconds. 10 seconds.
Just say it.
Renata.
Oh.
Yes.
Hey,
Renata.
that's what teammates are for.
Oh, they're looking at me? Coming? I'm gonna about to the left, okay?
Viego's here.
If you can stun Azir, it's...
If Viego flashes in, watch.
Yeah, looking at Diego.
Yeah, look at Viego.
I can stun him after. Good.
Yeah.
I can't cancel.
Nice. It's fine,
Kite out.
Kill Ali. Yeah, and then we can get up.
Okay, try fighting.
No flash.
Lilia no ult already. Leona has flash.
Yeah, going more. I have 3 seconds on spells.
Has flash.
I don't care. Go.
Nice.
You're tanking, okay? Careful.
Renekton is not TP. He hates to TP. He hates to TP. Yes, you can.
I can kill. Oh.
It's fine, I'll have her. I should just take it. I don't know why I did that.
It's okay.
It's fine.
I'm trolling.
I'm coming.
Looks good. We're first. We're first.
Are you fine, mid?
Okay.
I will keep flash R.
Yeah. We're gonna come in on this guy.
Yeah. I'm running as
Yeah, he has a... I'm going volley, okay?
Yeah.
I'm looking on Azir.
They're just getting slowed back, yo.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll bait.
Yeah, can they... No, they're not Nash. Yeah, play for fight. It doesn't matter if they go Nash.
Yeah.
Kill Usher.
Yeah. Okay.
No flash.
No flash.
Yeah. I'll W here. I'll W.
No ulti on him. He'll flash.
No flash.
Do we not want to keep him? Yeah. Slow chase, push top.
Okay.
Look at me. I can keep the fight going.
Yeah.
I can keep the fight going. Yeah, looks good.
Don't cleanse AD. What's my W?
Yeah.
That's flash. They have no tower.
Will he die in chip?
He's gonna buy time.
Okay, I'm going.
We're going, guys.
It's gonna be a turn, okay? Yeah,
turn. We're fighting already. Yeah.
Root on him out.
Looking Viego. Watch out, Viego, guys. Yeah. No zone is Azir. I'm looking at Azir after. Actually, I'll help you with this. Yeah, you guys can just hit front. So
I've stunned him too. I've stunned him too. Just watch me.
Yeah.
Help here. Yeah.
I can
looking.
ult
Looking. They have no flash on Azir. Azir. Just try to get Azir.
That's flash?
You guys can do Nash.
Viego's up here. Viego's low.
You guys can just... Oh.
Cover it.
Nice.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS Summer 2024 playoffs. We are in the middle of what is now turned into a true battle between FlyQuest and NRG after NRG bounced back to tie our series up in game number 2.
NRG also saved us from across all 3 major regions having 3-0 playoff, the 18-0 playoff run from every single playoff series that was played. We, LCS,
non-rational gaming,
are now the outlier thanks to NRG, who are banning Senna once again. This time on red side makes a little bit more sense. And then we see those standard Yone and Ivern bans coming out from FlyQuest.
Yeah, so basically that means LEC was 2 sweeps, LPL was 2 sweeps.
Yep.
We had 1 sweep, which then makes, because we didn't have all sweeps, LCS the most competitive region in the world.
Period.
Let's go.
No contest.
That's what competition means.
Yeah.
Glad we figured that out.
So I was talking a little bit about this last game, but it got interrupted by the interview that Kobe had with ThinkCard. But the Senna getting banned out by NRG, I know this is something that's probably surprising for a lot of people because FBI and Huhi were such big players of the Senna combos in bottom lane. But remember that Senna underwent a lot of changes recently, and her builds are even wackier than before now. Like previously she could build lethality or whatever. Azale was talking about how that's pretty dead the other day. Stuff like Black Cleaver combined with Echoes of Helia.
So good on her now,
Chat, what it reminds me of is yesterday when you talked about putting orange juice in your coffee. It's just 2 things that should never be together, like Echoes of Helia and Black Cleaver on the same champion. But Senna is so wacky now, it works.
I mean, I saw both of those things for the first time yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, very interesting. If you try orange juice in coffee, make sure it's a shot of espresso, because if you try and mix
I'm not going to try it.
brew, the orange juice gets too diluted and doesn't taste very good. In terms of Senna, I do think it is quite good because you basically only get 1 item on Senna before the game is more or less decided. And explicitly in the patch notes, they did say they wanted to make Senna better with Black Cleaver. And they did. It's the highest win rate first item. But I would also say that in terms of the overall fit on your team comp, you will need to put more of an onus on your top lane and mid lane to do the majority of the damage, because the Black Cleaver Senna is more about healing and shred than it was about traditional damage, which might be why they want to have FBI on something else. I still kind of hate it because I think he's like the best Senna in the league. It just feels off to have them banning it every game.
So I don't necessarily hate it on red side for NRG if you don't want to give it up to FlyQuest, right? Because we have seen them play Senna before, and it is a really strong build. I'm sorry for the fan that has that sign, because Aurora, although we don't have a thing up like LCK does, is global banned.
Yeah, she's perma-banned right now, unfortunately.
We see the Renekton Ziggs coming out for NRG, and then Ashe as the prio pick for FlyQuest's first lock-in.
Okay, the Ashe locked there for FlyQuest. Renekton again for Dokla. All right, guys, what do you think the chances are that Whippo slams a volley bear into this one? Runs it back.
0.
What do you think are the chances that he wants to, but the coaches won't let him?
I want to see it so bad. I want to see him just double down.
I mean, we heard from ThinkCard that it's very coin flippy. Obviously, last game, the volley bear coin came up tails. Maybe this time around, they want to land heads. If it comes up tails once, it means it's got to be heads on the next one, right? That's how probability works.
I can imagine the alternate universe where they're just like, oh man, if I only had Volibear on blue side, it would have been completely different.
Well, we have the Azir picked up once again for Quad here in the mid lane. Again, this was kind of the one light shining in the darkness for FlyQuest last game. It was Quad who would still have those small gold advantages. Quad kind of looking for angles on this Azir. So I'm perfectly fine seeing this get locked in again. But the Bard locked in for Busio here, picking the support alongside the Ashe here before the second half of the bans get to come in.
And the Bard had been something that has been banned away from Busio earlier in the series, so getting it in early is really putting a lot of stock in FlyQuest's ability to perform in this bottom lane. One of the big reasons they were able to snowball game one so heavily was with their Ezreal Karma. They just got a huge advantage and carried it throughout the map. So if they can do that once again here with Ashe Bard, it would be their main path to victory.
Yeah, as we see Cassandre being removed, so they're not going to let that go over to Bwipo. And we'll see if they remove another top lane champ, if Doko is just like, I don't want to face off against this. We want to get a really good Renekton start.
Okay.
The thing I'm most curious about, actually, is looking at contracts and what he's going to end up playing, because I do think, again, getting him involved in NRG's lanes early has been the key to success for this team. It was the key to success last team. I know people are going to rag a lot on the Volibear pick in isolation, but the fact that NRG recognized that they needed to target that and targeted it heavily, and it worked. I want to see a similar early game from contracts coming out.
A couple of champs that I wouldn't be surprised to see here. Scion for Bwipo. Nidalee for contracts.
Oh, I hate it already.
Because they already have good setup with Leona and Renekton to apply CC.
Well,
and Ornn would be the third one. I have a suspicion that Bwipo's going to get put on a tank.
Well, the ban on Corki from FlyQuest informs me that FlyQuest thinks that Ziggs could still be going bottom. They could still try to pick something different here for the mid lane. Corki Azir just has this unnatural power to manifest itself in Best of 5 series in League of Legends historically. But the Vi, banned out by FlyQuest for their final one. They do want to keep contracts off one of those big playmakers. Let's see what NRG wants to lock in here. With the Corki banned away, if you do want Palafox on a mid lane AD carry against the Azir, Tristana is still one of those ones who was just completely rampant throughout summer split regular season. But instead it would be the Zeri locked in.
And theoretically, we still don't know where these picks are going.
Right.
Between the Zeri and the Ziggs. It is interesting that they're not picking jungle here and instead saving a potential counter pick or flex for their final pick. I think it's pretty rare to see jungle fall that far, especially on a red side draft. So I don't know what they're cooking. Maybe it is a Nidalee. Maybe
Whoa,
something
that's
else.
locked.
That's
a Darius.
That's locked.
Wrong. This is not a Scion. This is a different type of champion. It's not his first Darius game of the split. He already played it. I'm trying to remember the matchup that he actually played it into, but he had a very successful game. It's another one of those picks that needs to be fairly far ahead in order to succeed. He played it against Sniper earlier on this year. It was Sniper's Cassante, so a different matchup here, but it's one of those Bwipo specials.
And now we see the Sejuani coming out for Inspired as well. Again, I know we've talked about Inspired as a full clear jungle. He is very good at recognizing when he can affect his lanes. The Sedge, he will have some setup. I'm most curious to see how this top lane matchup goes, and there we go. There is the R5 Contracts Nidalee that I know you were so excited about, Flowers. Your face says it all.
The only thing I like more than Nidalee is lane swaps. Now, let's my personal tastes for jungler selection aside, who do you guys actually feel walked away with a better draft here? Because I do agree that if you must pick Nidalee, if you are compelled to choose this champion, picking her with point-and-click hard CC like Renekton and Leona is a must, and NRG have put those pieces together.
Personally, I think NRG's team composition is fine, but it is going to be snowballing. It's another one of those things where if the Nidalee Renekton can get a good 2v2 on Bwipo's Darius, it's going to make the rest of FlyQuest team comp incredibly fragile. Because then it's just the Sejuani trying to fly in, the Bard can't play frontline, and they can also really nuke the Ashe with the Ziggs and Zeri poke throughout the game. So I understand what NRG's going for.
Yeah, and the thing I'm super curious about with this draft is how they're going to rotate Ziggs around to get all of those turrets down, right? Because again, like when we talk about Ziggs compositions and specifically like, oh, we've seen it played in their bot lane as well, actually, but also mid for APA. It's like, what makes TL so good at this? It's actually how they recognize when the Ziggs can go to different lane assignments to chew through turrets very quickly, and how they play the map. So that's another thing that I am very curious to see how NRG will approach this.
All right. First one went to FlyQuest. Second one went to NRG. Who's moving to match point here? It's time for game number 3 in our second series of playoffs. Honestly, I'm so happy that we broke that clean sweep thing. I think it's so much more fun when the series are more competitive. And I think there's got to be some NRG fans out there right now who are feeling that dangerous, faint glimmer of hope. But as we're waiting for the minions to spawn, let's go ahead and toss things over to Raz, who's standing by with Coach Nuke Duck.
What's up, guys? Got Nuke Duck with me. First question is going to be about the draft. Interesting one from your side. We got the Darius versus Renekton. Another one, were you surprised by NRG's composition going for Ziggs and Nidalee?
I mean, I thought about they would. No, not really surprised. No. Yeah, not really.
Can you talk to the Darius pick a little bit, though? He seems to be getting pelted at the moment.
Yeah. It's just Bippo's comfort pick, and we can like support the carry top this game. So yeah, it's just Bippo's just great on Darius. That's why. Yeah.
Sounds good to me. And the last question is just going to be any adaptations or things that you told the team coming in from the last game to this one.
Yeah, just something about like early game, how we used our champions that we could do better, but it was like not relevant to this game. So yeah.
Okay, all right. Thanks a lot for your time. I'm going to be sending it straight to the casters.
Potatoes.
I appreciate you.
At first, it's a little annoying that he never gives you anything.
We learned no information.
But it's like talking, it's like trying to argue with the brick wall. Like, it's just like, what are you, that's incredible. Why would you pick Darius? He's good at Darius. And then he's just, because there was interesting stuff happening with the deep ward at level 1 and Busio and Masu, so he's just transfixed by the game.
Yeah, I was going to say,
amazing.
I think that is the part that it's really fun to get coaches' interviews down in like right as you come out, because there is a television there, so they are watching their team potentially mess up or be really good at a level 1. And so their eyes are just glued to the screen as we see Palafox getting mid-prio off of this first push. Looks like lanes are kind of even, except for mid is in favor of NRG, and bot once again, Masu and Busio, as you'd expect, get the push in the spot lane.
Yep, they're slow stacking this wave, and it's really important to see if Inspire can do anything early on the Sejuani, because he's definitely not been the CEO of Full Clear here. It is a small little variant in his jungle path. Instead of walking between his turrets, he walks around. He'll still be able to full clear, but it does give Contracts full information that Sejuani started bot side, is moving top side, and he would now be able to gank bot or even make his way to mid.
Palafox with control over the mid lane. Energy fans like to see this. Again, I feel like Palafox kind of found his momentum again in the second half of the last game. We saw him get a little bit hypey, take plays he was confident on, securing the additional kill after the Baron play during the chase in top lane, also being able to find a couple of good kills afterwards. We'll see if that turns into some real momentum for him, as Bwipo is proxy farming the enemy top lane. Busio's got to try to get away from Contracts here. The obnoxious Nidalee auto attack harass with the red buff is just really annoying for anybody to deal with, as mid lane kind of gets right back into a stalemate, and our junglers are just going to split the map here, each taking a different crap.
Yeah, and as we see, Bwipo having enough control over that top side that he can end up dirty farming, and he'll be able to walk back to lane completely freely. He did not take teleport in this game. He took Ghost Flash.
But I really do want to see, Emily, you and I talked about this zone being a... Bwipo seems to die here more than any other player in the world.
The Bwipo trapezoid of destruction.
Yes, it's because he gets such a strong wave crash, he wants to do something with it. He wants to get vision, he wants to put pressure on the other team, but he dies there a lot. And he might be... He's thinking about going again. We'll just track this, because Emily called this out a couple days ago, that's the spot Bwipo dies.
But he is also on one of the most notoriously effective 1v2 champions in the game. Remember that once Darius either gets an execution with his ulti or just gets 5 bleed stacks on any one target, he gets the passive attack damage buff that starts out at 30 at level 1 and scales up to 230. Bwipo is not going to know that Contracts is here.
But doesn't matter.
He misses the apprehend.
But Doku used all his cooldowns.
Anyway.
They're just going to wait. They know the Bwipo will not back up. That is not the Bwipo way. Decimate connects. Just popping the Ghost. Walk it off. Contracts doesn't have any buffs. There's no way to catch up. Okay. Whole lot of build-up for a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, I mean, they do burn his Ghost, so that's something if Contracts wants to revisit. But now Inspired is here. And Bwipo is still going to be able to push this in, and it will give Inspired and Quad a little bit of time to see what Contracts is up to.
And we've been talking about this all series.
Oh my god.
This is updated.
Yeah, how many times?
This is what you did with the thing.
I'm gonna do this for as long as it's relevant, because no one's gonna tell me that they didn't die by Bwipo in game 2. And if they win by Bwipo in this game, with all the he's already affecting the game so much. Like, think about how much time Contracts just wasted on Nidalee that he could have used to farm camps, get level 6, pressure grubs, take dragon. So he's already had a big effect on this game.
The grubs only just now spawned. The pot was empty.
Okay.
Look, this is.
I'm not going to fight you on this one.
You've got me. You've got me on the numbers, but I've got you on the grubs.
You did.
All right. Fair play on that one.
Yeah. But think about it. If Contracts hadn't, okay, I'm not going to fight it.
Okay.
All right. What I'll say is that it did allow for Inspired and Quad to peek up, right? See what Contracts was up to, keep track of him, and that did give them first rotation on these grubs. Whereas NRG, again, we're just going to see the classic grub to Drake trade down here.
We've been seeing a lot of this throughout the whole split. We're seeing it again a lot here today. So NRG will go ahead and secure themselves that first Drake. But the grubs feel so nice if you can have the lane control, especially early on, to grab some extra plates out of them early, infuse the team with that extra early gold to start the snowball just a little bit faster. 7 minutes on the clock, and Inspired is in the enemy jungle looking to take the second spawn red buff, but Sejuani is not a speed clearer, and Contracts is on his way up. The ward is placed into the brush. The spear flies out, but it misses, as Inspired is already on his way back out. He knows he cannot finish this before the Nidalee shows up, and he does not win that fight.
And Dokla is already level 7, so he would be able to feint back and defend that red buff, but this is Bwipo crashing a wave and trying to use this timer for his advantage.
You never want to fight Darius in a 2v2. This champion can absolutely annihilate. Skirmishes, beautiful Ash arrow from all the way down in bot lane, and the follow-up is ready to go. Palafox with a lightning crash, trying to get away, but not a chance. It's first blood for Quad, but all the credit over to Masu.
The red buff was taken away by Contracts, so a slight win for NRG. The big story, though, is definitely Masu, Busio impacting the rest of the map. Not only did they fire the arrow, they fired the Bard up there, too, and he helped secure the kill.
Yeah, and I mean, Busio was already rotating into position for that. It did look like Quad would have headed up as well if it become like a really big skirmish. I wasn't sure if they were aiming the arrow for Palafox or for further at the red buff, because the most important part is it looked like Fly was in a position where they were ready and they knew when they wanted to collapse in on it with that arrow. So good from them. I mean, we talk about how annoying Ash is, and that is exactly why.
Gold leads everywhere for FlyQuest right now, except in the jungle role, which you would expect for a Nidalee and how fast she can move through the jungle, who he is trying to establish a little bit of vision here in the red quadrant of FlyQuest. Busio just needs to get him out of here. Maintain control over their own side of the map, as Masu's job farming up the minions isn't really being interrupted by a whole lot of anything. I will be interested, just again on the same point that you said earlier, Emily, how well will NRG be able to use this Ziggs to secure turrets, rotate him around the map, and just really put the pressure on these objectives?
Yeah, and I mean, that is why it's kind of interesting that it was FlyQuest that ended up with the grub take on topside when all was said and done, because A, of how Contracts was kind of setting up in there and trying to get onto the Darius, but then B, not that the early Drake is anything to sneeze at, but that grub pushing power on turrets with Ziggs is so nice to have.
Very, very powerful, as Inspired will secure the next Scuttle Crab here for FlyQuest. Critically, they are going to secure this one just shy of a minute before the second pot of grubs spawns. They've already got the first 3. If they can hit the full 6, they'll feel so good about denying all of those from the side of NRG. As, all right, not a whole lot else really going on here. You can see Masu and Quad both just hanging out, but nobody's nearby.
I think we're definitely going to see something happening up at those grubs, though, because Palafox already swapped bottom. So they're already moving the Ziggs towards mid lane to try and have more people up there for the fight. And Bwipo has to ghost again. Let's see.
Yeah, he's going to lose his bone plating. Dopa already used Slice and Dice. Bwipo finds the Decimate heal onto 2. Apprehend as he tries to flash away. Inspired wants to help him out. Masu with a nice arrow yet again, but it is not enough. NRG sent enough dudes. 3v1 can burst down the Darius. NRG's going to tie up the game in kills. Busio's down here in the bottom lane, trying to make sure they can maybe get something else here on Palafox. Bard himself doesn't do a whole lot of damage, but you don't need a whole lot when you got aim like that on the ulti. He'll set it up for Quad to knock it down.
And that just shows the priorities of the two supports. They both had free time because their carries had moved to mid lane. One chooses top, one chooses bottom. Getting the kill onto Bwipo and the 3 grubs secure to stop FlyQuest from getting 4 grubs is very valuable. It'll just be a question of how much that costs them, since Quad is really off to the races now.
Yeah, Quad's off to the races, but Dokla is in a really good spot in this top lane as well. And yeah, they are able to deny the full grub take. So even though they weren't able to get those early grubs off of the topside moves that they made themselves earlier, they are able to deny FlyQuest and should be in an alright position to potentially contest for Drake if they want to.
This is the closest first 12 minutes of any game so far. Both of the previous games, remember that after the lane swap was done around 10 minutes in game number 1, FlyQuest was up over 2,000 gold. In game number 2, NRG was up over 3,000 before turret plates fell. Now, just 12 minutes in, we've got not even 500 separating the two teams. So the early game has been the most even so far in the series in game number 3.
Absolutely love it in the first round of the LCS playoffs here. Closest series this weekend in the world as well in terms of major region League of Legends. Only series not ending in a sweep across LEC, LPL, and LCS. But this Drake setup is very important, as it is actually looking like NRG is first to have the setup. But
yeah, they shoved in mid. They should have first setup, and they can bring Dokla down where Bwipo cannot match that
trapped,
TP.
Yeah. So NRG should be able to secure this if they want to expend the TP. Even Dokla just going back to base, I think would allow NRG to just start the Drake, but that's not where they are right now. They want to prevent plates from falling in the mid lane. What I want to see from NRG actually is just Dokla can feint back, like he can just recall after this wave crashes, or just go into fog, and then they start the Drake, because now they're actually going to pull off a play on Dokla.
Yeah.
Nope,
he should be able to back off. So
Turret
yeah,
for Drake trade.
They'll get plates and a turret, and NRG will get the Drake off.
Dokla knows not to walk into the Bwipo trapezoid because Bwipo has backup, so you cannot destroy him inside the trapezoid, which is normally the intended play pattern against Bwipo.
Is that the new rule of the Bwipo trapezoid?
He's like a boss in a video game that has a specific mechanic that you have to use to defeat him, and the mechanic is the trapezoid.
He hasn't died in the trapezoid yet this game, so he's evolving.
Well, that's exactly. He's evolving, and they're also still figuring out the mechanics of the boss fight.
True.
You got to learn. It's like Dark Souls.
It does show how differently you actually have to play the early game when your top laner doesn't take teleport.
Yeah.
Because this, I think in a normal game state, the top laners would have just been playing this little game of chicken about who can interrupt the teleport as they fight Drake. In this case, it's just a full trade. And it leads to this, too.
Okay. NRG wanted to make a 4-man dive on this bottom lane play, but look at Dokla. The teleport cooldown was used, but it was interrupted. He couldn't make his way down here. So with only a 3v2 advantage as opposed to a 4v2, NRG's got to call off the play.
Yeah, and Quad's able to push this all the way up. Dokla's going to respond to that wave in topside, but the TP stop here was absolutely crucial, because otherwise they definitely would have gone for that bot side dive.
And you can see based on the cooldowns, it looks like it was inspired with the Glacial Prison, stopping that one to make sure that the Renekton could not make his way down to the fight. FlyQuest now enjoying a 1,500 gold lead. Here's your replay of it. Yep, he slides forward, wanted to try to catch him with just the Arctic Assault, I think, but as soon as he doesn't close that gap, he knows the ulti needs to be committed. Happy to spend that one. A much shorter cooldown than a Renekton TP.
Yeah, and it's really important, right? Because it stops the dive. Bwipo should be able to push this wave up on the bot side, as we see Quad catching the wave in mid.
So I also want to point out something here, because we criticized the itemization a little bit in the previous game with the Lord Doms versus Mortal Reminder conversation. This time around, I really like Inspired's first itemization, because most often you see Zeke's Convergence, the rush for the Sejuani in many, many game states.
Yeah.
But when you're up against the Ziggs, who's always going to open every fight with a Mega Inferno Bomb to just do massive AoE, he's going for Locket instead to fortify the entire team in these bigger fights.
And I think Inspired has definitely shifted his playstyle from what we've seen in Summer so far in this series. This is 3 for 3 games. They've played Mage's mid. It's 3 for 3 games. He's actually not been on a farming jungler. And it's, again, the Bwipo show. He's cleared the wave.
Yeah, but now he's stuck underneath the turret. Bwipo might be able to bring him down here. The decimate!
That's
the
one.
guillotine. guillotine. Heads will roll, but it's only 2 of them, 1 for each side. The 1-for-1 trade here in the bottom lane as the tier 1 turret falls. NRG picking that one up for themselves, but back in the mid lane, it's time for a Rift Herald play. That tier 1 turret ain't gonna last very long. The charge completes. The grub babies are running around like crazy. They're gonna shove this one into the tier 2 all the way in their second charge. Takes out half HP on that one.
Yeah, and that was a really good response from FlyQuest, right? They know that Bwipo is down there. He's going to get dove. Bwipo is actually able to thin out and take away the wave, get a 1-for-1 trade.
Ooh,
the arrow
nice shot. There is no way the Nidalee gets out of that one. Junglers can't take cleanse, but FlyQuest now have to figure out their way.
They're gonna try
out of this one. They'll summon up the Sun Disc. Gives them a spot to fall back to. They do have to respect the range of the Ziggs, though. FBI can still inflict a lot of hurt on this FlyQuest trio. Mega Inferno Bomb hits 3, but not a whole lot.
What an incredible sequence there for FlyQuest, because not only did they take all 5 members of NRG's time, Bwipo's slow pushing that bot wave, and they're getting the mid wave in. So we're going to watch this dive one more time, and it's pretty much, at this point, a Darius diff. He gets full stacks on the Leona. He cleared the wave. And I would also say the sequence before this was all very Bwipo favored. The fact that gave away the Drake to give him gold so he'd get his first item so he could hold that in. And now the cross map, after Bwipo holds off that dive, leads to yet more advantages. But this is all about the Darius changing the way this game is being played.
Well, and as we see in the picture-in-picture, he just got bot tier 1 off that as well.
Yeah.
Right? So I think it really starts in that initial stopped dive where Inspired is able to disrupt Dokla's TP. They aren't able to get the earlier dive. By the time they do get the dive off, FlyQuest have already used Herald for mid-prio, I believe. And then additionally, they just have much better control elsewhere on the top side of the map. And this is, again, we mentioned it in the previous game, but this is what makes FlyQuest so dangerous, is their ability to recognize windows when their opponents make plays.
And one thing that I'm thinking about a little bit here, because you bring it up, Jat, the playing without a teleport, how it's different compared to your normal expectation in Pro League. I think it's one of the main reasons why we don't see more juggernauts like Darius or Garen, even when they're strong in solo queue, because you really want to take the double movement summoner spell, since the intended weakness, the design weakness of the class is their mobility.
Yeah.
And so I really love what we're seeing from FlyQuest here. You're saying, okay, we're going to make up for the lack of macro there by the other 4 players being so coordinated. They work together with the arrows and the Sejuani blast cones to find those plays.
And you can even see it, like, he is in the Dragon Zone now because they're going to eventually want to defend this, but there's a fight on the top side and he can't make it there.
Inspired, though, is fine to be the one here on the front lines for FlyQuest. He is completely unafraid of the engage energy. Oh! Why are we trying to engage on Sejuani? A perfectly timed arrow. Busio and Masu lining up the ults like they practiced it day and night. Dokla has to run away over the wall through the magical journey, but Quad trying to protect Busio. Dokla's going to take one with him, but it's still a 3-for-1 for FlyQuest.
Wow, what an impressive sequence there from Fly. Less impressive for the topic we were discussing because Bwipo walked up the whole map just to reset again. But this does show that I'd say the bot lane has been playing such an important role here. The Ash Arrow, the Bard ultimate, setting up such incredible plays throughout this game. They don't have any kills to their name yet, but they've been the instigator of so many good plays.
Yeah, and look at where the gold is going, right? It's not only on this Darius, but Quad is now 5-0-1 on this Azir. They've been doing such a good job of getting gold onto him. And Masu and Busio in this game, they're doing exactly what is expected of them, right? Like they push in bot. They have a lot of utility to add to their team as we see the team fight come in, Jat.
Yeah, watching this one more time, they're just trying to make sure this wave doesn't get crashed. They're trying to keep Palafox down in the game. And then just beautiful timing from the Bard ult into the timing on the Ash Arrow. Like, this is not easy to pull off. Perfect headshot to secure a kill from Masu running up the river.
That was beautiful.
So Dokla also teleporting in, so he'll no longer have that teleport advantage for future fights. You can see in the lower left there, the Drake with it taken.
Take top tier 2. It's fine.
Well, he might not have been a part of the fight, but he's
Yeah.
loving it. He's enjoying the spectator experience of top lane.
Whenever we hear producers in our heads being like, comms are coming in, I expect it to be like, oh, they're calling for the team fight, or like the coordination between Masu and Busio. No, it's just inspired in Bwipo giggling.
The most important comms. Morale comms.
I do love it. I want to also call attention to Quad and the fact that we're on patch 14-16 because for people that didn't know, he was a mage player over in the LCK and in Challengers, but this season he played 80 carries almost every game, 20 of 21 times, and in this series so far, nada. All mage picks. So we'll see if this continues because FlyQuest is very much adapting to the patch, and I think based on what we're seeing in this series, are very committed to this style now.
Yeah, they look super, super comfortable, and as they set up this bot push, the big thing for me is, again, just lane assignments and also Inspired understanding where he needs to be. It's something you not necessarily forget that he knows really well, right? But it's something we haven't seen as much from when he's been doing the insane full clear and then team fighting. And coming out on the Vi, coming out on the Sejuani, I've really, really liked what I've seen from him in these games. As we see Bwipo just taking down that tier 2 top side uncontested.
And the big winners on FlyQuest are the two solo laners. When you look at the individual gold differences on the scoreboard at the bottom, it's a couple hundred in jungle, in 80 carry and support, but about 2,000 in both top lane and mid lane. When we are comparing item completion breakpoints, Palafox has only just now completed his second item with the Runaan's Hurricane. Quad has both sticks for his hat. All he needs is the combination money. Azir is going to be on a massive 3-item power spike, and I just do not see a world where FlyQuest will be afraid to fight at that point.
That's a big item advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hat. I think once the 2 sticks go into the hat, it's even bigger. That's the biggest spike.
Hat is bigger than 2 sticks.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of things that have changed.
We've had some weird elementary school lessons today.
We've all learned a lot together, and now Contracts is going to learn what does Darius do. And I guess if he's in the middle of 3 people, he might not do a whole lot. Looks like he might die here. Yes, sir! Contracts shows him what Nidalee does, but the counterattack from FlyQuest is there, and who he gets locked up and beat down. Bard ulti misses that time. Just a 1-for-1 trade. Whipple thought he had a little bit more power than he actually did. I think the Sterix gauge might have gave him some false confidence on that one. He drops. NRG's going to be happy for any sort of an even trade at this point in the game, 5,000 gold behind.
Even with that, though, FlyQuest have mid-prio, right? And they had set up bot, which they ended up having to kind of abandon to come to this fight. But they still end up getting mid-tier 2 off of that, even though it was an NRG kill onto Bwipo.
Dokli gets top lane tier 1 back as kind of a trade. It's not a trade that most people want to take, but it's a trade that you get when you don't have anything else to go for. NRG's still down about 4,500 gold. Next Drake spawning in 90 seconds. Baron is up on the map right now as NRG tries to take this moment where they have a brief respite, I guess I would call it, from the constant pressure of FlyQuest to try to invade the enemy jungle, steal some things away, secure the blue buff for themselves. But NRG...
They want to do something.
Yeah, they threw out that Zenith blade looking for Bwipo, but now his Apprehend connects. NRG could be in some serious danger. Bwipo, though, he's going to find his first kill. FBI gets guillotined, and Bwipo redeems himself in mid lane. A binding into the wall, and Palafox will fall. Masu picks up another, and it's black and white screens for 4 out of 5 NRG players.
This series has been the complete Bwipo experience. You're getting the good with the bad. Game 1, solid. Game 2, not. Game 3, a little bit of both. So I want to see what happens in the rest of the series. That example was them trying to dive the Darius, but Bwipo knowing the limits better than NRG, and they end up almost baiting themselves into what could be a game-deciding play. That's multiple kills over to Darius. That's the Baron over to FlyQuest. They can reset and move for this Drake.
Well, it's not like the turret was in any health state for them to just burn it down super quickly, right? They're diving tier 1 mid as they approach. As we're about to see the Bwipo show, Jokla already has to burn his ultimate, and then, you know, Duckmaster Darius just comes through. But it's really easy for FlyQuest to just sit back, kind of let NRG crash onto them. They had no... We just need that whole series of Bwipo emotes, I think.
Yeah.
They had no chance of taking down that mid tier 1 as we're already fighting in bot lane.
They are wasting no time. The arrow doesn't hit on that one, but Inspired is still locking Huhi up. There we go. A little bit of tempered fate to guarantee that Leona isn't getting away. Masu goes on a killing spree. FlyQuest now with a 5v4 for the next 25 seconds. Let's see what they want to do with it. They've got the Baron. They've got total control over the Rift. Palafox is split pushing top, but Whippo's going to meet him.
Such an interesting game here for FlyQuest. I know we've done a lot of discussion about Whippo, but I think, to me, the stars of this series so far have actually been Masu and Busio. Game 1 with the Ezreal Karma, and this game especially, this Ashe Bard has been absolutely everywhere, never really being in a dangerous situation, putting energy in so many dangerous situations themselves. And now they're just slow pushing these waves and actually trying to take 2 inhibitors while their Baron is up, not prioritizing the Infernal Drake because they're so far away from Soul anyway. I really like this play to just slingshot their gold advantage as much as possible while they have Baron.
All right, tier 3 turret's already down in mid. Might as well do the same thing here in bottom. FlyQuest sees no reason not to. Dokla had to pop the ulti, but now he's in full retreat. Palafox coming around for a flank, but it's a very late angle. Huhi might just die again. He's got 20% HP. Dokla singing the same song. That pincer attack is just going to lose all the gas before it even really starts. And now Palafox is going to recall anyway. FlyQuest gets everything they wanted, and they all get out.
Yeah, FlyQuest still gets to take both inhibs there. You could see Palafox potentially looking for that flank angle. Did not come to fruition. Meanwhile, Bwipo, who can't TP in, just immediately walks to mid, takes the inhib. And now they're setting up on top side. I mean, this is really, really good from FlyQuest.
Still 30 seconds on this Baron. They could actually clean all 3 inhibitors on 1 Baron buff.
Yeah, they've got a bit of a stacked up wave here, crashing into the tier 3 turret in top lane now. Inspired and Whippo off to the side, while the firepower from FlyQuest just takes out the remaining tier 3 turret. That final inhibitor is about to fall. Tempered Fate means that NRG can't fight back in time. That's double super minions every lane on the Rift. FlyQuest are in complete control.
What a sick Baron power play there from FlyQuest. It only shows a plus 3,000 gold advantage, which is pretty standard, not even close. And the fact that the inhibitors don't give gold don't really show the true effectiveness of what they just did. But this, I think, all but secures the game. They should walk out. They might not even worry about this Drake as long as they can sync up their next push and just kind of slowly try and take those final 2 turrets while they have 6 waves of supers spawning. So you can see these waves don't have them, but these waves right now that are spawning, they want to sync the crash with those because 6 super minions hitting at the same time is pretty indefensible.
Yeah. We'll see how they approach this as they push up. This is the big difference, though, between kind of FlyQuest when they get into these winning positions and other teams. And this is why, even though, yes, a lot of their series don't look super clean, it is things like this that make me think, oh, okay, they can be such a thoughtful team, and that can set them apart.
All right, right now, all they're thinking about is moving to match point and ending this 3rd game. 8,500 gold up. Just getting these super minions ready to crash, wanting to sync up these waves. You can see mid and bottom are pretty close, not perfectly synced up, but you know, those mid lane minions can catch up a little bit. Just walk a little bit faster. Okay, top lane's arriving at the same time. All right, the minions are crashing, and NRG is going to have to make their final stand. Dokla gets away for now. Whippo wanted to chase after him here, but now the Darius might get punished. Derek's Gage ready to keep him alive, and Whippo goes on a rampage with the guillotine yet again. He's looking to chop some croc, but he doesn't quite get it. It's Busio finishing the job as the Nexus turrets are not lasting much longer. It's still 5 alive for FlyQuest. Right in the enemy base, 15-4. FlyQuest moves to match point.
Dangerous call, Flowers, but it was a dangerous game for Whippo as well. Pulling out the win on Darius. All credit, though, to me goes to Quad, Masu, Busio this game. Incredibly solid, very controlled win here for FlyQuest, and really back on track after a pretty dismal game, too.
And if you're asking me what the big difference between FlyQuest this split to last split is, it is seeing that coordination, and especially the coordination with Masu and Busio out of the bot lane, and the faith that FlyQuest has in them to contribute to these fights.
Masu is still deathless in wins in this series.
Let's
he
go.
has not died in game 1. He did not die in game number 3. FlyQuest is looking good, and now we're going to head back to the LCS Lounge to break that one down.
Thank you, Flowers. Welcome back to the LCS Lounge. FlyQuest takes the series lead 2-1. They are now moving to match point here.
How are you feeling about your investment?
You win some, you lose some, Raz.
You're losing a lot.
You gotta spend money to make money, okay?
You're spending a lot of money.
He said he was going all in, so Kobe is homeless. He's got one more game.
If you guys have a home for Kobe, he'll have a cat too. I'm just putting it out there. If he has a new home, he has a new cat.
I'm coming for that couch,
He could
Raz.
be the cat. He could be someone's cat. That's his service he'll have to offer.
That's true.
I believed because nobody else would. This series, though, we actually did get the upset victory in the previous game. It's just that, right back on schedule here, this game number 3. So let's go over the previous games that we did have.
Yeah, I mean, this series started out pretty one-sided affair for FlyQuest. They came out, they got a pretty big advantage in the lane swaps, and we're really able to take that first game from there.
Yeah, and the team fights were kind of what we expected coming into the series as a whole, like that topside team fight we just saw a little earlier in the replay just before. Like uncoordinated nature from NRG. Meanwhile, FlyQuest has actually just been on the ball. So game 1 was exactly what we would have expected.
I've also got to say, Masu and Busio playing really well this series, especially in their wins. We see this highlight here that was our Pagoda moment for the first game, was that self-cleanse on the Mikhails on the Ash arrow from Busio. He was playing really, really well in that one.
Yeah.
This game 3 that we just came off of, he was everywhere in that as well. Quad in game number 1 really showing up big as well. This is one of the things that we talked about coming in this series, is how FlyQuest has kind of shifted from this team that was really all about Inspired and Bwipo to a team that's really generally more centered around the carries of Quad and Masu.
And they're really taking advantage of the new patch because Quad coming into the team was an amazing mage player and has so far played Azir, Orianna. He's just been really on top of it. Of course, the team is playing around him, as you could see. I think Busio did a great job of being able to set him up for success. Busio actually did a great job in a losing game here, finding a pick through mid. Of course, making a 1-for-1 trade, but then also trying to trap bot lane for the same kind of pick as he's hunting for Palafox.
Yeah.
That being said, this was a loss.
Yeah, this series, or this game that we're watching now, this one was the one that was really about the Lilia, about contracts, doing so much work here, ganking a lot for our top side of the map, and then NRG were able to transition that into a fed Palafox for the late game. And in the late game on the Corki, he had some really good plays, and NRG were bouncing back. But game number 3, let's catch him up to speed. The game that we just got out of.
That's true.
Because this one was fully, for me, about the utility of the bottom lane.
Yeah.
The utility of the bottom lane, because we're hyping up Quad so much. He got super rich off this, but the Ash arrows were beautiful from Masu from downtown, setting up the play for him in mid lane. Then they had Busio hitting Bard ultimates, hitting Bard stuns, Ash arrows coming at the perfect timing. It was like, wow, the bottom lane is just doing so much without even taking the lion's share of the gold. And then they got their Azir turbo fed.
Yeah, it felt like basically every single time Masu pressed his Ash ult, they got a kill this entire game.
Yeah.
And Busio was everywhere. He was playing the Bard really, really well. I liked how much patience he was having with the Bard ult as well. Not just kind of firing them from long range and hoping he'd catch someone. He'd portal in on top of someone, they'd be slowing them, chasing them down, they'd use a dash, they'd use a flash to try to get away, and then all of a sudden the Bard ult on their head, they set it back up on them, they get a free kill, and really has just been so on point so far.
Yeah, that last game was just completely devastating for NRG because even though we were focusing on what was like the halfway cross map sort of thing, Ash ulti onto mid lane, they were also, FlyQuest was making a positive play top side as well. So just felt like every lane was in a winning position and it only snowballed for theirs. So NRG has a lot to review on this game and it's going to be difficult to kind of come back knowing that now you're on match point if you're FlyQuest.
And I felt like after game 2, where Contracts was such a difference maker for them, I felt like his solo laners kind of let him down in game 3. Like game 3 early on, he was called up towards top lane, playing around this Renekton, to try to attack this Darius who has no TP. He did such a good job circumventing every ward, hopped over into the grub pit, then hopped over the wall to dodge another ward, then wraps around, and Dokla wastes all his abilities right as he arrives. Then they can't even get anything except the ghost. He spent like 30-40 seconds up there to do that, then right after his mid laner dies and flashes after he's already dead, so you can't really make a play there either. Then Nidalee all of a sudden doesn't really have a solo lane that's strong to play around, doesn't really have a point of power to attack, and I felt like he kind of got let down by his laners.
And that was really the letdown for the whole team, because that is the strategy for this composition. They kind of needed that to work early on. You could see them, as the game continued, they kept on forcing on Bwipo and kept on trying to target him, but because they didn't get the early leads, it really turned around on them, and then the Darius started getting some humorous triple kills and not being able to go down.
And looking ahead, NRG chooses blue side for the next game. You'd have to believe that now, you're on thin ice, knowing that the next game could really cost the entire series. I'm imagining it feels like Azir's kind of taken over a bit with how good Quad is on the pick and how relevant it has been globally. So I'm interested that might be the first pick to go for.
It's interesting to me too, because I also thought Quad looked really good on the AD carries when he played the Lucian mid, his Tristana mid, his Corki mid too. So I say he's all around been like very versatile for them.
Yeah, he's been very strong. I also think just for draft, it's difficult for NRG to really predict what FlyQuest is going to go for, because we now have back-to-back games of Bwipo throwing a little bit of a curveball. Though to be fair, Thinkard said he expected the Bwipo Volibear, and now they bring out the Darius. They're playing some stuff that isn't really meta.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, they found so much success, I think, NRG with the Lilia first pick, and maybe you just go straight back to it, and we have a bunch of AD mid picks. If they don't ban Yone, if FlyQuest doesn't ban Yone, Palafox might find something great.
Well, we'll find out. We're going to be heading to break. Game 4 is coming up next.
Don't ban Yone! Make this interesting, please.
Busio, 60 seconds to guess the champion.
So I ask yes or no questions?
Yes.
Is it a boy?
Yes.
Okay. Is it an ADC?
No.
Is it a top laner?
No.
Is it a jungler?
No.
So it's a mid laner?
Yes.
Is it AP?
No.
Is it AD?
Yes.
Did you ask if he's a boy and he said yes or no?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is it melee?
Yes.
Is it Zed?
No.
Is it Yone?
No.
Is it Talon?
No.
Is it Yasuo?
No.
Is it... Help.
Does it build attack speed?
Mithy plays.
No.
Is it Nafiri?
Yes.
Wait, is Nafiri a boy?
You spoiled it.
Isn't Nafiri a boy?
I have no clue.
He's a dog.
I'm ulting here.
Unless you want a zoner from his smite.
No, I'm just coming here. You have the better smite, no?
Look daddy, guys. Look daddy. Can't splash.
Flash over.
Key flash for a wave.
Back flash up.
I speed you, Quad. I didn't get it.
I got
Nice.
it.
That's fine.
Nice
We got our
flash.
flash.
Okay, Quad.
I will
I
pass
can
push.
R, no E.
I will pass push and
I think
He ult me.
I can't catch
I'm
top.
coming.
Come.
Can you go?
Yeah, come.
He just die. I will get kill.
He dead.
Guys, good job. Perfect.
Okay, I'm basing now.
I have locked. It's fine.
Stunned.
Bye.
Leona, no flash, just hit front.
Ziggs is caught mid, okay? Ziggs is mid.
I'm gonna ult their backline, they're clumped.
Nice.
Don't flash.
I don't maybe.
Ado is coming.
Holy, you're a smurf.
Kill.
Ziggs no W. Can we reach?
Go on TP.
Ziggs no W here.
Yeah, I'm going
Bro,
guard.
Alan, what the f is this portal, bro?
I'm gonna follow him. We're gonna kill him.
Let's go chase them, guys. I like that, Alan.
Don't die. Try don't die. Close. Take top tier 2 and... It's fine.
I use Mikhails, I have no Mikhails.
Look, help him. Renekton flashed. I block.
I will look him. No.
We are chasing into Zeri, but
Okay.
works.
Baron pass and get break tempo,
Baron.
I guess.
Nice Bwipo.
Welcome back to the LCS. We are heading on into Game 4 between FlyQuest and NRG. FlyQuest has taken a 2-1 series lead. They are sitting on match point. I'm Azale, joined again by Raz and Kobe to talk a little bit about the draft and if NRG can come back or if Kobe is becoming homeless.
That's
because
my
he bet
question,
everything
Kobe.
he owns on NRG.
I think the world wants to hear from you because your house is on the line here.
Yeah, he said everything. He's all in. Does that mean like your clothes? Like...
You have a nice looking car.
Yeah.
I said full net worth. That's everything.
Yeah.
I hope that you guys are willing to allow me to stay at your houses.
That's a no from me.
They don't
That's a no.
You can come visit. You know, it'd be like you have a cat. I have 2, so.
Perfect.
Oh.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I'm going to Azale's. I didn't want to go to Raz's house anyway.
Well,
I'm taking suggestions now, though. What do you think is going to be Bwipo's pick this time around?
Ooh.
Because we've had his Volibear show up, his Darius show up.
I think he's had too much fun. Nuke Duck might put him on a Renekton or a Cassante, you're right.
Back to the Cassante.
Yeah.
Back on Cassante.
I'm trying to think what would be actually a fun pick that's within that kind of
I want to
realm.
see his
Urgot.
Olaf.
Let's get his Urgot or his Olaf.
Yeah, I want to see his Olaf. They did ban it last time.
You know what I've been seeing a little bit in solo queue for some time? It's never reared its head on stage. Corki top lane. I've seen Bwipo play it. It's fun. I haven't seen it, so I want to see it now. I don't want to see a mid lane, but I want to see a top lane.
You know what it's going to look like?
What?
He's going to attack the minions for 30 minutes, and then he's going to show up to a team fight just like a mid lane Corki.
Yeah. I think it was a couple days ago, actually, I was watching Dokla stream, and he was literally playing against I Will Trade, a.k.a. Bwipo, and Bwipo was on the Corki.
Was Dokla playing Varus top? Because every single time I ever open his stream, he's playing Varus top.
He was playing Yone.
Okay.
It was close enough.
Well, he ain't playing Yone this game.
Yeah.
You don't get your wish, Raz.
Damn.
All right, well, Yone going to get banned out by FlyQuest, has been banned consistently throughout this series. A double ban by NRG towards Masu. He did get the Ezreal once. It has been banned since then, and Senna has been pretty consistently banned by NRG. Emily touched on this earlier, but this was one of the picks that they were always really well known for.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of interesting that they are not willing to play it on blue side, so they have to ban it.
Yeah, you say interesting, I say worrisome.
Yeah.
It's always interesting whenever a team's having internal conversations and you're like, we think Senna is really OP. We'll pick it when we can. But what is their prio on it? Unless if they have any kind of information on what FlyQuest plays, they're probably just over prioritizing the ban on first ban because they're like, yeah, we don't want to pick it, and we don't want to see them pick it.
Yeah,
and that's just sad.
I just feel like when NRG was kind of at their best, it was, you know, them playing this sort of style that helped to enable their really aggressive solo lanes, right? When they were playing melee solo laners, aggressive jungler, they'd play, you know, Senna plus X melee in bot lane, they'd be farming it up. You have the ultimates to assist on these cross-map dives, cross-map aggressive plays. So it is really weird to see them move that heavily away from it. FlyQuest banning out the Ashe as well as the Azir. So you talked about this before the break, Raz, about that potential for Azir to be grabbed first pick. Clearly, FlyQuest is worried about Palafox grabbing that as well, so they're going to be banning it out.
That's not happening, fan. That's not happening. Don't even think you want to see
Ivern was
it
left
happen.
open, though. Ivern was left open. This has been a target ban against contracts for the entire split, for multiple splits, because of how much he actually destroyed a lot of scrims with it. And this opens up NRG to a much more stable style composition. We all are talking about, oh yeah, I loved it when they played, you know, all these melee solo laners and they were split pushing and they were trapping people on side lanes.
How about an Ivern and a Braum and 280 carries?
How about some nice team fight with some Ivern shields on you and some multiple 80 carries?
The most impressive I've seen NRG recently was when it went up against Dignitas. It was a lost game, but they had a huge lead based off of Ivern, Braum, double AD carry. They'd play really well in Grub's fight or Rift Herald fight. I think they are well practiced at being able to pick up a lead in that series. This series is going to be a little difficult. I want to see what FlyQuest ends up going for. Leona's an interesting one with Braum still on the table.
So Corki's up, Zeri's up. These are some really good champions with Ivern. You know, some double really good DPS. These types of things for NRG. Let's see what they want to grab early here before the next round of bans come in.
The Bermuda Trapezoid. That's pretty good.
Flower's going to love that one.
Oh, man. Well, we'll see what they're going to do.
Don't look at his Rumble. Okay. Unbanned, and they pick up the Rumble.
This is Rumble plus MF. They need setup now, and they need setup badly.
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably not going to come from Palafox, so you basically need
Nautilus or Rel.
a Nautilus or Rel, yeah. I mean, sometimes people go Alistar, but I don't always love it as much. I think Rel is by far the best with this sort of combo, because you really can have that long lockdown where you go in, you have the Magnet Storm, then you stun them off of it. They're getting pulled back into that equalizer as well. But FlyQuest have the ability to throw some bans towards those support engages. Like if I'm FlyQuest, I'm saying ban out the Nautilus, ban out the Rel. Even if you're not that worried about those champions as far as like lane matchups, I just think compositionally, NRG's comp needs it so badly.
Yeah. Even though I was saying Braum earlier, I actually think, okay, they went for the Braum ban. I was going to say that I didn't like Braum here now, mostly because
they have no engage.
Yeah, they have no engage, and especially if you're a Misfortune, you do not want to chase into them. So either their comp requires FlyQuest to really go in, which is fine, but otherwise, you're not being able to lock them down. So now, Nautilus or Rel are wide open, and I think that's great for NRG.
Because I struggle to think what pick there could be that Palafox could like save this with if they couldn't get engaged.
The only thing that came to mind to me would be Nico, but I feel like they need something else for mid lane.
So much AP on your top side, right? Then it's like you have magic damage, Rumble, Ivern, and then if you go Nico mid, I feel like your draft is just already garbage.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of that would be that big of AoE, setup in CC and brings that utility though.
And also Aurora, I forgot Aurora is not playable this week.
Yep.
So that would have been actually a perfect pick.
We saw that from Immortals, I think, last week, right? Where they did the MF Aurora. I think it was Immortals. And that combo obviously pretty strong, but again, disabled.
It's banned everywhere right now though.
It's disabled everywhere, and it is, of course, magic damage even if it wasn't banned, so I don't think it would really fix the issue. They're going Alistar, so they're more worried about Alistar and Braum, not that concerned, I guess, about the Rel, about the Nautilus, so those are available. We'll see if NRG is going to go towards one of those here. And Jhin may be the option once again. FBI already played it once this series. Looked pretty strong on it. That was in their Game 2 win.
Yeah. So far, I'm trying to figure out what FlyQuest actually needs going into 4-5. It's actually been a long time since I've seen mid get deprioritized so heavily into just now looking for counters.
Yeah, just holding it for 5th pick. So, I mean, I think for FlyQuest, it totally makes sense, right? Palafox is going to have to blind his mid. We'll see what they do want to go for. Bard is like okay, but Bard doesn't hold them in place, after. So I think Rel makes a lot of sense. I think this is the best option to me. You can make an argument for Nautilus as well. Rel is going to come through kind of as expected. That didn't get banned out. Still a little bit surprised by the FlyQuest bans because I felt like Rel was kind of the primary one that worked so well with this comp.
Yeah.
Now it's just Palafox's pick. And
Corki maybe?
Yeah, I feel like you need physical damage, right?
Yeah.
So it's probably just Corki. It's probably nothing too exciting. Jace is banned out, Corki's available. There could be a Zeri as well, Angle if we wanted to go towards that, but I think Corki makes a lot of sense. It gives you that hyper carry that Ivern is there to kind of buff up and protect.
All right, Quad, what you got for us? Something spicy or something normal here? They're taking their sweet time with it.
More range would be nice, and he's a great Hwei player. He's a great Hwei player, and it might be good to set up for a Gen W, but not too sure what he's going to go for. Oh, we're starting to see a lot more Smolder mid.
I actually quite like Smolder mid. I think it's pretty strong, and especially because Corki has actually taken quite a few nerfs, you can actually trade aggressively with this champion.
Yeah, it's actually amazing. Now, of course, Zale is going to be heading over to an interview, I'm pretty sure, but we're going to be sending one straight to the casters. So take it away, guys. This had to be sent to the casters. One more reminder that you can now subscribe to the LCS Twitch channel. So get those emotes ready, and let's get to the game.
Raz, I was about to read your part on the prompter for you as you were tossing it to me, and I was like, wait a second, Raz didn't actually read that. We need a Raz emote. That's what we need.
That was a seamless toss from Raz. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, that was, there's no way that there was anything in a prompter for that one. But no, Moz, we really need a Raz But, Emily, you were talking to us right before they tossed it over to us. Smolder, you're hyped for this here in the mid lane.
Well, because I was like, okay, they're going to go Jhin on R4, right? They have set up for it. And then it's like, okay, what big damage dealer do you want in the mid lane? I have absolutely loved Smolder mid. Maybe people will say, oh, it's because you saw BDD play it in the series where they beat Gen G. And yeah, maybe that's part of it. But also,
maybe that is right.
But also, I think Smolder mid can be a really, really excellent pick into this Corki in particular. So I really like it coming out of FlyQuest.
I mean, we got to see it in the LCS yesterday. In 100 Thieves versus Dignitas. It wasn't Quad playing, it was Quid playing. Only a single letter of difference. And the man showcased exactly how well the Smolder mid could do. Jensen kept scrapping with him and giving him plenty of opportunities to get more Dragon training, and the Smolder just took over.
I will say I don't expect a level 1 lane kill to set the Smolder
I mean, I didn't expect that yesterday.
I didn't either. I don't expect it to happen here for Quad. I'll say that.
I'm going to agree with that. We've also done a lot of talking this series about if Whippo's ahead, FlyQuest does well. If Whippo's behind, FlyQuest does poorly. Our stats guy did a little bit more digging into NRG, and we have one on NRG. If Huhi's behind, it's unwinnable.
Damn.
He's the only NRG player who has not won a game when he's behind at 14 minutes. So of all the players, and it kind of does speak to this actual series as well, because when Masu Busio pop off, NRG doesn't have the go button, but if Huhi has the lead, he does actually have a strong way that he would like to play the game. So it's twofold, I think. It's the fact that if he's behind, he still wants to play the game through him and it's not working. And if he's ahead, they can get that success.
Well, I raise you a different line of thinking here.
Okay.
Summer 2024 has been 80 carry meta.
Yes.
Who enables 80 carries? Supports. If your support is behind, your 80 carries can't be set up for success. You lose the game.
It's true. Could be both.
Equally viable. Yeah. Equally possible. Equally potential here in this game as Masu and Busio.
Equally potential.
Potential is a verb now. We're just going to roll with it. As Quad and Palafox both traded very low in mid as top lane. Whippo is going to scare Dokla away.
This is a weird swap.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening.
We have the top laner and the 80 carry in top lane currently. Emily?
I mean, I think another thing about lane swaps, as I'm sure you guys are dying to know, is how you can affect your mid matchup, right? So we want to set this mid matchup well for Quad. And even though it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get a kill or anything onto Palafox, it will allow him to get the wave into a better state as he ends up going bot by himself. Interesting.
Yeah, well, Whippo does have teleport, so if a wave crashes and there's no one in position to dive it,
here we go.
Then this is just also extra insurance that he is not diveable, but it then also means that they're putting no dive threat on Dokla, so it's just one of those choices that end up being made in lane swaps where it will end up being fairly neutral for now, and now Huhi gets his turn to try and impact mid if Quad gives an opening.
Dokla should at least be able to farm up most of these minions underneath the tier 1 here. Masu can't really
him.
do a whole lot to him, I wouldn't think. Quad trying to flap his way away from danger. Sidesteps that root collar, so no real impact on the dragon there except for that 20-second cooldown on the escape mechanism early.
I think the top lane's a little bit dangerous. If Dokla ever lands a harpoon, he can really just start running Masu down.
Are we going to see that right now? Harpoon.
Missed.
Yeah, that's...
Shucks.
Could have seen a little bit more, maybe. In another timeline, perhaps. Quad lands another snot bubble on Palafox here, just trying to get this wave shoved up. Does drink an extra swig of the potions. I believe that was a cookie because it restored mana as well. And once he kills these last couple of minions, I would expect him to probably take his recall, use that first TP.
But he will get the recall off, and I mean, like, the early action around the mid lane coming through from this swap is particularly interesting to me because, again, FlyQuest really want to get Smolder into a good position in this game, get his stacking going really early, and then are also hoping that NRG, don't respond as well to this lane swap and they can get advantages in their side lanes as well. And avoid the MF lane.
Yeah, avoid the MF lane.
And I mean, like, rumble push. Like, there are laning matchups that you avoid as well, right?
Lucio waiting patiently in the brush. Not anymore. Contracts is still hanging around. This Ivern has been kept away from him so far the entire series. Now finally getting a chance to play it here with their backs against the wall. NRG will be knocked into the lower bracket to face Dignitas on Friday. If they lose this game. Friday, yep, it's not just Saturday and Sunday. We got 3 games next weekend. We'll get to see TL on one of Saturday or Sunday, I can't remember which.
Not on Friday,
on the other one.
Friday.
Right, and the first lower bracket match is on Friday. Again, the loser of this series going up against Dignitas on that one. That will be our first elimination of playoffs.
Yeah, so
there it is.
8/23, Friday, LCS. What we don't have on the graphic, the Friday after this Friday, also LCS playoffs.
True.
Yeah, two Fridays in a row we have.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, plan in advance, Friday.
Don't be caught off guard like me.
LCS playoffs.
Oh, interrupt there a little bit, maybe? Not quite.
Yeah.
All right. Busio's just going to walk away from it. We've got a very, very quiet early game here.
This is a quiet lane swap.
Yeah.
Emily, defend the lane swap.
Emily, defend.
I mean, for me, this lane swap is actually all about the mid lane because both junglers keep crossing. They sent, oh my gosh, Busio down from topside to affect it super early. Like, to me, for FlyQuest side, this is not only about laning matchups and XP for your solo laners, but it's also, or for your side laners, but it's also really about getting Quad into a good position.
Right, because at the end of the day, they just want him to be able to be late game Smolder, thinking that they have the better scaling overall. I think they're also in a position where Inspired wants to make sure he can get off to the races and doesn't want to get pulled to any lane in this lane swap. And I think that could probably be why they've played it the way they have, right? Like having Bwipo top lane with the AD carry at the start, never really giving a window for a dive to happen. Whereas in the first game when they did lane swaps, they set up the fact that they were going to be able to dive the Scion, that Bwipo was going to be potentially diveable, and it was like the riskier approach. Whereas this one has been seemingly the most conservative lane swap that is almost possible.
We'll see if Contracts does want to do anything on this top side. I do think Contracts on Ivern has been a really good pick for NRG in the past. So we'll see if, again, in a double AD comp, Ivern is just such a benefit. And we'll see how they'll be able to pilot it.
I do like the fact that we get to talk about this now because Ivern has been banned so much against Contracts because he's been so good on Ivern. And it doesn't even take that many games for him to draw these bans. Career-wise, he's 8-4 on Ivern, which may not seem like much. His career win rate is about 50%, so it's definitely one of his better champions. But I think specifically, kind of across the globe, teams that really understand how to play with and around Ivern, the pick just looks so unbelievably broken, and this is a very good situation for him. And because of the respect he's been drawing with bans, you know he's just been schooling people with it all split in scrims.
Plus, it's not just something that, hey, can you play it? It's, can I, as the person against it, properly navigate the map versus a pick that plays very differently from so many other junglers?
On the flip side, Inspired has also played Ivern recently, so I think he's a jungler who's going to be welcome to this challenge. One of the reasons I think they were willing to leave it open in the pick ban phase and instead opted to ban that Azir. But it's just going to be really interesting to see if this is the way, if the Ivern is the way that NRG pushes us to a game 5.
Yeah. And we see lane swapping back to general standard, except the top laners are in bot lane, and the bot laners are in top lane.
So why is this cool?
Maybe what? I feel so attacked right now, honestly. It's cool because the Smolder mid is going to be able to do a lot of damage later.
Isn't that
I mean, it is a reason.
Yeah, for sure.
Agreed.
All right. Why isn't he bot lane?
And after all that, Lilia's in a good position.
True.
Bwipo is slightly ahead in XP.
Okay.
I don't know what you guys want from me.
Well, as we know, you live by Bwipo, you die by Bwipo.
True.
I think I may have heard a stat about that before. Lasu and Busio are, they got to know something's going on up here, right? Got to know something's a little bit fishy. Their own jungler's going back, so they don't want to do anything audacious in what they only can perceive as a 2v2. And now there's still no action. 45 seconds and we should get a Ring of Fire just like Nexus Blitz. Nobody has PvP'd yet.
That would change things.
That would change Summoner's Rift a lot.
To be fair to the lane swap enjoyers in the room, this could be 0 kills even if it was standard lanes. Let's just call a spade because at this point, we have, quote, standard lanes in the top lane, and they're playing so conservatively at the moment because part of it is, I think, Inspired. He might be back to the CEO of Full Clear. Like, he took he took a summer vacation. He just, like, did undercover.
He got a severance package.
Yeah.
Now he's back at a new company.
He did that undercover CEO thing in the first few games. Be like, actually, let me be your assistant.
He was working
and help
in the
you out.
mailroom.
Absolutely. But now he's definitely back to being the CEO of Full Clear.
All right. I mean, for me, it's honestly all about mid lane. Like, there is a reason why you see both junglers continuously just revisiting this mid lane. Both teams want to get their mid laners ahead. I want to say this is the most mid lane action from jungle attention that we've seen all series.
And I feel like if we're looking at both teams, kind of handshaking on the idea that this fourth game is about mid, that is far more of a daring and risky claim to make for NRG than it is for FlyQuest, because Quad has been a very solid player and a very solid laner for this team, not just in this series, which he has been, but throughout the split. Whereas again, we already talked about Palafox's comparison of now to when he was at his peak. So NRG putting that faith in him, we'll have to see if it can pay off. They are going to find a potential angle here on Bucio's Leona, who tries to flash away, who tries to escape, but it's bullet time and the clock strikes noon. FBI gets paid.
Doing it in the jungle of FlyQuest as well, building off that bot prio. So a really nice translation of their pressure there. Also being able to invade a little bit and get some deep vision on Inspired, making FlyQuest back foot.
Oh, but now the curtain call opens up. Contracts and Daisy trying to beat up on Quad here, while the bullets will be blocked. Nicely done there from Huhi, protecting his AD carry as Quad escapes from the Ivern. Ivern is very annoying when he has Daisy, when he has all the slows from his shields and whatnot, but he's often not a threat on his own.
Yeah, I also feel like you see the MF Jim matchup in a nutshell in that entire exchange, right? Where like Jin needs the setup because otherwise a lot of those bullets are just gonna tickle until he until he gets to the fourth bullet. Like it's really a lot about setup. That's why they want this damage dealer in the Smolder. Whereas MF can be very, very dangerous.
Whippo cut through the wave here as the equalizer is used by Dokla to destroy the wave on the other side. Both of them now going to take their opportunity, go in for a reset. Second pot of grubs spawning 12 minutes into the game. Remember that the first three went over uncontested to NRG as they were traded for the Drake for FlyQuest. Quad wants to escape. He already used the flash. Smolder ain't long for this world, and Palafox gets the second kill of the game for NRG.
This is huge right now. They have so much pressure across top and mid that this is the second pick they've been able to secure. Getting the flash as well as the kill just kind of adds insult to injury for Quad. Palafox's game 2 on the Corki was one of the best games he's played all year, and being in this position where it's hard for people on FlyQuest to actually apply pressure to him, as well as having Trinity Force and tier stacking, means he could be poised to take us to game 5 if he plays well.
Ooh, Huhi going in for the engage on Bwipo. Dokla wants to follow it up a little bit, but Bwipo with ulti and flash both going to commit that ulti to escape. Palafox brings the wave into the tier 1 turret, but Bwipo goes back underneath the turret to try to destroy the wave, bait NRG into a bad fight, but Contract secures the kill on the enemy top laner. FlyQuest has already lost one, and Daisy's tanking up underneath the turret, trying to make it 2. The Drake secured by Inspired on the other side of the map at the same time, but oh man, this is like being stranded in the ocean watching the sharks circle you. Bucio is stuck underneath the tier 1 turret. Help is not coming, and NRG are feeling good 4-0 with 15 seconds to go until the turret plates fall.
And Palafox so happy about that one. 2-0-2 now, plates in hand. Quad gets a little bit of gold on the other side, but this is looking a lot more like Game 2 NRG, where they're very well coordinated.
Yeah, and for me, it again starts with Contracts and where he's been able to be on the map. We've talked about how super comfortable he is with this Ivern, and for as much as we've been talking about, oh, you know, they want to, FlyQuest want to get the Smolder ahead. They really want to get their mid lane in a really good position. NRG, as we've talked about, have gotten Palafox into a great position now. He's 2-0-2. He's up 1.3k over the Smolder, already Triforce completed. Right now, he is incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, I will say, though, 0-0-4 on Huhi, and as we talked about at the start of this game, if he's ahead, they have a chance of winning. We're at the break point, 14 minutes. 6-4 might be 7-4. It's definitely not that 0-14. Another play being initiated here by NRG and Huhi.
Whippo almost has dominance, but the cooldown still has a few more seconds left. And those few crucial seconds are the difference maker. Palafox on the killing spree now, as Masu and Inspired want to go after FBI, but the bullet time forces the flash back out. As soon as FBI sees the bowling ball miss from Lilia, he can immediately turn his guns back on him. 5-0 game for NRG, over 2,000 gold ahead, and it's about to be 3 if Palafox can take out the tier 1. Contracts and Huhi at the same time. They're going in. The enemy red buff is the target, and Inspired's got to try to get away fast. He still wants to try to contest it here. Will use the smite to secure Huhi and Contracts now looking to make their exit as Mom is summoned in. And that's the first kill of the game for Inspired and FlyQuest, punishing NRG's invade.
NRG bites off a little bit more than they should have, but the pressure is still there. There was a lot that had to be expended for FlyQuest. Douglas gets to push up this wave, crash it. It's going to cost Whippo a few minions, and that gold lead's still pretty substantial.
Yeah, and they should be able to get push in mid off of this as well, because both Busio and Masu are going to be resetting here. The big thing, though, is if they hadn't overextended just a little bit there, right? They would have gotten top tier 1 and first rotation onto that rift, right? They would have had such an easy setup. So now that this wave is crashing, Douglas should be able to get this. We'll see who goes for Rift Herald next. NRG should still have a better rotation on it, but FlyQuest do have this ward here if they want to contest. So we see their...
Yeah, Huhi just does not want to let Whippo get away. Contracts ready to join now, too. Palafox is going to keep clearing the waves.
Doka doesn't have TP. This could be a 5v4 for FlyQuest.
Yeah, FlyQuest really bringing everybody down here to protect Whippo. Tier 1 turret is about to die. Whippo does get stunned by the Shattering Strike, but NRG... Oh! The last little Void Baby doesn't kill it. That has to be 1 HP on the turret. Or, like, I legit can't see color on the health bar. 27 out of 5K. It's not very much. 0.05%.
Okay, we're not going to get to see. I love it sometimes when people try and go kill a really low turret when they don't have the minion debuff, and it just like rejects them and hits them.
0.5, not 0.05. I added an extra 0. That was a mistake. Quad might have made a mistake right now. Should not be that far up. This Smolder. This is not the Smolder that we saw yesterday. This is not the hyper-accelerated state of Dragon training. This is not, I've almost got rapid fire cannon, you can't leave your base. Quad Smolder has not been able to scale at the speed that they would like. He's still doing all right. Still has 140 stacks at 17 minutes, but he will be a little bit delayed compared to where they would want him to be at this point. 3,500 gold lead for NRG. FBI can't quite secure that tier 1 turret here in the mid lane to make the difference.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's still a chance, but the big thing for me, again, is looking over at Palafox and where he's at, and how every time FlyQuest tried to make a move around mid lane, NRG were also trying to make moves around mid lane. Just both teams recognizing how crucial mid was to this game. And also, I mean, I've really liked that little rotation of play from NRG. They were able to get push onto top side as well, even off of that play on bot side. And this is more what I'd like to see from them, right? Like recognizing when they can make cross-map plays, really taking advantage of their leads.
And I think this next Drake is pretty important. I'm a little surprised FlyQuest is fighting it, because now they're kind of going for soul. They're down 3,000 gold. If they lose this particular fight, it will make that gold lead potentially untenable, but they're in the river at least thinking about the contest, wondering if they could get it for free.
Well, Whippo does have everything ready to go. He will be put into top lane right now. He can teleport in with the Flash, with the Dominus, but nobody's going to overcommit to the Drake here just yet. NRG knows how low this tier 1 turret is. Knocking this down will make the setup for the Drake that much easier, and with Palafox just being as far ahead as he is, it's very easy to just force that.
Yeah, good recognition from NRG, knowing that they can go for mid-prio, get a much easier setup on this Drake. Whippo should be able to get damage down onto that top tier 1, but this is going to be a free Drake for NRG.
All right.
This is how I would expect this to play out when FlyQuest has the 2 early Drakes, but they are the team in a deficit. I think the highest chance of victory is to trade Drakes for gold until Soul becomes a threat.
Right.
So that's why Whippo is able to get that first turret for FlyQuest. It marginally closes the gold lead. It's a fight that they might not have been able to win anyway.
Teleport coming in for FlyQuest. They want the pick on Palafox. Mom provides the extra firepower needed, and the shutdown money goes to Whippo.
Even more gold.
Yeah.
It wasn't necessarily a direct trade for Drake, but they catch Palafox sleeping a little bit now because there was so much expended energy trying to get something back in mid lane.
Yeah, NRG really does not want to allow that 600 gold shutdown to just go away for free. But Inspired and Masu are here in time to defend the tier 2 turret. Okay.
Yeah, and Smolder should be able to clean up this turret on bot side.
All right, Whippo still looking for his angle here. He's made his way onto FBI. The sleep finally arrives. The heal from Redemption, keeping the carry alive. But right as he tries to go for the bullet time, Whippo shuts him down. The slow from Smolder connects on multiple targets on Energy, and Inspired takes out Huhi as well. That's the bot lane duo of Energy erased off Summoner's Rift.
And that's the window that FlyQuest was looking for. That play looked insane by Whippo to just fly into the team like that, but this is one of those Whippo and Inspired moments that works.
Yeah, and Whippo recognizes he can go in. Inspired immediately follows up. Busio is already coming off the side. And now we see Whippo is actually able to go immediately onto MF. We talk about these two carries in Jhin and MF, having the tools to get on them, interrupt these ultimates, and then once Smolder arrives, this is how you want to set up this team comp, right? You want to put things in place for Jhin to fire off and Smolder to be able to do the damage.
And the other important thing I'm noticing there, Whippo anticipated that the entire time because he saved Ruthless Predator. Yep. When he jumps on FBI the first time through, yes, you can already see the sleep coming in from your Lilia. You can already see the Redemption ready to fire from the enemy Ivern. He waits Ruthless Predator for multiple auto attacks, even though he has it ready, because the only job is to stop bullet time. You do that, you win. Nice situational awareness there to recognize that and execute on it. And what was a 3,500 gold lead, my friends, has now shrank down to barely over 1,000 for Energy.
And 2,000 of that gold lead is here in the mid lane, but that's going to be less relevant when that 182 number on Smolder gets higher.
Yep.
225. When it gets to 225, I think that's going to negate a lot of that mid lane power difference, and that's kind of the moment that FlyQuest wanted to get to without too much damage. So this game, prior to what just happened, was very reminiscent to me of Game 2 with Energy, where it was also a situation where FlyQuest had two early Drakes, and Energy was having a large gold lead, but that's a game where Energy was able to finish it out. The macro from FlyQuest throughout the year has been a lot better than the macro for NRG. So if the series were to end because of this, it would be very indicative of the way their seasons have played out, because NRG was absolutely in a winning position with that 3,500 gold lead, but they made a few slip-ups, Palafox getting caught, FBI getting caught, and now we're in a very even-looking game state.
No.
Energy going to clear out some vision here in the topside river. The Omega Crab should be secured by contracts. Very powerful crab, the strongest of all crabs on Summoner's Rift, because of the incredible burst of vision that you get to immediately guarantee control over this barren area. Huhi back over the wall, clears out that last hit on that last ward. And so now FlyQuest are going to have to work their way back out into neutral territory here, make sure that Energy just does not get uncontested control over this. Inspired committing the ulti after Huhi, but it doesn't really work out so great. The Mikhails is completed for contracts. That's the other thing you have to remember. We talked a little bit earlier about how playing against Ivern is so different from playing against most other junglers. He buys these cheap thrift store support items that you don't normally expect a jungler to be able to save people with.
Yeah. That definitely caught Inspired a little bit off guard. I do wonder, though, if that was just a really bad look there by Inspired. I didn't think that they were dying, even without the Mikhails.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Most likely not.
I mean, it should give NRG vision control over this Baron pit, right? And Dokla's going to be able to push out this wave in top side.
This is a little sneaky.
Contracts. We're just starting it.
Contracts, FBI, and Daisy are 2.5 manning Baron.
They have blue trinkets. They just need to think it, and they'll be able to see.
Think it with your trinket. Okay, we've got Baron down to 8K. Energy's still hanging around for now. Double teleports coming in, one from either side. Busio standing on top of the Energy reinforcement zone, but he may have walked a little bit too close. Busio with a flash out, eats one more rocket. They won't kill him just yet, but Huhi burns him down. Energy still got all 5 alive as Whippo has to disengage with the Serix Gauge. Inspire going on a killing. Right back into the back line. Another blooming blows. Another kill for Fly. A double over to Nasu, and FBI and Huhi and Dokla are all gone, traded for Busio alone.
What a finish there by FlyQuest in that fight, Inspired with the double completed, I'd say like full price department store items compared to the thrift store from Contracts is more effective when you're in a long 5v5. So they get that, they equalize the gold, and now they're turning for third Drake.
You gotta buy that name brand. Sometimes it's basically the same thing. Other times it makes a difference, and it made a difference here for FlyQuest. Let's watch it again.
Yeah, the big thing here for me is watching where FlyQuest's carries are in response to NRG. They get the equalizer off, Daisy is frontlining, but the mom comes through, and when we talk about how Jhin works in these team comps, everyone is locked down so that Masu can just fire completely.
Man, so much space there created by the Renekton. And you know what? Just do it again. That's
just do it again.
Do it again. Energy's back on Baron.
But they don't Jhin ult up.
Energy's back on Baron, and FlyQuest is back to being ready to stop him.
It's low.
Okay, Baron at 4K. Whipple's already popped the dominance. Inspired making his way into the pit. Can he try to steal it away? No, he has to go golden just for a second. Whipple's onto FBI, though. The shutdown on Inspired. Palafox grabbing a kill there. Contract still in the pit. Baron's going to be secured by Energy. But the fight after, they've already lost Dokla. They got to be careful. Monster's now on the run. Palafox takes them down. The fight's going to end for Energy. They're looking to take this. A triple over to Palafox. A double back over to Quad the other way. Whipple is cutting Palafox down. This dude is unleashed. Yeah, Croc. Bwipo is the king of the river.
Bwipo and Quad at the tail end of that fight popped off. Quad dodged so many rockets from Palafox, who is a couple pixels away from a penta. This almost worked.
Yeah, and you see Bwipo on the back line, keeping FBI out of the fight was also huge here. They get the Baron down, Equalizer goes down in a great spot. Here comes Palafox, cleans up Masu.
And look at this, Bwipo and Quad. Quad hits 225 stacks mid-fight, so it turns on right here. One rocket or even auto from Palafox probably kills Quad, but the stun lands on Palafox as the root lands on Quad, so there can be no follow-up, and that's the moment where you're relieved if you're Fly.
Yo, Alan, please go in first. Just go, okay? I had to run it down because you are not going.
He is the CEO right now, for sure. But then that's what happened. He ran in first. He died. Energy got the Baron. There's still a Baron buff on contracts. So if they get a wave pushing with contracts, they could still threaten a turret. So a pretty close game state still, even after that clutch fight by FlyQuest.
I think one of the most important parts about when you punish a team for taking Baron is if you reduce it to just one Baron buff or a couple Baron buffs, but it's nobody that can separate, you drastically reduce the power and the potential Baron power play because of the fact that they can't push multiple lanes at once. So Contracts is the fuel for this engine. It's kind of ironic since he's a piece of wood, and that's typically what those do. But this bottom lane is burning up right now. 2-3 turret about to die already. FlyQuest shows up fast enough to protect it, but it is so incredibly low. Whipple's on the front line. Mob comes in. Palafox gets away, but just barely. Boostio's still here frontlining. Energy trying to stay alive, but they got to scramble. Whipple's finding another one. Quad goes on a killing spree. Everybody on Energy is dropping left, right, and center. And FlyQuest found a beautiful punish. Inspired, running after Contracts. He is the only one left standing.
That is exactly how FlyQuest want this team composition to work. They understand exactly what they have to do when NRG push up. Like we talked about, there's only the one Baron buff onto Contracts, right? So even though he's there buffing their damage dealers on the siege, and it's looking good, as soon as they push up here, you watch Dokla. He's in Narnia over here, right?
Yeah.
Like, he is not getting to the fight anytime soon, even though he starts TP right here. They've already set up their team composition. And then Bwipo immediately, again, he's been so good at targeting both FBI and Palafox in these fights.
I feel like every piece of CC hit Palafox that fight. It was the Leona ult, there was a sleep, there was a Renekton flash stun. He had the Mikhails, and for some reason, Nuke Duck is over it. Bro, you're about to win the series if they keep this up.
Someone please check on Nuke Duck. Someone go make sure he is okay. FlyQuest is still holding on. They are fighting for their lives. It's 30 seconds until the next Drake spawns. They use Mob. It sets up perfect for the Deadly Flourish to have the hard CC on Huhi. He's going to try to escape as, again, Whipple goes after Palafox. He messes up his QSS. He's not getting away. as NRG has to still try to get their remaining guys out of trouble, but Inspired has killed Huhi. FBI's trapped in the middle of the FlyQuest team. Quad is unstoppable, and it's only a Rumble and an Ivern against all of FlyQuest squad.
And it's a disaster for NRG, who were about to drop down to the lower bracket. Inspired completely 1v2'd the top of that fight to buy them time. They're teleporting in with the 5v2, and they might look to end.
It looks like they want the throat right now. FlyQuest going for the kill shot. NRG might have had a good early game, but too many mistakes turned into too many punishes. It was too much to endure, and FlyQuest are gonna come back from that deficit. They're gonna finish this series 3-1, and they're gonna go on to face Cloud9 next week.
They get the 3-1. Inspired had the most CS on the team, by the way, at the end of that game on the Lilia. So displaying both styles here of the mage mids versus the meta that has happened throughout summer. They don't make the swiftest end of NRG, but they take care of business and move on to face Cloud9 next week.
Yeah, and for NRG, I do think we did see more signs of life from them today, right? Like, they played their best, I would say, game that we've seen them play in a long time, as we see FlyQuest take a bow. And that was massive for me, especially going up against a Dignitas team that fell so flat against 100 Thieves.
Yeah, for NRG, that's just what I feel like that's the takeaway you need to have from this, is that you did take the one game. You should have been able to take the win in this fourth one, and hopefully they can convert that into meaningful growth over the course of the next week before their battle in the lower bracket. It will be the first elimination match against Dig, but now let's go back to FlyQuest. Let's go back on stage with Azael for an interview.
All right, thanks, Flowers. I'm here. Busio, you just took down your first series in playoffs. You have the big matchup against Cloud9 set up next week. How are you feeling about it?
Pretty good. I mean, this was more of a warm-up and just getting ready for C9 next week for sure, yeah.
Did it still feel like a warm-up during the series? And I think that was a lot of people's expectation, but it started to feeling like it was getting a bit more competitive there.
That's why it's a warm-up. You know, it's the first series.
Okay.
Still like a bit of nerves, you know, just like not really playing fully ready. But yeah, that's why I'm glad we had this game before we face C9.
How happy were you with how you played and how you guys played as a bot lane and your preparation coming into this series? You know, I think your Bard game was really impressive in particular, but, you know, you probably wanted to have the 3-0.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, the second game, my team fighting wasn't great, but also it was like a pretty chaotic game. And, like, they had the bot prowess, so it wasn't that easy to do much. But overall, we played fine. Definitely a lot to review. Even in this last game that we just won, like, the early game was pretty sus. So, yeah, just glad we have the games that we can watch now.
Well, obviously you just finished, but if there's one thing you wanted to take away from this series, you know, to try to improve on for next week, what would that be?
Probably knowing when to do something versus when to not. Because in these kind of slow playoff games, it's pretty important to know when you should be going for a play versus when you shouldn't. Like when we're slowly winning and we're just going to win the game if nothing happens versus when we actually have to go for plays. That's a pretty important mindset shift to get. Yeah.
Is that something that you think, you know, becomes more difficult to do in playoffs where maybe the stakes are higher, the nerves are maybe there a little bit more?
The games are just slower. So there's less random situations and it's just slower. So then you really need to choose your fights.
So going into next week, what are your expectations about the bot lane matchup against Cloud9? Feeling pretty good about it?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. I don't think C9's bot lane is the best in the league. I think we're better than them, so yeah.
Would you guys have yourselves as the best bot lane in the league right now then?
I would say us or TL.
Okay.
For sure, yeah.
So you're expecting to be able to take out Cloud9 next week?
Yeah, of course.
All right, well, we'll see if you can do it. Congratulations on the win. You played really well today. Back to everyone at the lounge. Good job, man.
What's up, guys?
Congrats.
Oh my God. That wasn't a fast series. That was somewhat competitive. What would you call that series?
I mean, it was not fast, but it also did feel like FlyQuest, you know, was going to win for the majority of it. So I kind of agree with Busio. That was their warm-up.
Yeah.
There were some things that they definitely needed to warm up.
True.
Definitely some errors that they needed to clean up. And I like that they're kind of viewing it as this training before their rematch with Cloud9. That's going to be super exciting. So hopefully for their sake, they can clean some of those things up. They showed some fun, Whippo counterpick classics as well.
That's true. Actually, that's something that is going to be a really fun takeaway. Not just his fun picks like Volibear and Darius, but also just like the mage picks that we're finally seeing from Quad now that the meta's kind of shifted towards that for him. So there's a lot there. I just liked at least from NRG side that they showcase some fight, that they are improving upon this. That being said, enough of that. Enough about your financial situation now that NRG has lost this one out.
we didn't even mention that.
But it was on the top of everyone's mind. Let's talk about Player of the Series. Player of the Series goes to QUAD. Quad played really damn well this series.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like for a while, Quad has been really, really consistent for this team. We first saw it when he was playing like high-pressure Lucian games, his Tristana games, but now using the mages as well, which he was known for so long. Just very consistent, good pressure without a lot of necessary resources being allocated to him early. Like, doesn't get a lot of jungle hover time early on, doesn't get a lot of, support ganks either, even though we did see more this series. But I feel like him and Inspired were quite consistent. The bottom lane had some really good games, like the Ashe and Bard game was insane for Masu and Busio, but then some of the other games were a little bit misses for them, and it was a little bit of a roller coaster.
Ooh, the positioning for that team fight as well for Quad was really damn good. Quad, my GOAT, that is true. Played that series really well. You already mentioned bot lane. Even though Busio's coming out thinking we made a lot of mistakes, blah, 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 kind of going through all the negatives, he performed really well. And to your point, just the team looked great.
Yeah, I mean, it's really funny, too, to think back. Remember when they first got Quad and how much controversy it was because they were getting rid of Jensen? And then you have APA like trash talking and he's like, bring back Jensen. Yeah. This Quad guy sucks. But Quad now, it's hard to imagine this FlyQuest without him. He's such a critical part to their game plan now that I think he's going to be critical for the rest of their playoffs as well. And I'm excited for the rematch with Cloud9.
We've got a long road ahead of us, but for now, let's take a look at this week. Let's pull up the Samsung SSD Fast 5 for this one just to see if there are any names that pop up to you. Oh my God, there's a big screen so I can actually look at all of the names. Quid, Quad, Jensen. All of the people who just mentioned, including me accidentally saying Quid instead of Quad throughout the day. There's a few of that. For Fastest Legendary, anything that comes to your, that you are catching here?
I mean, Contracts is up there also. We got some energy representation with Contracts and Huhi for jungle support, fastest level 6 and fastest items as well. In the game that NRG did win, Contracts Lilia was doing so much work for them. So definitely, always has been a really critical part for the success of that team. And of course, they do get another chance.
They do. We'll have to look ahead of that one. But for now, thank you to our friends at Samsung for powering our stage PCs, all split long, and the speed and reliability of the Samsung 990 Pro SSDs. They're damn good. Wish I could nab them, but you guys at home can. That being said, let's take a look at the bracket. So, as you were saying, you were looking ahead. What matchup already catches your eyes? I think
I mean, it's for sure the C9 FlyQuest, right? Everyone is going to be drawn to that one because all split long. We had our top 3 teams as our big gap between the other teams.
Yeah.
But I would also like to put forward the suggestion of 100 Thieves versus TL. After 100 Thieves completely dismantled Dignitas, I am actually really hyped for them to now test everything that they've been able to build and improve on this playoffs and this split with bringing in Tomo and everybody playing so much better on 100 Thieves now. I'm actually really excited to see them tested against the best team in the league in Team Liquid. I don't expect 100 Thieves to win that, but I do expect them to give us a fun series and really push them.
They definitely feel like the wild card so far in playoffs because they made that huge adjustment with bringing in Tomo, as you've mentioned, coming into playoffs. So you don't know what it'll look like. Maybe they can catch a game off of Team Liquid, but when they go, wow, I said when. You know what? You already know where my prediction's going for that series. But if they go into the lower bracket, they can make a lot of damage happen. That's going to be it for us, guys. We're going to be coming back on Friday at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. Friday, Saturday, Sunday going into next week. That's going to be Dignitas that we're going to be seeing there. So take it out, check it out. For now, we're going to be going to APA stream. We're going to be sending it to APA to start trash talking him, so maybe he can trash talk you back and you can clip it for your friends.
Hi, Yappa.
Hey, Yappa. Who threw that? Oh, that was Emily. I'm throwing back. Hey, hey, throw it all over there.
Care for yourselves, guys. Care for yourselves.
Can you get tower, yeah?
I'm fine. Wukong flashed in. Wukong flashed in.
Oh, they're going on Karma?
I pushed the Rakan away.
Come.
The Rakan's ult is down, okay? This is fine. I block.
As it died, we are
Let's
coming.
fight together. Yes, we win here.
Wukong no flash. Wukong no flash. Sign no flash.
Nice job, guys.
Go slow. He has no flash.
IQ 3 them all.
Shield and 2 weapon.
I'm fine. Thank you.
Kill him.
Nice, well played,
Shield
guys.
and 2.
Don't go too deep.
I'm marking Rakan.
Just hit front.
Rakan's marked.
Big shockwave. They're all dead.
Yeah.
Rakan is ulting now.
Nice squad.
I want to go on thingy here.
Lakan.
Okay, nice.
Has ulti.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. We look to end here, okay? Pre-win is pre-win. Nice job.
Good job.
Turn, okay? Yeah,
Turn.
turn.
We're fighting already? Yeah.
Red on the map.
Viego, one shot. Watch out, Viego, guys. Yeah. Yeah, no Zhong is Azir. I'm looking at Azir after. Actually, I'll help you with this.
Yeah, you guys can just hit front. So
I stunned him too. I stunned him too.
Just watch me.
Help here. I can look here.
Yeah.
Okay, no close.
Looking at Azir.
Tower, guys.
I'm gonna just drop ulti, okay?
Yeah.
Mark for me. I'm dropping ult. Oh, volley behind?
Yeah.
Volley and I flash, guys. Viego.
Is there no stopwatch?
I'm on their carries.
Yeah, kill them.
Nice.
Kill this guy.
Help me.
Kill him.
Oh, big. Guys.
You lined that with me, bro. Good job, guys.
Ziggs is caught mid, okay? Ziggs is mid.
I'm gonna ult their backline. They're clumped.
Nice.
Very nice.
I don't maybe.
Arrow is coming.
Holy, you're a smart.
Take top tier 2 and... It's fine. Leona, 31.
We are getting pentakill.
No, I can't actually. I didn't get my reset.
I can block.
I'm fine. Just end, okay, guys? Don't have too much fun.
Careful.
I'm done.
I will heal up. Careful of Ziggs box.
Yeah, the minions will do the work. Nice job, guys.
Kill him.
Nice. Nice arrows, Master.
Thank you.
Goated. I'll Q rumble.
No flash, no cleanse on MF here. She will ult from here, okay? Careful, guys. From here, MF, no flash, no cleanse, no sums. I'm coming.
You win, Renekton is really strong. Corki flashed in.
Corki no flash.
Yeah, just kite. Wait your spell.
Play together.
Yeah, don't be scared. Sorry, be scared. I'm fine. Be scared, I win, okay?
Yo, Alan, please go in first.
I will go mid.
Just go, okay?
No QSS.
Corki no W, no QSS, no flash.
Yeah, he's dead.
Casper, we're winning for free.
Yeah, I know.
I'm going in.
Following you. I'm far, but I'm coming.
What?
Keep going.
EN2.
If we can reach, we can end. They don't have much damage.
I'm pushing mid.
Nice job, guys.
I will TP.